Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Don Bain, and people know me as the Gadget Professor. I'd like to welcome everybody. It is Thursday. It is 9:03 here in Las Vegas, and we are situated in the Venetian at the Expo Center, and we are on the second floor. And today is the third day of CES. Tomorrow will be the last day. We go from 9 in the morning, I believe, till 6 at night, and then tomorrow, I think it's over at 2 o'clock, I'm told. So,
at 2 we do the awards.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow is a very special day for us because we are going to, as a group, collectively decide what the product award is. And right now, I see out of the corner of my eye, Scott here. I got to tell you, Scott Ertz, this guy, if I had to have anybody in my corner, it would be Scott. This guy is so efficient. He doesn't forget anything, and he's redesigned the best of awards for the Tech Podcast Network, and they are very cool, I must tell you, and these actually light up, and again, Scott doesn't leave anything to chance, and that's what I like about him. He's the best of the best of the best, and I mean that sincerely. I mean that. Guy's unbelievable. You don't see people like that around much more because everybody's getting kind of lazy. Oh, they changed colors. I didn't realize that. You didn't tell me that. Yeah. Was that right? No. The remote control, too. I mean, what kind of award changes colors? That's awesome. So that will be an interesting pick, if you will. It's very difficult, of course, to pick the best of. I've seen such amazing stuff this year. And again, the theme obviously is AI, and I don't think I have seen anything that anybody that I've interviewed here that doesn't have some component of their product or process using artificial intelligence. And I still strive to pull out of people whether they think that AI is going to eventually be smarter than the humans and take over the race. I don't know. I don't know. Everybody goes, no. They'll never be smarter than the human brain. No one can think as fast. No one can accumulate that information and decipher it. I don't know. That's all I could say is I don't know. I hope so, but I also worry that this stuff's going to get in the wrong hands. That terrifies me. In any event, we have a jam-packed day. I believe my next interview is actually here, and I think this says Brandenburg Labs. Does that sound right, Kirk? They're shaking their head yes. So we'll get them mic'd up, and essentially what we're going to do today, as we do every day, is we have a new company here every 10-ish minutes, and we literally talk to them about what their products are going to do, what they're going to do, and see what they are bringing to the table. It's interesting to note that I believe, and I'm not 100% sure of the accuracy of this, but about 80%-ish of all the products here never make it to market. That's shocking. What really happens at CES, certainly they bring their products and their wares and show it to the public, but underneath that, if you peel back that page, people are really here for the most part for synergistic relationships. They want to find companies that can take their technology and bring it to the next level, or companies that need their technology or they need their technology. So it's the exchange of information and connectivity, and that's what makes CES so great because people from all over the world are here. So it's not necessarily that they're going to sell their stuff to some distributor. It's that we have this great technology. We think it can do this, this, and this. Can you use this? Can you see an opening where you can take our technology and enhance it? So today we are here. It's Karl Heinz.
Yes.
And I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I got a bit of a cold. I hope I don't want to cough too much.
That's okay. And you were from Brandenburg Labs. Now, your last name is similar, so you must be the CEO and the founder.
That's correct.
Excellent. So tell me about what it is that you do.
In fact, most people would know my name from earlier times because they called me somewhat inaccurately the father of MP3.
The father of MP3?
Yep.
Wow. That's
So-
something. Now I know you.
Okay. And I've been at CES quite some times. I used to work for Fraunhofer, first in
Okay.
Erlangen,
Yes.
where we did the MP3 works, and in Ilmenau. And now I reached the age limit of my Fraunhofer contract. So I thought there's some unfinished business. There are some things people have been dreaming of and never made work, so let's try.
I love meeting people like this, you know, the inventors of a product. They have so much energy and passion. They never stop. What are we working on now?
You know, they all dream to have sound in a headphone which sounds not in your head, like I now hear you,
Right?
but somebody really out there, or some sound source out there with direction and distance realistically. We call it plausible reproduction.
Plausible.
And that's something a lot of companies have tried over the years. There's been more than 50 years of research, but the progress has been slow. You can use head tracking to get about the right direction, but that's about it. You always have the sound near your head. So the question is how to do this better. And we found in the basic research something people had been thinking of, but it's never been in the textbooks, that the acoustics of the room you are in is a very important factor.
Okay.
So now we have a proof of concept up in the Venetian on the 29th floor, where people first listen to some music from loudspeakers, then they get the headphone on, and they don't even realize that the headphones are switched on because they still think the loudspeakers are
it's
playing.
coming out of the loudspeaker.
It sounds like it's coming out of loudspeakers, but it's in reality the headphones. They take off the headphone and they are, I couldn't believe that.
That's pretty fascinating. So how is that process achieved?
That uses some of the known stuff with having a generic head-related transfer function, as it is called. Then we do some measurement of the room. That's one setup process early on. We did that on Saturday morning.
So it's similar to the stereos that you used to buy in the old days, like the Denons, and you'd push the button and it would spray sound around the wall and get it back and supposedly direct the sound to where it was needed.
With loudspeakers, people have done similar things for a long time.
Okay.
But for headphones, it never worked.
Never worked. And now you have a system that
And
it does
now
work.
we have a system which does work, and everybody visiting us here has told us no, they haven't heard anything like that.
Yeah, I haven't. So in other words, if you go to the symphony and you're sitting in the symphony, I mean, it never sounds like it's. Fortunately, the headsets will never do it justice because of the acoustics in the room.
Yeah.
And just the
Exactly,
ambience of the sound.
Yeah. With loudspeaker, you can do great things these days. We've been working on that long time ago when I was still with Fraunhofer. But now with headphones, that's the first time you get the same realistic sound theater like you get from loudspeakers.
Very interesting. Now, do you have a prototype?
That we call it proof of concept, but mixing studios who want to mix for multi-channel content like Dolby Atmos and others don't want to do so.
Right.
They really would like to have that because they can then check their mixes or even do them in rooms which are not fully equipped with the many loudspeakers. So we have some systems already out there. In fact, one is in Belgium. The next one will be set up in Switzerland a few weeks from now. At NYU, New York University,
Yes.
there are several places they want this from us. We did a test already there.
So is the end goal to come up with a consumer product like a headset?
Yes, definitely. That still needs some work. We need headphone manufacturers to work with. We are open for corporations. I do want to establish a brand myself with this.
With your Brandenburg name on it.
Yes.
The Brandenburg headsets.
Yep. People have told me so often with MP3, why did Apple make much more money from it than you did? Still, we got a lot of licensing income, more than €1 billion in total for Fraunhofer. And some of that went to myself.
Good.
But that's why I can fund this company now.
I see.
But of course, who does the full thing from IP to implementation to selling the products gets a much bigger share of the income.
Absolutely. It's called capitalism.
Yes.
Now, where are you based out of?
In Germany, in Ilmenau, that's halfway in between Berlin and Munich. It's a little town,
Okay.
so it's nice to live there.
Okay.
And we got a very diverse team, women and men from all over the world, half of them from Germany, half of them from all over the world. Some 17 people in the moment, and it's really fun to work with these
I'm
young
sure.
people.
Now, refresh my memory. When was the MP3 invented?
Oh, there were a number of inventions. So the first patent, which was used later on, is from '86. The standard was ready in '92, but it took then quite some years until it really took off.
And now we have FLAC.
Sorry? FLAC, of course, is wherever you are in the studio or so on, you should do lossless coding.
Right.
Whenever you have the right devices, AAC is better than MP3, and I'm allowed to say that because I was involved in both.
Well, you're getting it from the expert. You don't get any better than that, so that's pretty cool. Now, what's the timetable do you feel for development of a headset that we can actually buy and use?
It now depends on financing, because we can go on like we are in the moment,
Right.
but we want to really scale up
It shouldn't
everything.
be that hard for a guy of your stature to come up with financing.
Yes, that's what I've been told often, but it's not that easy.
So you're here at CES to basically have some synergy with some other companies
Yes.
that will see the technology that you're developing and help you fund that and bring
Yeah.
it to the consumer.
Yeah, and in fact, it's really important to demo it, because I wouldn't have believed it either.
Yeah,
We
I'm
had a-
sure. Now, can I see that demo?
Yeah,
Where is-
29331.
29th floor here?
Yep.
Okay.
Here at the Venetian, 29th floor, 331, Brandenburg Labs, and you can listen to it.
Well, that's pretty interesting. I'd love to see that. So I'd love to hear that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. If people wanted to find out more information, where would they go?
There is brandenburg-labs.com is our website.
Okay, great. The
And
best
there
of
they-
luck to you, and I'm going to follow the progress of this new upcoming headset. I'll be one of your first customers.
Great, thanks.
Okay, very nice to meet you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, there you have it. The inventor of the MP3, Karl-Heinz Brandenburg. I'm honored to meet him. That's such a cool thing. Wow. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I love meeting people like that because, like I said, they're on fire. They just don't stop. They invent one thing and then they go on to another. Then they go on to another, and they're brilliant people, and that's what makes the world go round. So that's a company to keep your eye on for sure. Wow, the inventor of the MP3. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So let's see. Next, I believe we have up, although I don't see them up, they said they're coming, is Owl. What else? AI. And it's Chuck Gershman, and we'll see what they have to say. I have no idea what Owl does, but we are definitely going to find out. So it is 9:16 here at CES, and at this point in time, I'm going to ask Mr. Kirk, who's sipping coffee or tea or beer. I don't know what he's having there.
It's coffee.
Okay, just checking.
It's coffee.
Just checking.
Yeah, it's coffee.
I see that Chuck is here, so we'll wait. I'm going to have a quick sip here of tea. It's tea. Oh, that's good. If you follow the Gadget Professor, you know that I am addicted to tea, to hot tea. And today they have a machine here. It's one of those Keurig things, and I usually don't like that because it tastes like coffee, the tea. But they got a machine here that makes both, and they got these tea capsules. Wow, it's pretty good. I was shocked how good it is. So coming up, we have Chuck Gershman, Owl AI. He's the CEO and the founder of this company, and it looks like they combine thermal cameras. So we'll find out a little bit more directly from the CEO and co-founder of Owl AI, and we're ready to go. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
My pleasure. I'm Don Bain, and people know me as the Gadget Professor. Yeah. And we're thrilled to have you here. It's Owl AI.
That is correct.
And it's Mr. Chuck Gershman, and he is the founder of this company. And tell us all about it. I'm very curious.
Well, at Owl AI, we're all about saving lives.
That's a good thing.
So the unfortunate statistics is that here in the United States, we have seen a massive increase in pedestrian fatalities. Over the last decade, we've seen an increase of nearly 77% of pedestrian fatalities.
Probably Arizona is right up there with.
Arizona's right up there, nice big wide roads, right?
Yes.
But when you drill down on these statistics a little bit further, you see some other things. So 2022 was the most dangerous year in the United States for pedestrians in 41 years.
Why?
Well, that's a great question. Just recently, the New York Times ran an in-depth, multi-piece articles investigating that very problem. In fact, it was just on the Daily last week.
Okay.
And they've come up with numerous reasons for potentially why this is occurring. But the big issue that they came up with, that the New York Times discovered, was the preponderance of all of these fatalities, the difference between the steady state and the extended growth, almost 100% occurred at night. So this is a nighttime phenomenon.
Almost 100%?
Almost 100% of the
That's
increase in deaths
Right.
occurred at night.
Okay.
So how do we address that problem? Well, at Owl AI, we develop a night vision safety system for cars.
Wow.
We are demonstrating this here at the show, and we've so our system is able to see in zero light, no light whatsoever, and it can see for hundreds of meters. And we can see people, we can see animals, we can see cars.
Infrared?
And then we use thermal infrared.
Thermal infrared.
And we
okay.
couple that with artificial intelligence to do perception software. Now, I want to backtrack a little bit. There is some good news here. The good news is that the statistics that I just read off to you are not unfamiliar to the U.S. government. In fact, in the 2021 infrastructure bill, the Congress wrote mandated line items into the bill requesting that the Department of Transportation, which is and NHTSA specifically, address this nighttime pedestrian safety problem. NHTSA is come forward with a set of mandatory regulations that says that every car, truck that is sold in the United States by the end of 2028 must be able to automatically brake for pedestrians at night.
Really?
Independent of the driver. The systems need to be designed that they will alert the driver to an issue, and if the driver fails to react, the system is designed such that the computer can take over, brake the car safely before you strike a pedestrian.
That's legislated?
That is a mandatory legislation
Wow.
that will be going into effect, and it will be about 3 years for automobile manufacturers to basically implement these systems.
Well, they better start implementing it now because 3
So,
years is coming up quick.
great question. So a year ago, they floated a preliminary version of the specification. And at OWL, we took that preliminary version of the specification. We went to Detroit with our system. We hired a test track. We hired a test driver and a third-party test house. And we ran all the test cases with our existing technology that we have today. We ran a small little dummy that we call Timmy, about 3 feet high, that was heated on a track. And you drive the car down the track to 45 miles an hour, you trigger a laser which gets Timmy to run in front of your car, and you need to brake. We did this 12 times, minus 2 degrees Celsius in the middle of the night, wind blowing about 30 miles an hour. We never ran over the dummy.
Timmy's okay?
Timmy's good, well, with a caveat. The IIHS, which is another independent test house called the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, which is run by the insurance industry, ran the same set of tests in Washington, D.C. on their test track. Little Timmy's not so good. 21 cars, 21 Timmy accidents.
Ooh.
Yeah, so systems today do not solve this problem. Now, some of the things that we do a little bit differently. Not only do we solve this problem, not only do we address it with thermal imaging, not only do we build state-of-the-industry artificial intelligence perception, but we build the highest resolution, highest performance thermal camera ever manufactured for an automotive case. The state of the industry for thermal cameras today is, for those of your viewers who know what a VGA monitor is, for those of us who are old enough to remember the VGA,
Yes.
we had them. We had the funky little cable. We plugged them in.
Unfortunately, I remember it.
And what happened when you got an HD monitor? What'd you do with that VGA monitor? Right in the trash.
eBay.
There you go. Today's state of the industry for HD cameras is VGA. We have just introduced, and what we're showing at the show today is an HD camera.
All right.
We're going to throw those VGAs in the trash.
All right.
Yep, that's where we're at.
Now, your system is up, running, and in existence. Is that correct?
We are up and running and demonstrating the capability of the system today, and we can put them on cars. We have proof of concept systems. We have more than a dozen proof of concept systems in field on 3 continents with automotive OEMs, automotive tier 1s, trucking companies in field today.
But to date, your system is not incorporated in any product.
That is correct, and that needs to change, and it needs to change quickly.
When's that going to change? Actually, they don't have a choice. I mean, they got to move on this.
They have basically 3 years to get this done.
And your purpose of being here at CES is to find those auto manufacturers and show them what's going on?
Our purpose here, actually, I'm going to rephrase your question. They're finding us.
Okay.
We have been
That's even better.
We've been inundated for the last 2.5 days with every name brand OEM you can imagine, every tier 1. They're all coming to see what we're up to.
That's awesome.
Yep, that's great.
And you're ready to deploy this. There's no more testing that needs to be done or verification.
There's
certification.
It's automotive, so you just can't take it out of the lab and put it in the car. To qualify a product for automotive is usually a 2 to 3 year life cycle.
I can't imagine.
It's a high quality bar, but we're already underway. So the timing for the mandate and the timing for our certification and quality are pretty much aligned.
So everything's the karma's all coming together. That's what it sounds.
That's why we're here.
That's what it sounds like to me.
That's why we're here.
Now, how wide of a beam, if you will, like up and down, does it detect? It's obviously employed in the front of the car, I would imagine. Also in the rear, or
so over time, you'll want to see this technology be 360. The initial implementation that we're proposing is forward-facing, but ultimately you'll see side-facing and rear-facing. But in answer to your question in terms of what we call field of view, the width, our objective is to produce systems that do about 105 degrees. So we refer to that as curb to curb. So think of driving through the suburbs, right? Good size, multi-lane road, but sidewalks. Kids bouncing balls. We want to be able to see the kids bouncing the balls on the sidewalks, and we want to be able to see 200 meters down the road simultaneously.
All right, let me dig down a little bit here. Forgive me. So we know that 100% increase is at night.
Yes.
Okay. If you subtract that out of the equation, what percentage is during the daytime, not counting the last year that it's gone up so much?
Yeah. The basic statistic is that 76% of deaths occur at night. About 24% occur during the day.
Will this system work during the day too?
Of course, it works.
Wow.
It works 24/7.
So
by the way,
this really is a lifesaver. I mean, it's incredible technology.
Well, let me blow your mind one more time. It works in the fog. It works in the snow.
Wow.
It works in a dust storm in Saudi Arabia.
Will it work in Scranton, Pennsylvania?
If there's no bananas on the road. That's a joke for your older.
How did you know that?
My wife is from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
You probably grew up there. Mulberry Street, of all places, she grew up on.
Monroe Avenue.
Well, I didn't grow up there. But.
You're better off. Hey, it's a small world out there.
Yeah, my wife's from Scranton.
Oh, my God.
So, by the way,
yes.
If your audience is intrigued by what I just said.
They are.
Okay. And if they actually want to see a demonstration of this technology, we have it at our booth in the West Hall with the automotives at 6867. But we also have an immersion experience. We have a scene. We're located in Rochester, New York, and in the suburbs of Fairport. We have a street scene from Fairport. You go into the immersion booth, and we actually show you a nighttime simulation, a real immersion,
right.
And we have and it includes a fog booth. So we basically fill this booth with fog.
Yeah.
We put the thermal camera and a traditional camera that's on the cars today side by side and film you, and you can see that the cameras that are on the car become completely degraded and see nothing, and the thermal camera still sees through the fog, and you can't see through the fog, but you can see us.
Can my audience see that on the web?
Yes, they can. Actually,
I need your website.
www.cesisauto.com. OWLAI.us.
Now I get the owl. I couldn't understand where the owl came from. I get it.
Owl see in the dark.
I get it. Chuck, thank you so much for joining us. I found that interesting, fascinating, and thank you so much for being here. Zagazun.
My pleasure.
Okay.
And I'll let my
and tell your wife that Don Bain said hello.
Don Bain, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mindy Proper was her maiden name. Don Bain.
Actually, that sounds quite familiar, but I'm a lot older than you and your wife. I'm older than I look. But that's amazing that you came from Scranton. I don't know what to say. I've been doing this for, 30, 40 years, and I never met anybody that even heard of Scranton.
Wow, yeah. How do you miss the 10,000 pounds of bananas, right?
That's awesome.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. It was great spending the morning with you. Take care.
Thank you. I don't even know what to say, folks. That is absolutely astonishing. What a cool product. By the way, one quick thing. As a public traded company,
We're private.
everybody wants to buy stock. They're telling me in my headset. Oh, well.
Oh, no. If you're an accredited, tell the audience if you're an accredited investor to reach out to me. And
If you're an accredited investor, you can reach out and he'll help you out. But, boy, I'll tell you, it's mandated. It's legislated. You got to use this stuff. I mean, that's just my opinion. Thank you so much. Very interesting. That's cool technology. And you know what? I think you're going to see that technology deployed in other areas also. I could see that. I could even see that on bicycles at some point in time, that, if you turn your head. And I was hit by a car not too long ago, maybe 15 years ago, riding a bicycle in Narragansett, Rhode Island. And the car just nicked me. But it threw me off the road to the right, and I went flying. I can't tell you how high in the air I went. I went over a fire hydrant, and I landed on the sidewalk, and I rolled actually almost through a window, a storefront window, and I had a helmet on, thank God. And I was hurt and bruised, but wow, what an experience! And I'll bet if they had that type of a thermal detection on there, even though it was the daytime, I probably wouldn't have been hit on the bike with that dude. And the guy never stopped. Luckily for me, I wasn't too banged up, but a policeman was a couple cars back, and he just pulled right over and scraped me up off the ground. And then I was going to try to be a He-Man and ride the bike home, but that wasn't going to happen for me or for the bicycle. That ended up like poor Timmy there, gone. Anyway, fascinating interview. Right now, our next interview, Consumer Technology Association, is that what we're doing?
That's right. No?
No?
Yeah. Yes.
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 Okay. Hi. So we're going to be miking up our next guest, and we'll see what we have here. Again, so far I am betting 1,000% every single person AI. Frightening in a way. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Don. Great to be with you.
It's my pleasure. And I can't see your name up here.
Jim Fellinger. I'm a Director of Communications with the Consumer Technology Association.
Well, you're just the guy I want to speak to.
Fantastic. Well, you're the guy I want to speak to as well. I'm excited to be here with you.
I'm excited to have you. Now, what's going on? Tell me what's happening.
So CES is off to a very, very exciting start this year. We are, of course, on day 3 of the show, always one of my favorite days because we've had a chance to actually really explore some of the technology out on the show floor. But let's talk about the size of CES this year.
Okay.
Over 130,000 attendees, over 4,000 exhibitors, and get this. That's right. And the size of CES this year is actually 15% larger than last year.
Is that right? That's significant.
That is significant. That's 2.5 million square feet of exhibiting space. That's the equivalent of 43 football fields. So that's just a little snapshot of just how big this show is this year.
You know, it's a testimony to you guys and what you do, but I noticed as soon as I walked up the steps this year, I've been here a lot longer than you. I actually knew and worked for Sheldon Adelson.
No kidding.
Yeah, many, many years ago. He started off in Massachusetts, and he had a travel company. I don't even know if you know that. And it was his concept to create this. And he was just a remarkable human being. But the point I'm going to make to you is when I walked upstairs, I could see all the booths were super upscaled as compared to years prior. many years, well, for the last several years, they'd have a small booth like this big with 1 or 2 people in it and not much staging, just a little teeny product. Now, wow.
Yeah, CES has really become to some extent about the spectacle for a lot of these exhibitors.
It's the happening.
That's absolutely right. And look no further than companies like Supernal, who are debuting technology like flying cars right out there in the parking lot of the Las Vegas Convention Center.
Yeah.
It's almost like watching the Jetsons in the modern day.
Now, I'm sure you've walked around because that's what you do. What have you seen that's been eye-opening to you?
There is so much.
I know you can't pick one thing, but
well, I can pick a few if that's okay,
I'd
because
like to know.
there's a lot of technology to talk about. Look, one thing that has really captured my attention this year and captured the attention of a lot of folks is digital health, a growing category here at CES. And there was one piece of technology in particular that I found particularly exciting. Of course, the word on the tip of everyone's tongue this year is artificial intelligence.
I just discussed that.
It is the theme of the show, right? And so seeing how companies are using artificial intelligence to improve healthcare, to improve the research and development of new drugs, to improve the system that doctors are able to use is amazing. Let me give you a great example. Dassault Systems has developed a digital twin technology that allows them to completely replicate the human heart. What does that allow them to do? Run all kinds of tests that would otherwise need to be done on animals and eventually humans.
Right.
That's just a little example of what AI can do, but there's so much more out there on the show floor.
Does it scare you?
Does AI scare me? Look, I think like all people, it is important to approach new technology with a healthy degree of skepticism, right? I think with AI, what we're actually seeing is that the big concern for most people is that AI is going to completely replace humans in professional settings.
I just met him this morning. We've never met before?
We have never met before.
And that's exactly the wording and what we discussed this morning. Go ahead.
That's right. No, and look, and I think it's important to acknowledge that, right? It is okay for people to be worried about the things that are most important in their lives, like their jobs. Here is the reality of artificial intelligence. In the long run, it has never been designed to simply replace humans. It's something that can assist humans. Let me give you another good example from health. There are a lot of experts who say doctors aren't going to be replaced by AI, but doctors who don't use AI will be replaced by doctors who do. The reality is that AI is tech.
That's great. That's a great analogy. I love that.
I agree. I think it's technology that enhances what we are capable of. So let's look at the United States, for example. We have a coming shortage in healthcare workers, a massive shortage that's not going to allow us.
We have a shortage. It's not coming.
And it's getting worse.
Absolutely.
Right? It is getting absolutely worse. And so the idea that technology can be used to assist these medical professionals who are doing these important jobs should be a relief to all of us. But it's not just, hospitals and health, right? Think about something as simple as highway transportation. I know the idea of a self-driving car sounds scary to us because the idea of taking your hands off that wheel is insane.
Yes.
But look at highway crash statistics currently. There are an enormous number of injuries and deaths on a yearly basis, even here in the United States. AI provides the promise of eliminating the vast majority of those deaths.
AI is affecting every single thing. I had, 15, 20 interviews so far. Every single one, every single company had AI integrated into their product. Every single person, whether it was medical technology. We just had a person who had thermal detectors on the front of cars for night vision to prevent any type of accident. It could see a person crossing the street at night that you couldn't react to quick enough to stop the car like that with AI-assisted technology to make the decisions quick.
That's absolutely right. And you know what's so interesting is that AI has, of course, always been a subject here at CES for as long as it's been around. But this year, the number of companies that self-identify as AI companies that were using AI really for their, for the duration of their existence, are now really leaning into this technology and identifying around this technology.
Okay, give me another example of something that you saw that you liked.
I think that there's a ton more to go through, but let me talk about a company that I think a lot of people are surprised.
This guy's pretty good
to see at CES. John Deere. So John Deere is actually debuting technology that I believe they first showed at the show last year. So not debuted, but back on display again this year. And I think this is fascinating. I grew up in a rural area, and a concern that I always had was the use of pesticides. How does that impact the surrounding community? How does that impact the environment? Sure. Well, John Deere has developed a tractor that uses AI technology to eliminate weeds and pests with lasers.
Really?
With lasers rather than using pesticides. So it can be autonomously driven up and down a field field.
Now that's something I never heard of.
It's incredible. It's incredible. But it's
Is it real? Is the product here and working?
So it is
a prototype.
These are prototypes, right? And I think that's part of what's so exciting about.
Oh my God! Yeah, everything here is prototype.
That's right. Well, that's sort of the magic of CES, right? There are a lot of places that you can go to see the technology that's currently on the shelves. You can go to a great retailer like Best Buy or Target, and you're likely to find a lot of the cool technology that you'd want in your home. CES is all about what's next. It's all about the technology that is right around the bend. It's all about finding investment for technology that's going to make our world a more dynamic place.
Fascinating. You know, I tell the audience that people aren't necessarily here, the exhibitors aren't necessarily here to sell product A to point B. Most of it is the synergy of here's my technology. How can you use it? How can I use yours? And it's the meeting, it's the blending of the minds that really goes on behind the scenes here.
That's absolutely right.
Critical.
It's critical. And speaking of critical, let's talk about another growing category at the show, accessibility tech. So again, CES is a great place to go to find the coolest gadgets, next year's Christmas gifts for your kids, right? But it's also somewhere where we talk about products that have a meaningful impact on people's lives. I'd love to point to Garmin's new smartwatch that helps with fitness tracking for people who are in wheelchairs, right? And I think that's so important because there's so much, one of the most important parts of technology is that it is thought of and developed in inclusive ways. And so it's exciting to see companies like Garmin leading the way there and demonstrating that there is a market for accessibility tech and that it's something that really does create meaningful value to people's lives.
It does. It enhances their life. I mean, fortunately, most of us are okay, but for those people who are handicapped, and by the way, I have a huge handicapped audience, huge, which is why I always try to cover products that will make their lives easier. But as you mentioned, CES is just it's like a candy store where you can walk through the various booths and see the technology that's being developed to help people who are handicapped in all kinds of ways.
Absolutely. And look, and another great example of this, actually, a topic that a lot of people shy away from, but something that we actually welcome here is sexual health and products that improve sexual health. And for people in the handicapped community, they don't always have access to movement that other folks do.
Right.
And so these products provide them with real value, with health and fulfillment that every person deserves.
Now, tell me what you do on a regular basis.
On a regular,
the show's over. The show's only 4 days for us. Tell me what you do all year.
Well, it's amazing how much preparation goes into just 4 days.
To me. Yeah.
But to put together 2.5 million square feet of exhibitor space is a year's worth of planning. But beyond that, CTA is actually a year-round organization that focuses on much more than just a big technology show.
How large is the organization?
The organization has over 200 people, and a few parts of the organization that I think are most dynamic and interesting. First, our research department. We develop tons of market research, exploring the future of the market, helping exhibitors out here get a sense of what's around the bend. We have a government affairs team that advocates on Capitol Hill and with regulatory agencies here in the United States for pro-innovation tech policy. And then last, but of course not least, our standards work, something many people haven't heard of. But if you've ever used the airplane mode function on your phone, that's a CTA standard. The fact that so many of your plugs work with one another is a result of technology standards. Standards are when companies come together and find ways to make technology interoperable in ways that make things more convenient for us.
Kind of sort of like making Apple use the...
something like that, exactly right.
Kind of like
that. A little bit like that, exactly right.
Yeah, that's great. Now, another question for you. I used to be a professor for a long time. Let's leave it at that. I would love to see, and I got to be careful how I say that, but I would love to see some young adults touring here, guided tour or whatever, because if they're young engineers or whatever, that this is just an eye-opener to them of what's possible. But I have yet to see, and it's so big, maybe it's here and I don't know, but is there anything available for students or professional people who are in college or preparing some type of a trade to have a look at this, to ever get access to this?
Well, that's a great...
I know it's an offhanded question, but...
No, I think it's a great question.
I'm curious.
No, I think it's very important. So, for starters, at the show every year, the CTA team leads, gosh, I can't even keep track of the number, but tons and tons of guided tours. I think that the idea of focusing more on younger people, the future of innovation, right?
That's what I'm
The people who
preferring
are
to.
on the ground floor,
Yeah.
I think is a fantastic idea. But one program that I do want to point to is our scholarship journalist program. So we're really excited every single year to take a handful of young journalists, international journalists from around the world, and help support their trip to CES, give them an opportunity to see the show floor firsthand and to be a part of all of the excitement that takes place here. That's one program that focuses on younger people, but to your point, I love the idea of finding more and more ways to engage young people. That's what we're all about.
I would love to see, I can't tell you what the age is, but, even if you had college engineers, whatever,
Absolutely.
medical people, whatever, and that they were, I understand what we're here for, business, you don't want kids here. I get that. But there are young folks out there who are preparing a career in engineering or medicine, whatever it may be, that would, I think, really benefit, and it would really open their eyes up. My God, just to walk just through the Venetian Expo alone.
Absolutely.
That would like, wow, this is possible, or wow, I didn't realize this existed. I think it would be phenomenal. It would help the country.
I think it would help the country, absolutely. I think as I'm sure you know, there is a real need for young people who have an interest in science, technology.
And what better place?
And
there
what
isn't
better
one.
Exactly. I couldn't agree with you more. There's nowhere else that where you can really, and I hate to sound corny here, but where you can really get lost in the wonder of tech the way you can at CES
exactly
when you're in the
it.
middle of the show floor and you're looking around, and as far as your eye can see, you're looking at new products, things that aren't on the shelves
That's
yet. It's
why-
hard not to get a little bit emotional about it.
That's why I'd love to see,
I agree.
I'm sorry to bring this up, but it's always been on my mind as I walk through here and I go, my God, the possibilities. I didn't even know this existed, or wow, this, and then you just get them sparked. And
I think it's
cranked.
something we should consider. We are constantly trying to keep up with a very, very innovative industry. So we're constantly changing. We're constantly on the move. Love taking these things into consideration.
I just wanted to bring that up because you're
Absolutely. You've given me something to consider today.
You're the guy. I think it would be wonderful.
I love it.
And the college and the universities, I'm sure, would be welcome it with open arms.
Absolutely.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience to come here. And every year I come here, every year it's all different. It's all new. And that's the beauty of
Something
this.
special about that.
And like you said, you work behind, 200 people are working behind the scenes 365 days a year to bring you the 4 days. And these people are busy, and they get requests from here, there, and everywhere, and it's a very time-consuming, difficult type of work to be in, but thank God that you do that.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. And in between all of the work, I feel like the luckiest person in the world. I get to work around this incredible show. I get to work around an incredible team, and I have the opportunity to be a part of this every single year. I mean,
That's awesome.
It doesn't get much better
How
than
many
that.
years you been here now?
So I've been here for 3 years, and no plans to go anywhere anytime
hope
soon.
not.
I would love
I
to be a
hope
part
not.
of this show for as long as it runs, and
I would
that will
hope
be a
so.
long time.
Well, I'm getting the wrap-up sign. Listen, I want to thank you so much for being here. You're very articulate. You're to the point. You're a sharp guy and a gentleman, a scholar, and I appreciated you coming on. Seriously.
Don, my mom is going to appreciate all of that when she hears this. You're the man. Thank you. It's great being with you today.
I hope I see you here next year.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
And let me know if you need some help or ideas on that on the kids. I really.
In
would
all
love to see
seriousness,
some
I will
college students.
In all seriousness, I will follow up with you on that. It is 18 or older to enter the show, but that's college students. So
I'm letting the door open to you. I would love to see some young people.
I think it's brilliant.
Involved in technology, medicine, whatever their genre is, to just see it.
Absolutely. Love it.
Cool.
Don, you're the man. Thank
No,
you.
you are. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I enjoyed it. Thank you. I'm so fortunate to have access to these people that can actually do something behind the scenes. And, I just try to give them my 2 cents worth to try to open up some other channels. But I have to tell you, and bear with me on this. I'm American. I'm from the United States. I love this country. But I really feel that we're starting to lose it in a lot of areas. Technology, language, interpreters are getting rare, but in terms of science, math, we're starting to lose it a little, and it's very scary to me. So I'm so impressed by the technology that's here. I think it would be wonderful to open this up, and again, I'm not talking letting every college kid or university in the world here because you wouldn't get into the place, but I would just like to have an opportunity to have some folks in technology or whatever that are college students just walk through here. So we'll see what happens. Okay, our next interview is, and I don't see it coming up, but that's okay. We're miking this person up. I'm going to grab a quick sip of tea, a quick one. Oh, that's good even cold. Thank you. Good morning, I'm Don Bain, and you are, I don't see your name up here yet.
Good morning, Don. I'm
Good
Laetitia. Laetitia with Facility.
How are you today?
I'm doing great, thank
Are you having a good time at CES?
I'm having a fantastic time.
Fantastic?
Yes, absolutely.
Is this your first time here?
No, it's not my first time here, but it's my first time at the Eureka Park with the
Okay.
startups.
Okay.
So it's a great place to be.
Okay, tell us a little about your company, what you do, and why we're here.
Yeah, I'm working for a French startup called Facility.
Okay.
We were established in 2018 and we are pioneers in assistive technologies. So in other words, we make technology work for people with disabilities.
Excellent. I love it already.
Thank you.
So tell us about what you do. What products do you have, or how do you actually go
Yeah.
about your day-to-day operations?
So this year we are here to launch an app that is called MyDis.
Okay.
That is helping 40 million Americans. That could help 40 million Americans that are
That's a lot of Americans.
struggling with dyslexia.
Okay.
Do you know anything about dyslexia, Don?
I do. I know a lot about dyslexia.
Okay, good. You know people with dyslexia, maybe?
I do.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
yes, I do. More than one.
More than one, perfect.
Yes. Yeah. I have a grandchild that's
Okay.
slightly dyslexic.
Slightly, okay.
Keeps turning those numbers around and also words around.
Yeah, basically dyslexia, it's the definition, the official definition is an unexpected difficulty in learning how to read. And so what happens is that there is this very small area in the prefrontal cortex that is impaired and makes it difficult for people to read fluently and understand what they read. For example, they can confuse certain letters that are too similar. For example, the B and the D. When you think about it, it's the same letter but reverse. Same for the P and the Q, the U and the N, the 6 and the 9. Another problem, they do not see the spaces between the words. So in other words, a sentence looks like a very, very long word and they don't know where to cut the words.
So you've identified the place in the brain that gets messed up?
Yes, absolutely. And more importantly, we have identified ways to trick the brain and to make it basically natural to read
I'm
for
very
people with
interested in
dyslexia.
hearing more. How does this? What happens? How do you do this?
Can I show you?
Please. Are you kidding? Please.
So-
I want to see.
So it's an app. So you just open an app. It's going to look like a camera. You snap a picture of a text. Here I have an article about
Right.
us. It's going to look like that. Personally, I cannot read it. It's way too small. So now the image has been converted to text, and I have all this customization. I can choose the font. I can increase the text
Okay,
size.
give me 1 second. I need to show this to the audience. So it starts off with the text, and this is instantaneously scanned in through an app on the phone. So this goes into the phone instantly, and if you just hold it there. You got that? This way? Okay, right there.
Yep.
I'll hold the phone for you. So it's scanned in to the app, and now you have the ability to change the font, the
To
size.
customize the display, so I can increase the size of the font, I can increase the spacing of the characters, I can increase the spacing of the words, and ultimately I can highlight all the letters that are problematic for me up in different colors, so that now I'm going to trick my brain to recognize the letter not because of the shape, but because of the color.
Ah, okay. I got to turn it around, folks, so I can see it. Okay, so at that point, they'll be able to decipher where the problem is and correct it.
Well, at that point, we have made some tests on heavily dyslexic people that were able to understand about 10% of what they are reading. With the app, they understand 84 to 90%. Yeah, it's really a life changer for them.
All right, let me ask you some technical stuff now.
Yes.
How old is the person that's going to be doing this? Like my grandkid is, he's 6. He's not going to be able to do that. Can't help him yet.
Well, at 6, I guess he's learning how to read, right? He's
Yes.
at about that age.
Yes.
He probably doesn't have a phone yet, but
No.
but the parents have a tablet.
Yes.
So the app works on any smartphone, iOS or Android, any tablet or Chromebooks for when he goes to school.
But this is primarily for an older person, I would imagine. You know, a teenager, 10, 11, 12. Someone, obviously, they have to have a phone, but they have to be able to read somewhat and understand how to manipulate the app.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
Now,
it's for when you are learning how to read and after.
Now, will that train their brain then to notice what the problem areas are, or they're going to be relying on the app to do that? Is there a breakaway from that? Is that going to increase their ability to read because of the app? Is it a tool to help them?
That's
or are
a
they
great
going to
question.
always need that?
That's a great question. The thing is, Dan, is that we launched the app last year and we don't have the feedback yet, but we are hoping that first of all, it's going to remove the stigma and the problem that kids have when they learn how to read.
It's very frustrating.
Exactly. And then we don't have the data yet, but hopefully next year I have a better answer to this question.
What age group are you doing the analysis on?
We are targeting K-12, so from 6 years old to 18 years old.
Is it
right
young
now.
as 6 to 18?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the mean of that? Is it half of that? Is it like 14, 15? Where are most of your testing results done? Is there a bar curve there, a bell curve rather, that's going to show you the?
It's the most significant age group is 8 to 10.
Okay. And I'm curious though, what happens? How long they have to use that app that you could actually see that there's a change in the learning curve.
With the test that we have done instantly, as soon as they get the app, all the stigma and all the self-consciousness that they have about not being able to read disappears instantly. And there is also one thing I didn't show you on the app is that once you have scanned the text and converted the image into text, then the app can also read the text out loud to you.
Oh, no
So
kidding.
it's a text-to-speech.
Oh, I didn't
so
know that.
for
That's
your
really
grandson that cannot read yet,
Yeah.
he can also have the app read out loud. And if English was not his first language, he could also have it translated into one of the 75 languages that are
You have
supported.
75 languages.
75, yeah.
Now, how long is the translation? Is it instant?
Instant.
Instant.
Yeah.
So you said English or French or whatever it may be, and it's going to read it back to you.
Absolutely.
Interesting. Okay, so there's other issues with dyslexia other than reading. Math is a real problem.
Our app only addresses reading, but so I told you at the beginning my company is called Facility, the app is called MyDis. At first what we are is that we are a pioneer in assistive technologies, and we do have a system that can be plugged on any website to help people with disabilities, may they be visual, motor, or cognitive.
That's wonderful.
Dyslexia being one of them.
Now, is this app accessible to the public yet, or that's something that we're working on?
Yes, you can download the app on iOS or on Android.
Okay.
It's free to download and to use up to 30 times a month. And then the subscription for 600 times a month is $2.99 per month.
That's extremely reasonable.
Accessible.
Where would someone go to get this app? Where would they go? On your website or what?
You can go to the App Store or to the Google Play Store.
What's it called?
MyDis, MyDys.
Okay. This is a game changer, really. If you have a child or know someone that has dyslexia, there's no reason in the world not to at least try that out. What about if they need support on that?
We have web email-based support 24/7.
So you can get support on it.
Yes, absolutely.
That's fascinating.
Yes.
How is your company going to make money? Because you're not going to get rich on $2 a month.
Well, I told you there are 40 million Americans that are suffering with dyslexia.
It's the numbers game. It's the numbers.
So you
it's
multiply
40 million times
yes,
3.
Exactly.
That's a lot of money.
That's how we're getting rich.
Okay, that's great. What other things are you working on?
We are working on with our other product on making websites accessible to people with disabilities. So our clients are the website owners.
Yes.
And we have a solution that we can plug on the top of the website, and that has filters that help navigating the website for people with visual, motor, and
That's
cognitive
fantastic.
disabilities. Yeah.
Wow.
We're committed to helping this minority because it's 20 to 25% of the population. So we're talking about a lot of people
I think
to
it's
help.
more than that, but wow.
You think?
I do.
Well, the CDC says 20 to 25%, and I'm going to choose to believe the CDC. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. I appreciate it. One more time, can you give our folks the website where they can look up some of these products? And you got to download this app. Really, really fabulous.
Yeah, our website is www.facil-et.com, and the app is called MyDis, MYDYS, and you can download it on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
Okay, this interview will be posted on YouTube and everywhere the tech podcasts are. So, if you don't remember this, go back. You can go on YouTube or any social media site and see this interview, and again get the app. And for a couple bucks a month, whew, wow, it's phenomenal. It's really going to help. So great. Thank you so much for joining us today. I love your product. I love what you do, and keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Keep it up. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Fantastic product. That's really really a helpful tool if you have someone that is dyslexic. That's a real pain to be dyslexic. I always used to think that you grow out of it, but I forgot to ask her that if you do indeed grow out of it. I used to think that you do, but I might not be correct. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. But another fascinating product yet, and she did not mention the word AI, so I'm sure AI is in there, but again, they probably didn't want to mention it. We're coming up on exactly 10 o'clock here in Los Angeles. I guess it's not Los Angeles, it's Las Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah, I was close. I got the loss right.
Got lost right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 10 o'clock, and we are here at the Venetian. I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, coming to you live from the Venetian Expo here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And we are getting our next guest ready. I see a little robot here. We're going to take a picture. Hello.
Hey. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Don Bain, and you are?
I'm Leopold Watrin.
Leo,
I come from France.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And your company is?
Is Leobotics, the universe of robotics.
Right after your name, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Tell us what you have here. Who is this guy?
So it's innovative in Leobotics. We have created the first robotic concept store in France, okay, where we sell robots, but especially where you can have advice and live demonstration, but for any kind of robotics that exists.
So I can go to this store in France and I can buy a robot.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you can come in during all the week, all the day. You will be welcome with a coffee and some robot demonstration.
Can you demo this to me?
Yeah, sure. So
this is awesome.
We offer like.
What's this guy's name or no name yet?
He's Robin the robot.
I should have guessed that, but go ahead. Okay.
So it's a concentration of technologies with HD camera for QR codes, microphone, etc. And just with a touch sensor here, we could make a demonstration. We have to take the iPad if it's okay for you.
Yes, it's okay for
just
me.
one moment.
I don't know if
and so yeah, we sell like from educative to also like vacuum robots, assistance robot for disabled children.
So I can get a vacuum robot.
Yeah, you can also come and have a live demonstration for vacuum robot, discuss about your needs, and then if you are okay, we have some stocks and you can come home with some robots, any kind of robot. So let's go ahead. You have a touch sensor here. Maybe make some a little bit sound because there is some music. just some sounds. So yeah, it's a concentration of technologies starting at $1,700, because
Between
it's like
$100 and $700.
yeah, because it's mid-professional. It's our mascot. That's why I bring it here.
Okay, yeah,
But yeah, 14 servo motors, 4 microphones, 2 speakers, 2 LCD screens with 50 pre-programmed emotion. So yeah, we use it, for example, for this guy, like assistance for teacher. We can make emotional interaction with disabled children. He can read QR codes, so you can create any kind of application. Here he makes some push-ups, because yeah, we
So
just
can do exercise.
yeah, exactly.
You don't want to do exercise.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's good.
Because I started like really fast. I think he
okay.
was not in the right position, and now he's making like some demonstration of kung fu.
Kung Fu robot. So can I move him forward and backward and have him walk via the app?
Sorry.
Can I have him move forward and backward and walk around via the app?
With the app, yeah. For the robot, yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I think so.
Put him to the test.
And so yeah, you have an application with only for remote control.
Okay, let me just quickly show this.
Sure.
I'm not going to use.
Yeah.
So this comes with the app here, and you're able to facilitate some types of movement. All right.
And if I can just show you in one
please,
second,
please.
it's like created.
We got Mr. Robot here in the video. Okay.
Exactly. You can just easy way just program with color blocks. Is as simple as this. It's done for a final user. Right. So we just can teach you.
So you're going to customize that program for.
Yeah, exactly. We offer in our stores also robotic services like programming, installation, and teach you to be autonomous to programming.
Okay, so it's blocks. You basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, let me show the audience what this looks like. So it's a fairly interesting user interface that you'll press certain blocks and they will pre-program the blocks to address what it is that you want the robot to do.
Exactly.
I got it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and we for all our category of robots, we offer like turnkey solutions. So we just teach you in one day how to use it, and
so
you
you
will be autonomous.
Okay, so let's talk about what this dude can do. Can I have it programmed to get the paper for me in the morning? Can it open the door and get the newspaper and bring it back?
Not exactly. There is no gripper, but we have bigger robots, like starting at $24,000.
Okay.
Really, guys like 1 meter high, and like you could like maybe lift some coffee,
So
etc.
what are the practical things that the robot can do? Is it a functional robot where it's actually doing things and facilitating procedures that will help people, or is it more like a fun type of cool thing that it's really cool?
That's a good question, but in robotics we understand every need of our customers, and so you could just call us for like a professional cleaning robot for your factory, maybe a welcome robot, or maybe for all the people and make some telecommunication assistance, etc. So
how long have you been in business?
So I found the company in France like 3 years ago, we opened the shop 2 years ago. And I was alone in the beginning, and now we are 4 people in our concept store.
Are you in France?
Yeah, exactly, in Lyon, third
okay.
city. And we just launched our franchise, and we are here in CES
you're going to franchise
to find some partners. And first in some part in France, Paris, Bordeaux, etc., and continuing in Belgium, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and then if some other guys want to participate in all around the world.
Who manufactures these? How are they manufactured?
So this one comes from China, but we have a lot of manufacturers in all around the world, from France, in Slovakia, in Poland, in US, Canada, and Japan.
So you're probably finding new uses for this every day. Now, does this have a camera in it on the top?
Yeah, exactly.
So can this be used as a security guy? Like I want to check my bedroom or the living room? Or
Yeah,
whatever?
you could, but when you work, you work like slowly. But we have a bigger guy. We have some small ball with camera. It's like with some wheels. Depend of your needs again. So just understand your needs, see in our large catalog, and confirm with you.
So you primarily develop these as needed.
So we are not manufacturer again.
Right,
we are
right.
reseller with
Right.
our services. But yeah, we have manufacturer in all around the world, like more than 200
Okay.
contract.
Okay. What's the most sophisticated one that you've developed so far?
This one is one of the best we have.
Right.
That's why it's our mascot. But we have like tallest guy.
So show me some stuff. What else can he do?
I already make you some nice demonstration. But yeah, just maybe try to.
Will this talk back like on an intercom? If I was out of the house and wanted to talk to this at my house, it would.
So yeah, you with a microphone you can make vocal recognition.
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
With a HD camera you can make facial recognition. You can make some little playing cards with QR
Wow.
code. Make your own application, your
Fascinating.
challenge, etc. That's all here. Like for example here. Yeah. So this one is just to move around and walk. You know. And that's incredible because for just like almost $2,000, you have first humanoid robot, and as we show you just before, the main concern of a robotics engine is the stability of one human robot.
Right,
So
right.
yeah, so just here, I can just make it turn around and look at you and move his hands, etc. So yeah, that's what some studies made about emotional eyes also. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
that's why it's our mascot.
Okay, and it's rechargeable. I see we have a little.
And so
port there.
yeah, you just recharge it with a C cable during like for these guys like 2 to 3 hours autonomy.
Great. Well, I want to thank you so much for
I'm
joining us
thanking
today.
you.
It was very fascinating, and thank you for bringing this little dude here.
Thus you can come in the first floor in Eureka Park
All right,
and
well, I
have
will
some.
try to get over and meet his brothers, but very cool. And I'm sure these things are going to evolve to do more and more things. Again, we're in the infancy right now, and this looks like a toy. But next year he'll come back and he'll tell me, well, it does this and it does this and it does this,
Exactly.
and that's how it goes. So thank you so much.
You can come in French Tech part
yes.
in first floor. We bring from France some
Okay.
other robot like quadruped robot.
Yeah.
It's a nice and impressive one.
I can't wait to do this. It's awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
I
you so much for
thoroughly
welcoming me.
enjoyed this.
Thank you.
I loved it. I loved the robot and loved talking to you. Thank you so
Have
much.
a good one. Have
You
a good
too.
show.
Thank you.
See
Good
you.
luck to you. Well, there you have it, folks. I could think of a couple things that could do for me. Cooking. I wonder if it could do the wash, things like that. Right now, it seems to me more of kind of sort of like a toy. And what is it that you want to do that we may be able to program into you? Again, this is in its embryonic stages, these things. They're just being developed. He's probably far up the curve in terms of he's probably almost, I don't want to say premature, but it's got a ways to go, but you got to start somewhere. Now, this guy's got 3 years in the business already. He kind of, I don't want to say slip, but he did mention that he has people manufacturing. These come out of China. He's probably adding some program capabilities, some movement capabilities. What happens is the more people that he talks to, the more utilizations that come to his attention, they fine-tune that, and before you know it, he's making some very sophisticated robots that are actually doing things like maybe getting your newspaper or helping a handicapped person, whatever the case may be. You just don't know, but that's how these things start off, and it's these people who take the chance, who are passionate about what they do, and take that leap of faith and go head first into it, start the business, and basically stick it out. And those are the ones who succeed. Everyone that's been here who has founded a company, one thing they all have in common is tenacity. And It's a very important component to believe in yourself, believe in your product, and push it through. So interesting. They're certainly fun to look at. If you want a cool toy and you can afford it, $100 to I think he said $2,000 isn't that bad. But again, right now to me, it's kind of a fun toy. So you may be better off getting a gaming system. I don't know. I'm just showing you the stuff that's out there, and it's never ending, really. So we are coming up rapidly at 10:12 here. Mr. Kirk had a nice break, and he's back in the booth right now. And I'm going to ask him if he could turn on our camera and take a little look. Let me know when that's on. And we'll take a look behind me, and we'll see how this place is filling or not filling up. I always like to look around. I'm up high on a platform, and honestly, really, it looks empty here. I'm not kidding you. It looks like there's not no one here, but it's definitely decreased in volume for sure. I do see way back people coming in. Don't worry, by 11 o'clock, this place will be packed. What happens is every day it takes off. It fills up a little bit later every day, because you got to remember, you're in Las Vegas, so at night when this is over at 6 o'clock, it's a mad rush to get outside. As you can imagine, these people are here from 9 to 6 talking to thousands of people all day long. They're tired. They're hungry. They want to get out and have some fun. So every cab, every Uber, in fact, I used to always take Uber, but the Uber lines have been so long, okay, and the Lyft lines are so long that I'm starting to take cabs, because you can wait an hour or two just to get an Uber or a Lyft. So I'll take a cab to get where I got to go. That said, where do they go? Many of them go right to the bar. Many of them go to dinner, to the buffets, out to eat. Many of them have meetings, business meetings, after they get out of here. It's a long day, and these meetings, you're partying, you're having some beverages, and that morning rolls around real quick when that alarm goes off at 6 a.m. So that's why I think people are a little slower each day to come in. Now, tomorrow's the last day, and you'll see the least amount of crowds here. And again, Friday is super pandemonium day here because CES is over. But at the airport, Friday and Saturday and even Sunday is a mob scene. Thousands of people will swamp that airport. And now I understand that they're expecting a monster blizzard and snowstorm. So that's going to really complicate things. Plus, added to the fact that they took out those jumbo jets because the doors are flying off them. So that's going to compound the air traffic backup way down the line because you have bad weather and you have less planes in the air. And at least in Vegas, you have just a plethora of people coming in to get out of here. So I usually take off at the end of the day today, so I will not be on the air tomorrow. Actually, I found out earlier this morning that my daughter in Phoenix is having emergency surgery on her gallbladder. So I am obviously concerned about that, but typically a minor surgery, but I'm anxious to get back there and see that she's okay and take care of my grandkids. I have Sienna Ray and Sawyer the Destroyer, so I'll probably see them tonight, and we'll have some fun with that for sure. They're always a lot of fun. So getting back here to technology, I saw the coolest thing yesterday, and I'm usually the one that picks these crazy tech things or esoteric devices, for my pick of the year, pick of the CES. I've seen some just unbelievable things here, all kinds of action cameras and a ton of food processing stuff this year, I think more than ever, and also some amazing health technology. They're really making leaps and bounds with that. And a lot of the stuff that you see regarding medical is it's not invasive. So if you had diabetes and you had to use the test strips and those the sticks, the pins, you got to prick yourself, squeeze the blood out, take one of the tabs, and then read the glucose. Monday or Tuesday it was Monday, we had an interview where they have a device. You put your saliva in it, you click a button, gives you instant readout, and it's 10%. It's 87% more accurate than the test strip. So a lot of cool things like that. I happened to see this cockamamie machine yesterday. I think it was called Cool Snap, and it makes ice cream. And I didn't think much of it, but boy, I got to tell you, that stuff tasted great, and it was totally amazing. And that's probably going to be my pick of all things, an ice cream making machine, just what I need. But it was quite fascinating. All right, we're miking up our next guest. My monitor's lagging a little bit here, so I'm not sure who's coming up, but that's okay. And I believe we're all ready. Good morning, sir. My name is Don Bain, and I'm known as the Gadget Professor here. And you are, sir?
Michael Fries from Jumbo Mana.
Mike, welcome on board. We're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about your company and what you do.
So our company is based in France, and what we're doing, we are developing avatars that allow natural interactions between human and machines. So we are using digital artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence.
Using artificial intelligence
plus
to generate
avatars.
these avatars.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. That kind of brings to fact that movie. I can't remember the name of it. That's it.
The Avatar.
Oh, thank you, Nancy.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Nancy. Brain's not working. Kind of, sort of like Avatar.
Well, it's. If you have a look at the typical human-machine interactions that we have,
yes.
It's far from perfect, and we are a bit constrained by the keyboards, by the touchscreen, etc., even by the voice.
Right.
So what we're bringing here is a real interaction, a real discussion that we didn't have so far. So it will really open a new world and a new kind of applications. So typically, we have worked in the past year on a digital twin of the painter Vincent van Gogh, and that is on display at the Orsay Museum in Paris. So you can talk to him about his life, about what he has done in his paintings.
So you're actually generating the character, if you will.
Correct.
If you will.
Yes.
So I heard just recently that they've done this before. I believe they did one with Frank Sinatra on a 3D screen where they regenerated him. But I now heard that they're doing Elvis kind of sort of like that.
Maybe I'm not aware of it.
Yeah,
the question
just this week I just heard it. This week I heard it on the radio that they're preparing a show that they're going to AI Elvis, and they'll have him sing some of his songs and some new ones that they'll feed through AI. Now, is it you can generate the same voice? Like, can you generate an avatar of me that looks like me, that will sound like me and speak like me with my cadence and so on and so forth? Yes.
So what we've done with our customers, we've taken indeed their voice, and we were also taking the some script text that they may have written, so that we use a same type of words that they are using, so it really sounds like you in the end. So, but there are various ways of imagining avatars. It could be existing people who have died, or it could be completely imaginary people.
Right,
so if you thinking about a welcome agent in public transport, for example, it could be anyone. It can be another
you can
character.
Select the sex, the height, the weight, the whole bit.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so it's going to create a fictitious character that looks totally real.
Yes, but what is key here, if you want to have a proper interaction, if you want people to trust the avatar, you have to make sure that the avatar is telling something correct. And we know that with generative AI, the objective of generative AI is to generate stuff, to create, but at the same time we need to provide boundaries. So, and that's what we do at Jumbo Mana. We are able to provide a context and to make sure that the AI stays in the context that has been given to it.
So that's all in the programming as to how you address the context for the AI.
Yes. Yeah. So it's the and there are various steps in to achieve this. You first need to define what we call the editorial line. You need to identify what the avatar will be doing, in which context it will be, which year it will be. It can be. I mean, as precise as this. You need to tell him what you're expecting from him. What will be the people he would be interacting with. So based on that, and then on the data that we get, we organize the data in order to feed that to the AI.
It's like you're entering in the psyche of the person. You're entering in the personality almost.
Well, and that's the idea. Then it goes to the second part. So the first one is facts, something correct, and second one is emotions. Because one of the reasons that we can interact as human beings is that we have emotions, so we connect. And with an avatar, if it doesn't display any emotion, it's more difficult to connect. So we're also working on the emotional part of the avatar, so that there is connection between the text, the tone of the voice of the avatar,
and also the visual, the eyes,
and the visual,
the
yes,
expression.
Mm-hmm. And this is, I mean, this is a new field, interactive AI. It has been mentioned a few years ago, but it has really taken off last year. So this is really a recent field of experimentation.
How long has the company been in business?
A year and a half.
Question for you. You're the founder of the company?
No, I'm not the founder.
Okay.
I joined the company 3 months ago.
Okay.
Because we want to grow, and I'm here to help the company get structured and grow.
Okay, what I want to know is AI's been around, I don't know, for a while, but just usable in the last maybe 3 years-ish, maybe. How does a company harness that so quickly and come out with product?
Well, first you need to have a vision, and the vision comes from the founder, Christophe Renaudino, in order to give us focus. And then you need to find the right talents. And we are only 12 after, but already 12 after 1 year. But out of these 12 people, 7
That's a lot.
actually are working on R&D. So we are focusing our development, or our activity on R&D, not on using other AIs, but on developing our own technology that can be ported to any cloud. So that's also something that we bring.
Now, are you providing product now for people?
So that's what we will be doing. So we're transitioning. In the past year, we've built several products for different customers, and based on this experience, now we will be releasing a platform, an interactive AI platform that customers will be able to use to build their own avatars. So we want to allow anyone to have an easy access to this technology, because we know that it is difficult to build such an interactive avatar.
How long does it take typically? Is there a month, a week, 6 months, a year? And well, I'm sure you're refining it. You get the first one, and
right. I mean, it has taken us a few months, probably 6 to 8 months to build Van Gogh the first time. Now it takes us 3 months, and obviously our objective is to get that time shorter.
Now, when that avatar is done, that would be given to the customer?
Yes.
And do they have the ability to fine-tune that, or to enter new scripts, or to alter that?
So for the moment, we are on the cloud. The cloud part is still on one of our servers, and if they want to update, they will be able to update, but it requires a new training of the AI.
Okay. And in terms of the voice, that I would imagine is textually entered or uploaded to the cloud, and it sees that text, processes it, and then it comes out as the voice. Does that sound right?
What do you mean? The
avatar itself, when you want to interact with it,
right.
Do you have a voice bank that it draws from and draws the intelligence to have the conversation back and forth?
Right. I mean, it could be an existing voice, or what most of the time customers would like to have their own voice customized to the type of avatar that they would like to do. So customization is possible. Even voice cloning, as we mentioned earlier, we can take your voice and clone your voice so that it matches your voice.
What about the voice bank itself? Does it will talk back to you if I ask it a question? The avatar will respond back to me.
Yes.
How does it know what to say? Artificial intelligence is going to tell it based on this question. This is the answer.
Well, it is based on the for that we need a knowledge base, the kind of the brain of the avatar.
Right.
So if you are a welcome agent at a hotel, you need information about the hotel, the various services. So these are the kind of information that we will ask
that will be inputted for that avatar.
Yes, and then you do not need the beauty of generative AI is that you do not need to think about all the questions that you may be asked. You take the knowledge base, you enter it.
I got it.
You need to place the boundaries. You need to place the context. But once you have this, then the avatar will be autonomous. So that's also one of the things that is important, is to be autonomous in various contexts.
Fantastic technology, amazing technology. I'm going to keep an eye on you guys and see where you are next year at this time. I want to thank you so much for being in. If people want more information about the product, where can they go? What's the website?
It's jumbomana.com.
Okay. So check that out, and we're going to follow these guys because this is just the embryonic stages of where this is going. Believe me, they're ahead of they're setting the curve, not ahead of it. Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I wish you the very best of luck, and I'm excited to see where we are next year at this time.
With pleasure. See you soon.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye now. Well, there we go. We're seeing groundbreaking, earth-shattering technologies here, and again, in the embryonic stage, it's just fascinating, some of the things that we are fortunate to be exposed to today. I am finding a slight language barrier. A lot of people here are from France. Usually I don't have that, but sometimes maybe I'm not formulating the questions properly, but clearly there's a lot more into making this interactive avatar than I'm aware of or that I'm thinking about. From what I understand, he's actually putting in the personality, if you will, the emotions, facial expressions, the voice, intonations, all of that stuff has to be programmed and put into that, quote, living, autonomous, anonymous avatar. Pretty cool stuff for sure, pretty cool stuff. All right, rapidly approaching 10:30 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are at the Consumer Electronics Show 2024 at the Venetian Expo, and we are actually in a recording studio up on some scaffolding, recording the show and broadcasting it out live. Everything that you see on this show is live, and we will be rerunning these all day, every day for a while. Everything that we actually are doing here is going to be put up on YouTube. You can certainly check the Tech Podcast Network, and my lights have just been returned. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Yeah, I thought so, but I didn't say anything because. All right, we're good. We're good. You can see me now.
Yes, I can see you.
That's great. That's great. All right, let's take our camera spin at 10:30, and I'll bet you this place is filling up. That's my guess. I'm going to take a look. Definitely. All right. Our next interview is arriving as we speak, and they are going to microphone them. Kirk, my monitor has. I don't see who's coming up, who's going. No, I don't see anything.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we have our next interviewee coming up, and I don't see yet who it is, but we're ready. They're going to be microphoning the gentleman now, and we will start in 1 second. Again, I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you totally live and 100% in living color from CES 2024 at the Venetian Expo. We're doing a new interview every 10 to 15 minutes, so stay tuned. We'll be on all day. Hello there. My name is Don Bain, and you are? How are you, sir?
Good. How about you?
Great. And what company are you with?
I'm with Find My Clinical Trial down here in Eureka Park.
All right. Tell us all about what you do.
Yeah, so we're a software tech company. We started about 6 months ago.
Okay,
and
so you're brand new.
Brand new, yeah, just incorporated. Team of 4 of us now.
Okay.
And so we created a software that connects patients to clinical trials, but also to hospitals, doctors, providers, and then directly to the clinical research sites. Sort of the one-stop shop for patients to look for clinical trials, communicate with their doctors, and then enroll directly into them.
Okay, so if I had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, for example, and I need to find out who's running the clinicals, I would go to your website?
Yeah, you can check us out at findmyclinicaltrial.org. So right now our beta version just got released, and so you could go in there, put in any medical information that you're okay with putting in,
right,
look through it, see what clinical trials are available to you, and then eventually you'll have the option to communicate that with your doctor. You can share it, save it, share it with family members, and then eventually you'll have a click of a button where you can start the enrollment process.
Okay, so prior to your website, I'd have to go to the hospital, the doctor, and say, what can we do? What's next? Who treats this, that, and the other thing?
Yeah, so that's how it used to be, right? Before, you'd go on clinicaltrials.gov, sort of hope for the best, see if you can find an email, or you talk with your doctor. But now we're really putting the power to the patient, right? We want to make sure that patient has the capability and the ability to find the clinical trials themselves and their family members too.
So is it only clinical trials?
Currently, yes. Yeah.
Okay. How deeply do you go into the efficacy of the clinical trial? It's been 80% efficient, 60%. Blah, 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 blah.
It's difficult, right? So we're not the ones running the clinical trials, but
I understand that.
So we put a lot of the educational material for the patients, for the doctors as well, to better understand what's going on. Because at the end of the day, going into a clinical trial, it's an altruistic thing, right? You go in, you don't know if you're going to get the placebo pill or if you're going to get the actual medication. And so we really try to communicate, work with health partners, community health centers, hospitals, and engage patient advocacy groups, nonprofits that we partner with, to really make sure that patients are understanding what they're going into. Because we've seen that's one of the biggest barriers is, what is a clinical trial? What does it mean to be a part of a clinical trial? And
Right.
we see these communities, there's a lack of diversity in these clinical trials, and it's companies like us that are trying to make a difference in engaging those communities and engaging the public.
So how do you find out what the clinical trials are and where they are? Do you actively seek that, or you're hoping that these clinical trial facilities, places, companies are going to you and saying, hey, here's what we have?
So right now we pull all our clinical trials from the clinicaltrials.gov website. So we use their API, and they have about 500,000 clinical trials that are active in recruiting currently.
There's 500,000 clinical trials?
Active in recruiting currently in the U.S. and abroad. And so we have all those clinical trials on our website. We are a D.C. local. We're based in D.C., and so we're planning on starting there, working with the universities and hospitals, and expanding from there.
Why would I go to your website? Is it free to go to your website?
Completely free to patients and hospitals.
How do you make money?
So we sell to clinical research organizations for a subscription-based model where they can have the option to have an ease in access and facilitate the patient intake for these clinical trials.
So they would pay you because you can facilitate a person signing up for that particular...
It's much easier for a patient if they have already the survey at their hands to see if they qualify or don't qualify.
Now, is that done through the computer, or is it done through a live person?
So it's done through the computer right now. So it'll be also available on phone, again, for accessibility. But so you'd be able, as a patient, you go on your phone, look for a clinical trial that interests you, talk with your doctor about it all through the phone, as well as in person if you'd like. And then eventually it's a one-stop button. You click on it, you'll fill out the survey requirements and see if you qualify for the clinical trial, and then the clinical trial site will reach out back to you and see if you're able to enroll.
Pretty interesting. And what's the website that people would go to?
So right now it's findmyclinicaltrial.org. And we have all our information there, and you can try out our beta. All 500,000 clinical trials are currently active right now.
Findmyclinicaltrial.org. I can even remember that. So that's good. You got a good name for that.
Yeah, thought of it like a year and a half ago, right?
No, it's a great name. Now I would put in what clinical I am looking for.
Yeah, so you could just say, let's say you were looking for a hypertension clinical trial, right? You would be able to put hypertension, say you live in California, or in this case being in Las Vegas, Nevada,
right,
and you'll see all the clinical trials that are available to you
in that area. Now, will I know how long those clinical trials are in, what phase they're in, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3?
You can also filter through that on our website as well if you're interested. We have a lot of different options, but we also try to keep it simple for patients who are...
Would I be able to find what the best clinical trial is out there, what has the best results to date?
Results today, it's difficult, right? But you'll be able to see who's sponsoring the clinical trials. So
so I see that Merck is sponsoring a clinical trial. I mean, okay, but it doesn't really tell me how how efficient that trial is. Is it's in phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3? Obviously, if it's in the last phase, it's doing pretty good because it wouldn't get there if it wasn't. But a lot of these clinical 1 trials, I'm just asking. Some of them are,
No, it's difficult, right? But, when you think clinical trials, people are thinking, okay, they're trying some drug on me or some vaccine.
Right.
But a lot of the times, it's just, they're trying different procedures and different methods of doing things.
Yeah, they don't know. That's why they're clinical trials.
And sometimes it's really like I was looking online the other day, and one of them, it was specifically a hypertension trial. They were just monitoring blood pressure for a couple weeks, and patients get paid to do this as well.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. It's always been weird to me to make money off that. I mean,
it's interesting. It's good for the patients, right? But we have to compensate because it's hard for people to take time off of work.
Oh,
and to
for
put
sure.
That.
Yeah. I get that. So, what other areas do you expect to expand to?
Yeah, no, so we're hopefully partnering with some companies in the patient adherence space. And so not only would we be able to facilitate that recruitment, but we'd also be able to now get initial data on those patients. We would send them different heart, blood pressure monitors, glucose monitors, different kind of things that might be related, usually in the cardiovascular chronic disease space. But we're really trying to be the one-stop shop to facilitate clinical trials, because right now sites are overwhelmed with the amount of different softwares and platforms they have to use. And so the more we can tackle onto this and simplify that process, it's more cost-effective for them, it's easier for the patients, and at the end of the day, it's good. Drug prices are going to lower from it because companies are spending upwards of $200 million to get a drug on the market.
How did you think about this idea? Where did you get this from?
Yeah, so I'm actually in college. I'm 20 years old. I started my whole team go to American University in Washington, D.C.
You're 20 years old. The company's 3 months old, and you're here at CES, and he's interviewing with me.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's been a great journey. I come from the healthcare advocacy world.
Where are you in school?
American University in Washington, D.C.
Yep.
And so we're out of the incubator over there. I got to give them a pitch. American University, the Valoric Center for Entrepreneurship. They helped us be here. But we've been raising money, friends and family, and it's been really successful so far. We're anticipating the next year to have the software ready to be out and given to hospitals and patients for free.
What are you trying to accomplish here at CES? What's your goal here?
We're raising capital here, but also it's really interesting to meet with some of the patient adherence and the digital health space here, because there's some really cool companies that are doing some really neat things that we might be able to partner with. And it's also great. We hear a lot from people, like everyone's a patient at the end of the day, and so people are coming to us and I'm looking for a clinical trial.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. I mean,
yeah.
I've had unfortunate experience with that stuff.
Yeah. No, but so the idea came to me. I was working in healthcare advocacy, and I still do, on the patient advocacy, but also on the lobbying side in Washington, D.C. I really identified this gap of diversity, the lack of diversity in clinical trials, and the need to really start engaging those patients and doing it in a way that isn't abrasive and isn't necessarily there needs to be a better way of doing it.
How secure is your server that all this data is on?
Yeah, right now. So we're in the process of getting HIPAA certified and all that, and so we're working on that. Right now we get about, we don't store any patient data, so that's one of the things. And we don't require, a lot of other companies will require medical data before you can even look for a clinical trial, and that's a huge burden, because let's say your mother had Alzheimer's. Now, next thing you know, you might not know all their medical history, right? And so it's difficult for you as the son or the daughter to find which clinical trial might best suit them. And so it places the burden unnecessarily on patients, and so we're trying to alleviate that as much as we can.
Well, I thank you so much for joining us today. It's fascinating. I wish you the very best of luck, but something tells me you're going to succeed, because I could see the fire in your eyes, and that's a good thing. At 20 years old, your mother and father would be very proud of you. I'm even proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for coming
nice
on.
You.
Best of luck to you.
You too.
Thank you. Wow. Good luck. You got to love that, man. The guy's 20 years old. He's still in school. 3 months in operation, and he's here at CES. It doesn't get any better than that. That's what I like about America. You got a lot of really cool young talent. The guy's focused as could be, sharp, intelligent. Wow. That's what I want to see. That's what I'm here for. So that makes me feel good that we have young folks like that. 20 years old, man. When I was 20, I can't even remember back that long. Where was I? I was married when I was 21. I was probably pretty happy when I was 20. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, that was a long time ago when I was 20, but I was no near having a big company, man. it blows my mind that you can have that kind of maturity at 20 years old and have all your stuff packed together. It's absolutely amazing to me. It really is. So good for him. I'm going to take a little swig of this tea. Not as good as when it was hot, Kirk.
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, it goes warm really quick. So, yeah.
But I put a lot of honey in this. They got the best honey downstairs. I don't know what's in that honey, but man, it's good.
Yeah.
All right, now fans, it's Thursday, and as you know, I always put out my podcast on Thursday. But given the fact that I'm here and going to be leaving here shortly, got to fly back to Arizona, and then I immediately have to go to the hospital to see how my daughter is doing because she is having her gallbladder removed, and I'm scared, but I'm sure she'll be fine. So I do not know if I'm going to get a show out today, but perhaps I can figure out where some of these interviews are loaded up on YouTube and download one or two and put that up as kind of sort of the show. What do you think, Kirk? Is that possible?
Well, right now it's all the full broadcasts. You can go back and watch the replay. So you can, if you want to.
Where would I watch that replay?
You go to techpodcast.com. And there's YouTube. It's on Twitch, YouTube.
All right, I could find it.
Yeah, you can find it. Yeah, you can find it. Yeah.
All right, that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
So, bear with me. That may be the show today, or it may be tomorrow. We'll see. But in any event, I'll have some cool stuff. And as I was saying before, my pick of the CES, and I'm shocked I'm saying this, and I saw some really cool tech stuff, but something about that Cool Tech ice cream machine. That was the coolest thing I have seen in a long time for a food product. So what it is it's a machine about this high, about like this. You plug it in the wall. And they have it looks like long cans of soda. And what they do, they have different flavors. Vanilla, they had chocolate, I think they had toffee or coffee or something like that. I don't know, they had 5 flavors. So you take this can, just like those Keurig machines, and you just drop the can in the slot, and then you push a button. And what I think happens is it ultra freezes the can, and when it gets to a particular frozen temperature, the top of the can pops open, and it swirls around. You get some kind of centrifugal force in there, and then it drops down into a cup, and it makes like a cup of ice cream. And I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, eh. And then when I tasted it, like, wow, it was good. It was cold. It was good, and it kind of sort of looks like ice cream, but what I tasted was really good, and I definitely liked it. Now, it was a very active booth, shall we say, because they're giving away free ice cream. But all I was able to ascertain was the cost was $3,500. I can buy a lot of ice cream for $3,500. So I think what's going to happen is that will be distributed, and then after that you'll go to some store or whatever, and you'll be able to buy that particular type of ice cream. That's about as far as I got on it, but. I just thought it was a cool device that worked quite well. The other thing that I thought was interesting is there was no residue. You don't have to clean the machine, which was very nice. It just blows it through, and there's no waste, there's no dirt, there's no nothing. So interesting, and I'm sure 3, 4, 5 years from now, those machines will be on TV for $9.95, 3 payments of $9.95. But wait, there's more. It's going to be one of those, I think. But it was definitely a cool machine. Okay, our next guest has arrived, and I see a mop. I see a Swifter vacuum. I have no idea what's going on. No clue, but we're about to find out. I have no idea, but I never have any idea here. That's the fun of it. That's the fun of it. So it's 10:45 here. I will be here approximately another 15 minutes, and then who's up next?
I believe Todd. Todd's coming up next.
Commander Todd Cochran
I
will be
believe
here.
so. I don't.
Okay, well, we don't know who's up next, but it will be someone that will be interesting, stimulating, motivating, and fun to listen to. And
It's either Scott or Todd.
it's General Todd Cochran. He will be here manning the fort. And I had dinner with Todd a night or two ago, and that's always a fun night. And it wasn't too long of a night, which was good with Todd. That's good. So our next guest is here, and as I said, I have no idea what's going on. It doesn't look. This can't be artificial intelligence. Maybe we have an artificial intelligent mop or broom. I don't know. We're going to find out. Nancy's getting ready on the headset. She's smiling at me. Okay, we have our mops and stuff coming forward here. Okay, I can see it says transform your existing Swifter wet jet mop. We're going to find out how it's going to transform. And we're very excited for this. Got to do the pictures. You will.
Okay, I can hear now.
You can hear now? All right. I can hear you clearly now. All right, I'm going to hold this up. We're going to take a quick.
Oops.
Well, we got a laptop. This is a big presentation.
We have two products that we're going to be talking about.
All right. Let's do it. Hi, I'm Don Bain. Welcome to CES. And your name is?
Andy Rifkin.
Andy Rifkin. How are you today, Andy?
I'm doing great.
And what's the company, Andy?
Our company is called O3 Technologies.
O3 Technologies, okay. And what does O3 Technologies do?
We're an innovation lab. We're doing mostly equipment that's used in disinfection and cleaning.
Okay.
We have two products.
Okay, let's. We got to bring this up over here, unfortunately, or they won't see it. Okay, we got to put a piece on the microphone. I'm going to center this. Kirk, you're going to let me know when we're on air and centered and left and righted and all that stuff. Okay, we're good to go. The audience is seeing it now live and in color.
Well, this is our OxyBox. OxyBox is used to disinfect items that are soft, like shoes, backpacks, soft toys. So a lot of people have disinfection methods for hard surfaces, spray cleaners, UV light. This is actually able to disinfect and deodorize things that are soft. And we've had lab studies done that show that we can kill live COVID covered with saliva and dirt. And we can penetrate it in over 99.8% effectiveness. One of the cool things about it is you don't need any external chemicals, so it's totally chemical free. We generate a gas in the box and we destroy the gas.
Okay. It's gas?
Yeah, we use ozone gas. It's
ozone,
a type ozone gas. It's been tested on man-made materials like rayon, nylon, multi-layer, cotton, which is plant-based, and animal-based like wool. And we have score rates that are available on our website if anybody wants to look from Biosciences Laboratories.
Okay. And what else we got?
Well, this is kind of an interesting concept.
Are we done with this now?
Yeah, I can fold this up.
All right, let me put this up here so our audience can see it.
So we're all familiar with Sonicare toothbrushes. It's a great product. You go
I
ahead
have a Sonic toothbrush. Actually, the battery died this morning.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So this is an adapter that turns your mop into a Sonicare toothbrush for the floor. So in essence, this goes between the mop base and the mop pad. In this case,
okay, we actually have a mop here.
I can show you a Swiffer version.
Okay, we're going to have to put this here. Let me hold this, and I'm going to turn it this way.
So this is between a normal Swiffer mop and the Swiffer pad. We put our adapter in, and it puts out that same ultrasonic or sonic frequency.
But there's no gas with this. This is ultrasonic, so this is vibration.
Yeah, the other device we talked about, OxyBox, uses gas. This does not. So this helps break the surface tension in dirt. So very often when you have a floor and using a cleaner or a mop, you have to break that surface tension to pick up the dirt. This actually helps break up the surface tension and also lets the pad pick up more of the dirty water.
Isn't that interesting? So basically, is it sonic waves? Is that?
It's a sonic technology, yes.
Okay, so it's actually vibrating the surface of whatever it is you're trying to clean. Shake it up, and then you'll be able to pick up more and mop up more. So would I probably physically be able to see a difference between with this and without this?
Yeah, and the biggest thing about it is, of course, it depends what chemical you use and which mop and
yeah,
which
of course.
pad and how you use it. But overall, the best way to describe it, just like the Sonicare, it loosens everything, so
Sure.
it's allowed to be picked
No, it
up
makes
easier.
it's a clever idea. So you would have a Swifter mop, and then you would just have to purchase this adapter, if you will.
Correct.
And this works on 3 batteries, 3 AA cells, and that's it.
And we also have a larger version.
Oh wait, we got a big one here.
This also works on commercial applications. This one has rechargeable batteries in it.
Okay.
We're showing this on a standard Rubbermaid mop with a standard Rubbermaid pad. You put the standard pad, in this case it's a washable pad, Swiffer's a disposal, goes on our unit, press this with your foot, and off you go. And we somehow, it's like putting a little tiny jackhammer on the floor, breaking up all the oil in the dirt.
Wow. Don't let my wife see this. Oh my God. Well, that's pretty ingenious stuff. That's a very clever idea. It's very simple. So the concept is simple, but it's not that simple, but it's a neat thing. And the other thing is it's easy to adapt. Like I don't got to buy a whole new mop and a whole new kit. I just buy the adapter and put it on.
That's exactly what our thinking is. And we also, our company is all about innovation in cleaning and disinfection. So you'll see a lot of products from us that are twists to help make people's lives cleaner and easier to use.
So this would be cleaner, but not necessarily bacterial cleaner. Maybe it would because I'm cleaning up more.
And you can go through things more.
I
More
see.
surface dirt to clean bacteria, viruses,
I see.
and other things.
And how long is that going to last?
That lasts a little over a month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this one has rechargeable batteries.
Right, so you just plug it in and juice it
You
up.
just charge it over and over again.
Fascinating, fascinating. And how long has your company been in business?
We've been in business 4 years. We actually started right before the pandemic. We built some robots that did UV disinfection. But that's good for hard surfaces like tabletops, floors, chairs. And we started saying, what about all the stuff in the world that's soft? Pillows are soft, backpacks are soft, shoes are soft. And we started developing technologies and testing them can disinfect soft goods. And that's how we really went into this space of saying, so much of our life has soft goods, so you can't use sprays, you can't use UV light. And that's how we started up.
That's fascinating. Again, a simple concept, a simple idea, but you've perfected it, you've worked on it. Best things are simple like that, you know?
Thank you.
Now, question for you. What's going to clean better? Something that would be exposed to UV or something that would be sonic? Sonic waves, like the floor, for example. Would I be better off getting it cleaner with the UV light on it in the mop or with the sonic?
Well, UV light will tend to kill viruses and bacteria. This actually helps remove the surface dirt.
So
it
two different
actually-
things here.
Yeah, so this is, if you use the traditional mop, it
Right.
depends how hard you press, what chemicals you use.
Million variables.
So this is much like the Sonicare toothbrush. It helps dislodge everything to come out.
Okay.
So you could spray a disinfectant on the floor that may kill the surface stuff but won't get underneath. What this does is it actually penetrates that surface area where we have tension with oil.
Now, here's a crazy question for you. What about CPAP machines, the hoses and the things that go in your nose? And
Know it well.
me too.
Yeah. There's different machines out there today that use different gases and UV
Well, they
light.
say that they had one, I forget what it's called, that was ozone-based, and they said, don't use it, it's going to void the warranty, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know what, help me out here. What's the deal with that?
Ozone's an oxidizer. It's just like any type of other oxidizer. So it has to be used very, very on things. Some things don't survive oxidation well. So the foam that they use in the CPAP machine, that type of foam doesn't. But there's lots of other ones that do. It's just the one that they chose. So for instance, we run a very low ppm, which is parts per million level of ozone in our box. So we don't run the risk when we're using the oxybox of destroying foam or other things. But if you use high concentrations for a long period of time, it can affect certain types of materials. So we monitor the level of ozone we're generating, and we make sure when the box, before it can be opened because it locks itself, that the ozone level in the box is the same as the ozone level in the room.
So would I use oxybox to clean those hoses and things?
You could use the oxybox, but you need something to blow it through that hose. So it's not really designed for
So are you going to
it's
come up
no-
with the product that I can use for that now?
I need one myself. Of course I will. I'm a fellow CPAP user.
Isn't everybody?
I know.
They're a pain in the neck. Boy, I really don't like it, but as you know, we have to use them.
It
but,
works.
But cleaning them, I would have thought by now there'd be something that would be safe, economical to use, and functional. There really isn't.
I personally use plain old soap and water.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do.
It just because it has to do with really the inside of the machine. There are certain materials you just don't know. But if you were to put a pair of shoes or backpack in our box or a soft toy, that's all fine. But medical grade equipment we won't use.
All right. What's the cost of this adapter?
That's $24.95
That's
retail.
very reasonable. And where can I buy this?
We're going to be on television soon with it, and also we'll be in retailers.
Wait. You're not going to do like Billy Mays. Hey, this is amazing. Are you?
Well,
but wait, there's more.
There's more.
Are you going to do that?
Not Billy Mays, but a little bit like that.
Huh?
A little bit. I've had items on TV before that we've put together. This will be more on a shopping channel than an infomercial.
Like QVC or something?
HSN, yeah.
I'm telling you, if I go home and see this at night, hey, get this amazing, 4 payments of $399.95, but wait, there's more if you're not.
A free ice crusher.
I'm going to call you.
Okay, you got it.
QVC's okay. I don't
right.
mind that.
All right, terrific.
Fabulous. I can't buy this on Amazon?
You will be able to.
Now you're talking.
And the large item, the larger mop, will be selling through commercial distributors that do
that makes
commercial
sense.
cleaning, like for.
And what about
hotels.
the box?
The box will be launching first quarter of this year.
I like the box. That's a great, especially with shoes. Oh my God.
Yeah, and actually sports equipment. Anybody who does like jujitsu, their clothes stink.
Yeah, I gave jiu-jitsu up a long time ago.
Me too.
Yeah. Don't do any jiu-jitsu.
But one of the things we found with the OxyBox is it's the original point was disinfection, live viruses. Then we went on to, wait a minute, deodorization works great. And if you have some hockey gear, you throw it in there, it's also great too. But we have a lot of things we come in contact with, and if you think what your shoes walk through every day, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Kids' backpacks go on the bathroom floors. Go every place.
Yeah. We don't want to go. This is a family show. So. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I really enjoyed that. It's fascinating. When you came up with the mops, I'm like, what? What are we going to do here? But, it makes a lot of sense.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
next
you
year
so
we'll
much.
do telephones and toilets. So we go with the
Well,
mops.
that's fine. But next year I want to see a CPAP thing. That I can
I promise you, for you, we'll do it.
That's a huge, huge industry.
I agree.
All
and
right.
as a fellow CPAP user, I'll do it for us.
Okay, now you're talking. I'm telling you, if I see this on late night TV, you can get a call from me.
Okay, you got it. Thanks
Thank
so
you
much.
so much. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks. Well, that is going to wrap it up for Don Bain. I am going to be leaving here and possibly running to the airport to check on my daughter. And thank you so much. Okay, if any of you people out there happen to see this on a midnight commercial, you call me and let me know, because he said he's not going to do that. And right now, we are fortunate to have General Todd Cochran is going to be here, and I'm going to stay here for 1 second. I don't know what's coming off. Oh, we're getting a picture.
Yeah, we haven't had
Wow.
You're leaving.
My buddy here. I'm honored. I'm honored. Jesus.
And we need to take your headset off. We need a new.
We're going to be selling Trump mugshots.
One more. Please. Oops, hang on. We're not.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott Ertz with Plug Hits Live, part of the Tech Podcast Network. Obviously, sitting here at CES 2024, Day 3. We are really killing it this year. We've had a lot of great guests, and just today we've had a whole bunch of really interesting guests, and we have a whole lot more. Our buddy Steve Winter will be bringing a couple more of his clients over later today. We've got, I know we just had a vacuum. We have a robotic vacuum coming up later today. I don't remember what time. There's all kinds of interesting stuff. Our schedule is almost full, so people here on the show floor are still struggling to get a spot, but they are still signing up. As I was coming up, we had somebody sitting on the floor trying to sign up for the last available spot today as it was. So it's everybody wants to be here. There's a lot of interesting companies that will be here. I will be with you for the next 2 hours, and then I'm going to get to do something I don't usually get to do during the show. I'm going to go over to the Las Vegas Convention Center and see some of our friends over there. We'll do some floor interviews with Monster and probably Altec Lansing and a couple of our other regulars, maybe Targus, whoever we can get a hold of. Very, very excited about that. The team has been great. We are gearing up now for our Best of Awards. Don Bain showed the award off earlier today. It's I had them custom made, custom cut over at the Amrock Fab Lab. Obviously want to shout out Vicky over at Amrock. She took my design and turned it into the very cool award that's over there. Todd, can you grab the award for me for a second? The award. I just want to show it off real quick. So that's it right there. Vicky was nice enough to turn my simple design into a really nice acrylic cut custom award for us. Nobody else. Oh, okay. I apologize to people on the live show. We're going to go back to the crowd shot for a few minutes. I will be right back. I want to apologize for that delay. You may have noticed that one of our team members has been missing this year, Marlo Anderson. He hurt himself recently, and we weren't sure that we were going to get to see him during the show at all, and he just showed up downstairs. So that was exciting to get to see. Had to go say hi. So we actually have a guest getting ready to go. I believe they're going to bring him over here any second now. And as soon as he's all set, we'll get started with our first interview. We are very quickly paced today, just as a note. Like I said, we're full again today, and I'm going to give this back to you to take back. Thank you. It is a full schedule, and we're going to move today. So just be prepared. So long as everybody shows up, it's going to be a full broadcast for the next 2 hours with me. But for now, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Very well, thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So I am Steve Serres. I'm the CEO of Reflex Accident, which is a car accident claim management service, and we have created Easy Constat.
Okay. So tell me give me more details about the product. We'll talk about who your target customer is in a minute.
Yes, Easy Constat is the first driver's car accident report on a smartphone.
Okay.
It is digital and smart. Why digital? Because you just have to fill the circumstances of the car accident on the smartphone.
Okay.
And there is a chatbot which asks you some questions about the circumstances. And this will propose you some car accident sketches which explain clearly and simply the accident for the insurance companies, for example. And it is smart because at the end the chatbot will give you the degree of liability for each drivers in the accident.
Okay, so this is for, say I have one of these vehicles. It's for me to be able to report the incident, and then the insurance, we can take that incident report and give it to the insurance companies. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you are a private customer, you just have to fill all in the chatbot, and this will be directly sent in the insurance company, so it is quicker, easier, and more useful than a classical paper form.
Okay, so you've digitized the process of paper, filling out things, giving it to an insurance agent. Is this associated with the insurance companies, or is this a totally separate process that then the data can feed to the insurance companies? Where does this fit in?
No, it's the only process. You just have to fill the chatbot. There is no need of a classical paper form. So it is approved by all the insurance companies in Europe, in France.
Okay. So you already have a relationship with those companies, and they can then access the insurance or the incident reports that are created.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is really more useful for them, but because they don't have to look at bad classical paper form who are not very clear most of time.
And it's unified because it's one system that's feeding them the data. It's a unified report, whether it's the end result goes to insurance company A or B. Everybody sees the same data.
Yes.
Okay. And so I think I heard you say that everybody involved in the incident can put in their information about the incident?
Yes. You just have to fill in one smartphone.
Okay.
And the final result is a car accident report in PDF in each smartphone. So you just have to watch the project on your smartphone,
Okay.
and if you agree with all the circumstances, you just have to do an electronic signature. It
Okay.
will send a secure code, and the final car accident report is sent on your personal email. And you can choose to print or to send it to insurance company directly.
Okay, understood. So we get in an accident.
Yes.
My car, autonomous car, hits yours.
Mhm.
Together, we put in the information on my phone. Do. This
Yes.
is what happened. We both say yes. I agree that this is the details.
Yes.
And then both of us will get the PDF version of the output that we can then submit to our various insurance companies.
Yes.
Both companies, no matter who they are in Europe, already know about this. They're good with the data. What if you and I don't agree with what is in the system?
If you don't agree with the circumstances, the process is to take all the informations about the car accident, the personal information, driver license, number, contract, insurance, and the companies, the insurance companies, will determine the degree of liability by themselves. So
Okay.
normally it is 50-50. When it isn't easy to determine.
Okay, got it. So if we don't agree, it's a little different in that we don't just get e-signed versions of the PDF. We get this is what somebody said the story is, and then the insurance companies go back into their normal process of investigating what happened and determining on their own. So it goes back to them, but this is kind of to help, especially help solve the problem when everybody agrees with what happened, simplify the thing, we're done, e-signed, off we go to the insurance, move on with our day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is as is.
Perfect. So how, from a business standpoint, how does this work? Obviously, somewhere you have to make money to keep the lights on. So how does this work? What's your business model on it?
For private customers, for me and you, it is all free.
Okay.
You don't have to pay anything. You just have to take the website. It's free. Our business is more with car fleets.
Okay.
With automotive car fleets, because we have 3 levels to business with them. We can furnish them a QR code with all the vehicle informations pre-filed in the car accident report directly. So it is really quicker. The second level is that we furnish a dashboard which reports all the sinisters, all the car accident reports directly, and many tools to manage and drive prevention acts for their drivers. And the third level is all that service. Moreover, we can manage a claim for the fleets.
Okay. So for you and I, as just people driving a car, we can go make these reports, no problem, completely free. But if Amazon wants to use it for their fleet system, that's where payment comes in.
Yes.
Makes sense. Totally makes sense. And appreciative to those of us who are just individuals.
Well, fuck you.
Yeah. So you mentioned that it's supported by the insurance companies in Europe.
Yes.
Are you looking to expand beyond Europe?
Yes. We want to have some contacts with American insurance, Japan insurance company. We have seen them yesterday on our bus. We are very pleased to discuss with them.
Okay. So you are looking to expand?
Yes.
Do you have any timetable on that, or is it going to come down to
Well,
to conversations.
Yes, we will see for the future.
Understood. Well, it's a really cool idea. Hopefully the expansion works out for you. If people want to find out more about what you're up to and see maybe when you expand into their country, how can they do that?
They just have to visit our website, easyconstat.fr.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me today. A really cool idea. It's a great idea.
A great thanks for you because it is very important for you, for me and our society to have the highlights. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Excuse my English.
You're fine.
Thank you.
We were able to communicate just fine. I think
Yes.
we're good.
Thank you a lot.
For sure. Have a good rest of the show. It's interesting because obviously a car accident with an autonomous vehicle is going to be very different than a car accident with a human driver because the car itself is technically at fault. That's really interesting. You have something big? Yeah, that's fine. Oh. I think we might have a grill coming up. Okay. You don't... All right. If you were watching the show yesterday, there was a particular interview in which we had an airplane in the studio, and we had to shift some stuff around. We're going to do it again here in just a minute. Not another airplane, but we're going to shift some stuff around real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just pull it back far enough, and then we can put it back after the, yeah. Yeah, so we're definitely shifting stuff around up here real quick before our next interview, where apparently they're going to bring a grill up to the studio. Oh, that's a... And some awards. I can't wait for this. It's some sort of a grill that has won a CES Innovation Award, Tasting Table CES Innovation Award, and a Tech Eris Best of CES 2024. Impressive. I'll just point out none of them glow, but yeah, that's impressive. I can't wait to see what a grill could possibly have in it to win a CES Innovation Award. That's fascinating. So this will be a minute. We talked yesterday a little bit about kind of the future of conventions, and the CTA was here a little while ago. If you've been watching live, hopefully you got to see that. If not, you can always go back in time a little bit. Hey, Michelle, if you want to drop that camera to the floor, so it's they want to plug it in. It's right here. This black cable right here. This is the demo cable. I have no idea. It used to sit under me. I don't know. This is the demo power cable. Sorry, this is anytime we do this kind of thing, things happen. So, but yeah. Anyway, we were talking about the future of conventions. The CTA was here. I have been giving a number all week about the size of and scope of the show, and apparently I was incorrect by more than 10%. So I have been using the number 2.2 million square feet of exhibitor space. I was incorrect. Apparently 2.5 million square feet this year. A significant, I don't remember what the number was, but I do remember it being a significant increase over last year, because maybe last year was 2.2 million. In fact, I think he said on the interview that it was almost a 10% increase, so that would make sense. It's really, really an impressive growth for a show and an industry that choked a little bit during and following CES or following COVID. We've seen shows collapse entirely. E3 won't return, for example. But there's also shows like this that are very different than E3. There was no, other than hardware, there was no real benefit to E3. Customers can download the demos themselves and play on their own consoles at home. But this is a hardware show. I didn't have any suspicion that CES was going to be in trouble. And I'll tell you, this year, I agree. I think I was right. CES is not having any trouble, even in a downturn, an economic downturn globally. We're seeing more go on here today than normal. So this is a great show. It's the third day. The third day is where things start to slow down. And yes, it is a little slower behind me than it was yesterday. But if we go back even to just last year, this is what the show floor looked like on day one, which is supposed to be our big day. This is what the show floor looked like on day one last year, and it only went down from there. So it really is an impressive increase over just last year. But 2.5 million square feet is also bigger than 2020. So we've literally expanded past what the previous high water mark was. So CES is back. It has felt like CES all week. Looking out onto the show floor, it looks like CES. There's all the bright lights and the flown signs and all the things that we expect to see. And our show here is everything that I expect from our show at CES, right down to we just had our next guest literally laying on the floor trying to get their product set up. This is everything I expect from every aspect of CES, and I'm so glad to see it like that. Our next guest is sitting down now after getting everything together down on the floor. We definitely are prepared to bob and weave here on the show. Whatever we need to do works. Sometimes we do what we have to do, and Michelle and Adam Barker and Kirk Corliss have been running around up here on the tower for a little while trying to get everything set so that we could do this.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Cool. When I get a thumbs up from everybody on the tower, I'll know that we're ready to go. All right. Have I got it? Yep. That's it. Yep. All right. Are we good to go? All right. We have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Well, thank you.
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, I'm the CEO of Sear Grills. We have developed the world's first AI-powered grill called Perfecta. It could cook things like steak in as little as 90 seconds at the touch of a button using our proprietary neural fire technology.
I'm sorry, what was that last thing you said? Neural fire?
Neural fire.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard you right.
Correct.
Tell me about that.
So neural fire fuses the art and science of cooking by integrating hardware and software.
Okay.
So on the hardware side, our device has a quad-core processor, which is unusual for a grill. It has sensors, but most importantly, it has a dual vertical infrared cooking system that cooks at 1652 degrees Fahrenheit.
Woof.
This cooking system moves dynamically. And then on the software side, we have AI, based on reinforcement machine learning. We have a touchscreen graphical user interface, and we have cloud connectivity. In combination, both of these completely automate the cooking process.
Okay. All right. So we've got the grill here in front of us. I'm looking at it right now. So let's talk about the device itself, and we'll dive deeper into some of that after. So let's talk about the device. Start with the touchscreen. So what all do we have on that screen?
What? Sorry?
The touchscreen on the
Yes.
front. What all is that used for?
So you select the type of cooking mode you want to use, and you can choose between grill, rotisserie, pizza, oven, and chef.
Okay.
Let's say if you want to grill, and you want to grill a steak, you select the cut type, you select your doneness level, i.e. medium rare, medium, and you can also select how seared you want it from low, medium to high.
Okay. And so I can have a strong sear and a mid-rare steak, no problem.
Correct.
Okay.
And then you click Let's Cook, and then the device takes your user preferences. It takes the sensor data that that is integrated in the device, and then the AI controls the unique cooking system, moving it in and out, pulsing it on and off, cooking it from both sides and edges simultaneously until you get your desired preferences. And when it's finished, the burners turn off, move into the home position. You can take your food out and enjoy.
Okay, so what kind of sensors are we talking about in a device like this?
So temperature sensors, thickness sensors, to name a few.
Okay.
And so the idea is you get chef-level results at the touch of a button, and the hardware and the software is doing all of the thinking and all the cooking for you.
Fascinating. So you gave a couple of modes. Most of them sounded expected. Oven, pizza, and then you said chef at the end.
Sure.
Is that the one that you were just describing?
No, what I've just described was the grill mode.
Okay, so
And
that's just a normal top of the list mode.
Correct.
Chef is something else. Okay.
So what Chef allows you to do is override the AI to individually control the cooking system yourself, and create your own programs which you can reuse.
Okay. So if I've got a particular process or something that's unique, puff pastry, for example, has a very specific cooking process, real hot and then low for long.
Yep.
I can go in and say, this is what I need it to do.
Yep.
Okay.
You can move the burners, you can move into positions, you can pulse them, and then if you find that it works really well, you can save that program so you can access it at a later date.
Gotcha. Okay. So if the thing that pops into mind immediately is like a Wellington, right?
Sure.
Because that's super weird. Different with thicknesses and textures and puff pastry and all kinds of things. So I can go in, test it, see if this works. It's close. Next time I'm going to adjust it a little bit, see if I can get it just the way I want. When I find it, save it. Next time I want to do it, throw it in, hit the button, walk away.
Correct. The real USP of this is it can cook things like a steak, a 1-inch ribeye, in 90 seconds, and it'll be the best steak you've ever had.
That's wild.
It can cook chicken breast in 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
And it's so juicy and succulent, you don't even need seasoning to try it. It's that good.
Okay. So why? How did you decide that this was the thing you were going to tackle?
So our background as a team is medical devices.
Sure.
And
a perfectly rational transition.
Yeah, so we developed a very specific skill set to develop products during that process.
Okay.
And we found that we could do really complex products well and bring order to chaos, so to speak. And during a barbecue, for instance, or doing any kind of cooking, there's a lot of chaos.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of food is thrown away. 40% of food is actually thrown away due to bad cooking. 1 in 6 people end up with food poisoning. And we thought, you know, how often is it you go to a barbecue and you're actually satisfied with the food?
Fair enough.
Right? You get this incinerated meat, and through a bit of experimentation, we learned that infrared cooking is actually the superior form of cooking.
Okay.
Why not apply advanced technologies and AI to it to actually just take the thinking out of it? And we ended up with a product which is the world's first AI-powered grill. It's the world's fastest grill, the world's most efficient grill, because it's 50% more energy efficient than other cooking methods.
Okay.
And it's very easy to clean.
That's important.
Very easy. It actually takes a bit longer to clean than it does to cook.
Okay. I was going to ask about that because obviously if you're using a grill, that can be a pain.
Absolutely.
You got to have a special brush and you got to hope that you get it all off. You don't. Nobody ever does.
Yep.
And so whatever you cook next has a little bit of whatever you had before on it.
Yep.
The wonders of grilling. So cleanliness was going to be my next question. How does that work?
So, because it's a vertical cooking setup, it cooks vertically from both sides. The fat drips into a drip tray at the bottom, which is collected. And the benefit of that is there's no flare-ups, so you don't incinerate your food. That drip tray can be removed and put in the dishwasher.
Okay.
The holder that is inserted in and out of the device that clamps the food, it has stainless steel magnetically detachable plates that can be removed and put in the dishwasher.
Okay.
And then the glass, because it's got a glass and stainless steel construction, the glass can be clipped off and wiped cleaned. And the inside gets so hot, it actually incinerates all the splashes, so you don't have to worry so much about the inside at all.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking at the thing. So all of the glass that's currently glowing yellow on the outside, I can clip off.
Correct.
And just
wipe clean.
Okay. And then the tray that I'm seeing to the left of the grill with the handle.
That's the pizza module, because you can do pizza on here as well.
Gotcha. So the drip tray and the other piece are probably inside?
The drip tray, you can see the little tab poking out at the base.
Yes.
And it hides away, so you can just pull that out.
Any chance I can convince you to do that for me? To pull the drip tray out? If we're going to do it, let's...
Sure.
Let's do this. Okay, so that's the drip tray, and that can be...
Place
you
in
said
the
that go
dishwasher.
right in the dishwasher?
Yep.
Okay. And then the actual... Yeah, I know, it wasn't designed to be on the floor. And then the actual cooking thing, is it in there, or is it still at the booth?
Holder. Yeah, no, the holder's inside. Jamie, you can remove the holder.
Oh, okay. I see.
So,
got it.
So this can hold foods from between 3 millimeters and 70 millimeters, which is almost 3 inches.
Okay.
And
Understood.
regardless of the thickness, the device compensates for all of that. It compensates for any variability in the food. So you want a medium rare steak, you get a medium rare steak.
Okay, that's really cool. And so you said that can just magnetically snap apart and throw in the...
Sure. Jamie, if you want, you can show the magnetically detachable plates.
All right, so it's just as easy as that.
Yes.
You throw it in the dishwasher, move on.
Yeah, the electro-polished stainless steel, so they're naturally non-toxic, non-stick, PFAS-free, BPA-free. So none of the nasties.
All right. So how far into this process are you? Is it ready for market? Is it coming to market? Are we looking for investment? Where are we on this?
So we are currently taking deposits on our website, seagrills.com. There is a promotion running throughout the duration of CES that if you place a $100 deposit, you get $1,000 off the MSRP.
Okay.
And we are currently in the processes of getting the Perfecta over the compliance. So it's adheres to the relevant safety regulations. And we are aiming to ship in Q4 of this year.
Okay. So you're expecting it to hit the streets this year?
This year.
I always like to hear that because sometimes something cool like this will get shown off and then they'll be like, yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Eventually. We don't know when. You're looking to hit the ground this year?
Absolutely.
That's awesome. And what is your MSRP?
The MSRP is $3,500.
Okay.
And with the discount and promotion that's running at the moment, you get $1,000 off.
Okay. And there's no promo code or anything. You just
you just go on the website.
Okay.
Yeah, enter your email address, and away you go.
Fantastic. Well, I understand now why we've got these awards here in front of you, because I saw a grill and a CES Innovation Award, and I'm like, I cannot wait for this, because that's a weird combination of realities. It sounds like it's totally deserved.
No, I really appreciate that. I mean, the awards keep coming. I think we've just got another one today as well.
Nice.
So it's really nice that it's reassuring as well that the industry is recognizing the amount of the effort and the innovation that's gone behind the Perfecta.
Yeah, for sure. Very cool. One more time before we go, what's the website?
www.seergrills.com. That is Seer with 2 E's. So it's SEERGRILLS.com.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Congratulations on the awards. This is super cool.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Thank
Have
you.
a good rest of the show.
Thank you.
I don't even know. I have a secret obsession with food tech. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little annoyed that I don't already have one of these. Like, this year, I don't know. Have I said that at all yet this year, Adam? I don't think I have.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Yeah. This is the first product that I've seen that I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, how do I distract them long enough to get out of here with it? You know what I mean? Obviously, there's almost a 0% chance that this is a real functional actual product, this model here, because of the glowing and everything. But legitimately, I want one yesterday. Like, I would like it to be in a box sitting at my front door when we get home from CES. Super, super cool. Good catch. Wow, very interesting. I get it. Anyway, like I said early on, we're going to be moving today. So we got a lot of guests coming, and I think I see button cell batteries next to me. That'll be maybe a first. We'll see what we've got going on here in just a moment. You're good. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Doing well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Clara Moldovan. I'm the founder and CEO of Swiss Store, and we are a Swiss-based startup company.
Okay. And what do you make? Because what I feel like I'm seeing is button cell batteries.
Yes, it looks like a button cell battery. It's a supercapacitor.
Okay.
So it's also an electrochemical storage device, but it's different than a battery in the sense that it stores much higher power and it can release it much faster. So a battery stores more energy, but it's really hard to accumulate the energy or to release it.
Right.
And in this device, it's really easy to release really high bursts of power really fast.
Okay. So in the body of what appears to be a CR2032,
it is.
what is the target with this? Where is this designed to be used?
Yes. So we want to. We have two different applications. On one hand, we want to help batteries fill this power gap. So for applications where you need actuation, like for motors, which need or to transmit data, a lot of data really fast.
Okay.
So typically these applications consume a lot of energy from the battery. And also long term, this degrades the battery.
Right.
And then that's why you need to, yes, it will degrade. That's why your phone, after a few months, it doesn't last as much charge as in the beginning.
Right, right.
So combining this with the battery, we can actually modulate these peaks of power, and we can help to have a more efficient system overall. And then another application is to combine it with harvester technologies. So now we have a lot of applications like smart cities, smart homes, and we want a source that we can have on a wall and that lasts forever, and we don't need to change a battery. So our devices have a very long lifetime. You can charge them 50,000 times.
Whoa. Okay.
And a battery typically only lasts 1,000 times. And then combining it with a harvester, like with a solar cell, you can have an autonomous energy source. So you can have a device that you place it and it can last for 10 years autonomously and you don't have to care about it. So these are the two applications that we're targeting.
Okay. So I know I'm focused in on the thing that's in front of me and not as much on the technology, but the idea of a 2032 that's rechargeable at all is bonkers to me. So compared to a standard 2032 that, runs in a, clicker for your car, right? Those things will last. One battery goes a year or so before it's time to replace it.
Yeah.
What kind of power, overall power capacity, would the same size device have?
So this is used in a completely different use case. So it cannot replace the 2032.
Sure.
So it holds much less power. So typically it's for 1 or 2 days use cases. So in terms
it can be recharged.
It can be recharged. Yeah. So it's for applications where you need to recharge and charge and discharge very fast, many times.
In a small body.
In a small body. Yes.
Smaller than.
Yes. So it's not where you need to have a battery that can last for 1 year. It's where you have a device that you charge and discharge every day, and this can also make charging much more efficient. But yes, it's not a long-term storage as a battery is.
Yeah.
It's more a short-term storage where you also need high power and.
Got it. Because they can produce more than 250 milliamps or whatever at 3 volts.
Yeah.
Something like this can produce a lot more power than that, but in a short burst.
Yes.
Got it.
That's the.
So what kind of applications have we already seen this in? Like where have you tested and used this?
So conventionally, I think the most known supercapacitor application is for regenerative braking in cars, very large scale, so not this scale.
Right.
So when you harvest energy from braking and then you use it for acceleration, this is a very known use case. And in small scale devices, it's an emerging market. So yes, we're looking now into IoT devices, so where you can have a monitor and have it with a solar cell, and then you can power it for 10 years or 20 years.
And it can power up, send data, and then shut back down.
Yes. And also if it's with a harvester, so if you have energy that can charge it on a daily or 72-hour cycle, then you can have an autonomous device.
Got it. So you could have like edge devices that are collecting data coming in and then being solar powered, charging this, not this guy, but charging up one of these. And then it's able to pulse the data out off of itself onto the internet wherever it's going, and then shut back down, go back into low power mode where it's just collecting data, and then solar power in, and then burst up when it needs to.
Or for low power applications, it can also. So we did some tests. We use actually this guy to power a sensor like a temperature humidity sensor. I have this in my apartment, and with a solar cell, it can. Has enough power to monitor during the night. So it can also fill in the gaps during the night for a solar cell for low power applications.
Gotcha.
So it has a wide range of applications. It always depends on.
Gotcha. And it's really good in places where like constant charge type situations or long charge type situations, right? Because it doesn't degrade like plugging your cell phone in all the time. The more you do that, the more it screws up the battery.
Yeah, I mean, all the devices degrade. It will degrade less than a battery.
Just not the same,
Yes, I think probably the best idea is to control this electronically so that it stops charging at a point. But yes, it will degrade less than a battery.
Well, fantastic.
And yes, and so these are our first products, and we're planning to also scale up to, we're preparing to produce pouch cells now in the next quarter, which are more versatile for different applications. And then we also want to expand for power tools, for example, where you can charge it really fast, and then you can pierce through a stronger wall and have higher power applications.
Really interesting. So who is your target demo on this? I imagine device manufacturers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. So if people want more information on your technology, how can they get it?
They can check out our website, swissstore.com, or reach out on LinkedIn. And also there's a contact form on our website, so you can reach out.
Very cool. Well, thank you for coming
Thank you very
and showing
much.
this off. Power tech is something that I'm always fascinated by, and any advancement in any direction on things that, even specialty things. One battery to rule them all is not the right way.
No, I think hybridizing different devices with different features is a better way to have really efficient and also more sustainable. Because sustainability is also something we're focused on. We use more safe materials and non-toxic, and then also if you combine it with a battery, we can also extend the battery life. So I think hybridizing different devices is a good way to move
and also
forward.
giving alternate capabilities. You mentioned the drill. You can use a regular lithium polymer for your regular thing, or get a quick charge
in a
and
few
do
seconds.
something
Exactly.
big real quick to deal with an oddity.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I really like it.
Thank you very much.
For sure. Thanks
you.
for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Power tech is fascinating. There needs to be a lot more advancement in power technology. Like I said, right now, the general rule is one power source to rule them all. We use lithium ion or lithium polymer basically in everything that exists, unless you're doing, solar lights in your yard, and somehow those are still nickel metal hydride for some reason. But outside of that, it's all the same technology, and that's nonsense. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How
Nice
are you doing?
to meet you. Yes, I'm doing very, very good. It's day 3, so not yet that exhausting, but very good.
Well, that's good. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So I'm Carl Calden, one of the founders of Ochi. I am a former 400-meter athlete, and I have had many injuries throughout my career, and it's why I've built this technology to help persons to prevent injuries and improve performance and in sports.
Well, great. Preventing injuries is always a good thing, especially in sports. How does your product do that?
Yes, so we have a AI technology that takes a video of you doing the sport. So we have it now for running, and it analyzes your strong points, your weak points, and how you should do to make it better. So, and if you see here, my head position is not so great. So you click on it, and it explains me why. And then also the exercises that I can do to make it better.
Very interesting. So it's a whole lot more than just, say, gait analysis, which is what a lot of the platforms try to do, especially for runners.
Yes.
There's a lot more to it than just that.
Yes, exactly. And it's more of once you understanding your own body mechanics, because you are different from me, and the way how you move is different from me. So and it understands you and then tells you how you should do to be better. Because most analysis tools just give you some metrics, and you don't understand those metrics and at all. So we are building a tool that is understandable by anybody, and also tell you how you should do to be better as well.
That's really great. Obviously, we know why you decided to get into this.
Yeah.
Personal background.
Yeah.
We have a slogan within the show. Great ideas come from things that suck.
Yeah.
And for you, that was personal injuries.
Yes, exactly.
So, but how did you go from being the person running and getting injuries to actually developing the app and the product?
So throughout my injury days, so I went to go see a biomechanics lab in Luxembourg, and they were able to help me to solve a lot of those injuries that I had. And with one of the persons that was working and in the lab, I said to her, hey, why not we take what you did in this lab, because it's great, Let's build something and make it accessible to everybody. At that time, I didn't know how to build this thing. It was just an idea of, okay, we need to take this from the lab and put it on the field to everybody. And I went out, and I have some friends who are coders, and we had hacked together a first CSE MVP of this product. And then my co-founder, Victor, so I met him at an accelerator program.
Okay.
And I convinced him to actually stop doing his startup and work with us on our very cool venture that we have. And then he built out the tech team that actually built the technology that we have here.
Very cool. So it was an accidental meeting at an accelerator that actually got this together.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, it's kind of how all this was built too, so I get it.
Yeah.
It wasn't at an accelerator, but it was an accidental meeting that brought all this about. So I totally get that.
Yeah.
That's a cool backstory. So where are you in the process on this?
Yes, so we have a first working version that I showed you just now, and we have over 10,000 users so far in a very short couple of months, and this has been achieved through minimal marketing, because we still have some stuff that we're trying to improve on the product, but people talk to other people and it's kind of spreading like that, and I'm guessing with this podcast and as well it's going to make it even more spread, but we are ready to start to launch the product now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it in the store now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if somebody wanted to try it, they could go download it today.
Yes. You go to the Apple Play, the App Store, or the Google Play Store. You type Ochy, OCHY, and we are there, and you can use the product.
So what's the cost on something like this?
So we have two different prices. So one for a runner. So a runner is an athlete is for $7 per month. And for a coach, it is $19 per month.
Okay. And what does the coach get versus the runner themselves?
So the runner, the product is personalized for what they need to work on for themselves. And a coach is more of an interactive product between the coach and the athlete. So the coach analyzes and his athletes, then he can make comments, share it with the athletes, and you have an interaction process between the coach and the athlete.
Okay. So if an athlete is working with a coach that uses this, do they get the access to the data as if they are a member?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And does it cost them the $7? It's just the
Yes. So the coach would share the analysis with the athlete. The athlete doesn't pay anything.
Okay. So it would just be, and is that per client or just per coach?
Per coach.
Okay. Well, I mean it's a
very good deal.
It really is.
Yes. It's too good to be true deal.
For sure. So you said it's in the store right now. If people want to find out more about the platform, how can they do that?
You go on the website. You go on ochy.io, so ochy.io.
Very cool. Well, I really appreciate you bringing this up.
Thank you.
I have done some skeletal analysis work in the past.
Oh, nice.
Because I'm a software engineer.
Nice.
And I recognize the layout. We did it with a Kinect.
Nice. Okay, so
back
back in the day.
In the early days.
Yeah.
This was 7, 8, maybe longer ago.
Okay.
So it's really cool to see what can be done today versus the very rudimentary stuff that we did.
Exactly.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up here.
Thank you for having me here. This is a very good chance to get more persons to know about what we do.
For sure.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Yes, you too. All right then. Bye-bye.
Bye. Super cool. I did some. There was some gate analysis that I did a while back using a Kinect. Interestingly, Christopher Jordan has also been doing some skeletal tracking stuff lately. He was working on something about a week ago with. They call it the Azure camera. It's really the Kinect 3.0. But I don't think they want to put the name Kinect on it. He was doing some skeletal analysis. Really interesting stuff you can do with it. There's medical and sports applications for it. Chris has been looking at it, and the other Adam has been looking at skeletal tracking for integration into Unreal Engine. Lots of cool technology, but putting it into a medical application absolutely makes sense. Do we know if on-screen is an accident? Because they've been checked in for like an hour. There's obviously a lot going on today. As I warned, it's going to be a high-velocity day, so long as everybody shows up. I'm going to take a drink real quick, and sounds good. It has been wild. I've been watching Michelle running around like a chicken with her head cut off. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I should be looking at it right now while I'm here, while we've got a bit of a lull. So Michelle is telling me that tons of people are signing up, which is a terrifying situation because okay. Michelle, can you do me a favor? Somebody was sitting on the floor earlier. I was still filling out the application for today. Do you know what the name of that company? Do you know what the name of that company was? Was that Lily for Life? Okay. 3. We promised it to that one, to that person. So if we can find out who that is. I think it was Lily for Life. Yeah, so I'm looking at the applications for today and tomorrow. We've got a couple of duplicates. Thank goodness for that. There's Lily for Life again. Whew. Yeah, we have got some applications in, folks. It is going to be Invoxia. Wasn't Invoxia already on the show, Adam? Don't.
Well, I'll take a look.
All right. I feel like I already saw them. I am the keeper of the schedule, and that can sometimes become exhausting because I have this weird tendency to hold information in my head even when I don't need to. So I see a company name and I think, didn't I already see that today?
Looks like we've already had them on.
Okay, then they're not getting another slot because this stuff's filling up too fast. It might be an orphaned. No, they absolutely put in for another slot. I'm sorry, Invoxia, we like you, but that's not how it's going to go. I think, legitimately, I'm going to say this with some pretty good authority, I think when I approve these in a few minutes, once I hear from Michelle whether or not that's the one. Yeah. Once I hear that, I think the schedule is full. I think that will do it for 2024. If that's the, I think so. Yes. And if that's the case, we'll have to take the barcode off the door. It's been a wild CES. Now, one of the things that we always remind our viewers is just because the schedule is full does not mean that the broadcast will be full. There's a couple of reasons for that. The first is some people sign up late after they've left. These are people coming from other countries. They've already left for CES, and their email is currently set to away because the number of away email messages that I get to our scheduling email address is unbelievable. We send out these confirmation emails, and I get bounce backs. Hey, I'm out of the office. I'm at CES. Yep, I know. I am too. So some of them don't see it because of that. Some companies' emails are set real strict, and they go to junk. When you're doing something like this, my recommendation is always to check your junk mail because stuff goes there all the time. The amount of actual proper CES pitches that I received this year that ended up either in my other inbox or in my junk mailbox is insane. So if you have signed up for something and you have not gone and checked your junk mail and you don't have your confirmation, I'm not going to lie, it's on you. So we have some people who just don't see the confirmations, but there's also more legitimate reasons, right? That's mostly on the receiver. But the purpose of the trade show is not us for most people. We're a bonus. Getting media, getting attention, getting your brand out there is not necessarily everybody's goal. From the sounds of it, it was his goal. Our last guest wanted some attention. But a lot of companies are here looking for investment. Some are looking for buyers, right? The executives from, say, Best Buy are here, walking the floor, looking for cool things to have in the store for Black Friday and the holiday season this year, and they're doing it right now. Those types of things are why the companies are here, because as we proved in 2021, our team, Michelle, Terry, Adam, Nancy, and I managed to do exactly this same show completely remotely. We don't have to be in the same room for what we do. We're not why they're here and spending all the money on these beautiful booths behind us. They're trying to get Best Buy and investment and all that stuff. That's why they're here. So sometimes they get into conversations that it would be really stupid to break away from. Michelle, it would be really stupid for them to break away from a conversation with an executive from Best Buy to come over and talk to me instead. So you can. We've got a little bit of a technical issue that we're solving real quick. I'm going to take a drink. This has been a wicked CES. It's been a wicked CES for us, but it's the driest I feel like it's ever been. And it snowed this morning. So that's something that we don't usually experience during CES, though we did have it rain one time to the point where we lost power in Central Hall, but that's a whole different issue. I believe we're ready.
Let's try it.
All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi there.
How are you doing?
I'm amazing. It's an amazing energy this morning. Love CES. Been coming
for many years, except for the COVID break we took.
Yep.
But I just love the energy.
For sure. It's very clear that CES is back.
It is back,
right?
baby. Yes.
This is the CES that I remember. We were talking earlier that this was like the number of people that were in here on day 1 last year, not day 3.
Yeah,
it was a slower event.
Yeah.
But day 1 was wicked in here this year. So
I'm bummed I missed it. I came in yesterday at 2 p.m. for we had a big pitch event.
Oh, nice.
Let me tell you about that. So did you see the giant AARP Age Tech Collaborative booth?
Yes.
I believe it's 12,000 square feet.
It's insane.
It's insane, and what I think that tells you is that AARP is making a huge investment in our aging population.
Yeah.
It's called the longevity economy. It's something like trillions of dollars, that the amount of money spent by folks that are seniors. So they're making a big investment, and they had a big pitch competition.
And fortunately, they have been for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Their presence at CES, I remember when they first put the booth up, and we
Yeah.
all thought, what?
Yeah.
And then you walk in, and you think, no, I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
And they have just leaned in hard to it. I'm so glad.
Yes. And my company, On Screen, I'm a co-founder and CEO. We were fortunate enough to be finalists in their Age Tech After Dark pitch competition. So they bring in a bunch of startups from all over the country to pitch to a panel of judges. There's an audience vote and all of that, and the winner takes home a $10,000 check to go fund your startup, right? To do some cool stuff.
Fantastic.
And there were some amazing companies. I'll give a shout out to them. You know, it was Solid, it was Map Habit, it was Baritone, and it was Story. Those are all amazing companies helping us as we age. But On Screen, luckily, we won the pitch competition last night. And what better way to do Vegas than to walk around the casino with a giant check that says $10,000.
The dealers were probably drooling.
I was looking at all of them. I'm like, you're not going to get this. Not tonight, guys. So an amazing way to start off CES. And then today, got a bunch of meetings. And I feel very fortunate to be able to showcase our product here on your podcast.
So let's talk about it. I see a lens, I see a green phone button, and a couple other buttons and lights. What are we looking at here?
So what we're looking at here is a simple piece of hardware that's like a Roku with cameras, microphones, speakers that attaches to your TV, just like a Roku, one HDMI cable. And the way our customers do it, it's usually like a 50-year-old adult child of an 80-year-old person that's really starting to struggle with technology.
Okay.
But I'm 45. Let's say I buy it for my dad. He's 75. I hook this up to his TV. Now I can call him anytime I want, and it'll automatically answer after it gives like a 30-second notice. He can cancel it, of course, but then I just show up on his TV.
Okay.
And he's just sitting comfortably on his couch. He's got his 60-inch TV, and we're just chit-chatting as if we're in the same room. It's phenomenal. But then what we've done in addition to that, that's kind of where we started, we've added telehealth. So now we all know seniors do struggle with technology. Telehealth is also hard, but they need it more than anybody else.
Right.
So we now automate joining them to that telehealth session at the right time.
Okay.
So the TV will come on, and boom, there we are talking to the doctor. And then with all of the AI amazing capabilities that have come out from OpenAI this year, we've built a GPT AI companion.
Okay.
On the TV. And you can summon her. We call her Joy. And Joy will do virtual visits with the older adult, checking in the morning. Have you taken your medication? What have you had for breakfast? What's your plan for the day? Then she can visit you in the evening. How was your day? Anything you'd like to talk about? Because I'll tell you this much. Social isolation affects... Yeah, go ahead.
Nope, keep going.
Okay. Social isolation affects 24% of the senior population. Yeah. At a cost of $7 billion a year to Medicare. It increases your likelihood of dementia by 50%.
Whoa.
Increases your likelihood of stroke by 30%, heart disease by like 25%.
Wow.
So the more we can keep our older population engaged, communicating, part of peer groups, the better for everybody.
Okay.
We also support things like Zoom activities. So you can have coffee. We're doing a partnership with a company called Loop Village, where they do about 130 live Zoom events per month for older adults. And, you know, that offering tends to age out if you're not able to do Zoom anymore.
Sure, sure.
Well, now you can do Zoom on the TV. You can have coffee with friends multiple times a day and hang out and reduce that isolation, helping the
That's
population.
really cool.
Yeah.
That's like 4.5 events a day. That's a lot of events.
They're doing a lot.
So, can I take a look at the
Yes,
hardware?
sir, please,
All right. So there's
please.
a couple of things that came to mind immediately. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
HDMI in and out.
Mhm,
So it can override what's happening.
Yeah.
Watching TV, this thing kicks on.
Exactly.
Takes over the TV, and then when you're done, hands it back to your cable box.
You got it, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. The other.
Is that an earthquake?
No,
Oh.
that's just the booth shakes. Our
Okay,
neighbors are
okay.
probably coming up the stairs.
Yeah.
There was another important question, and it is just absolutely gone. Oh, if the TV's off.
How about the price? I mean, price is usually
We'll get
good
there
for-
in a
Yeah, yeah.
second. If the TV's off, is it using like ARC or something to be able to power the TV on?
It's using CEC.
Okay.
And CEC allows us to do some of the magic, turn TV on, turn TV off, switch HDMI inputs. If you've got multiple stuff, we can put you on HDMI 1, then on 2. But like you aptly noted, we use the HDMI in as a really foolproof way of taking over the TV.
Perfect.
And aside from all
'Cause
this,
if it's an older TV, you may still not have control over.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. So, but we also do things like reminders. You know, we can pop up your medication reminder on the TV.
That's awesome.
We can send text messages. So, hey, Dad, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 45 minutes. Boom, on his TV. So you can't miss it.
All right. Well, now I want one simply for that purpose.
Yeah. Send a bunch of text messages to Mom and Dad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I want one on my TV for text messages coming in.
There you go. Yeah, and get the kids' attention and all of
Wow.
that. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so now the important questions: availability and price.
Yeah. So we're selling it through our website, onscreeninc.com.
Okay. So it exists.
It exists. The product's in the market. We've got a bunch of customers. I don't know if you follow NPS scores. NPS score is a big deal. We have a high NPS score of 63. That's like the satisfaction. It goes from minus 100 to 100.
Okay.
Nobody has 100. Apple has 62.
Okay.
Chick-fil-A has 62.
Okay.
We got 63. So,
Great.
So yeah, the price, it's $40 to get started. We ship out this unit to you. You hook it up to your TV, and then it's $30 a month.
Okay.
And just compare it to the cost of keeping your parents at home versus putting them in assisted living, which starts at about $5,000 a month.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
We were talking with another company, unrelated, but
Yeah.
also in aging tech.
Yeah.
That we were talking about. You know, it had a pretty high price point.
Yeah.
But way less than an ALF.
Yeah.
And it allowed them to be able to live at home. And
Yep.
they were like, you know, it is expensive. However,
Yeah.
it's not $5,000 a month.
Exactly. And if you think about it, if you bring it down to $1 a day,
Yeah.
you know, even the AI companion, now you have someone checking in on mom, making sure she's taking her meds, doing some stuff during the day, and you get a recap of her evening. You know, it's like you just see it on your app. You get this peace of mind for $1 a day.
Yeah.
So we think we've got something. Winning the AARP pitch competition puts a little more feathers in our cap.
For sure.
And we're ready for the market. So
That's really fantastic technology. If people want to find out more or to purchase one for their own family, how can they do that?
Please visit our website at Onscreen Inc. That's ONSCEERINC.com. And there's a big old buy now button. So there we go.
Very cool. Now, if I want to call it, I put this at mom's place,
Yep.
and I want to call it.
Yep.
I can do it from the phone?
From your mobile device.
And you're good to go.
And we have an app for iOS and Android. So you're good to
Perfect.
go. Exactly.
Perfect. So I don't also have to have
No,
a device. I can do it.
definitely not.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Cool.
Very cool. Well, I appreciate you coming up and talking about this. I need you to do me a favor. I need you, when you go down, make sure you get one of my cards from Michelle. I have a company to introduce you to.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much.
For
this
sure.
is awesome.
Have
All
a good
right,
one.
Take care.
All right. Yeah, that's a great piece of technology. Really happy to see. We were talking about it yesterday, right? The amount of aging tech that exists at the show this year. is intense. It's very different. We've seen a lot of it in the past, but not quite to this extent. I just have to say, the irony of you placing the microphone in the right place for a guest is hilarious. This is a woman that when she's been on the show will get her ear cup backwards. It is easier on somebody else. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Great.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yes, so I'm Sylvain Denoncin. As you can hear, I'm French.
No.
And I'm the CEO of Okinea.
Okay, and tell me about that.
So Okinea is a company specialized in accessibility. I mean, creating a barrier-free environment for people with disabilities. And the solution that we present here is a wayfinding app, an indoor wayfinding app.
Oh, okay.
For people with disabilities. Actually, it's an inclusive indoor wayfinding app.
Okay. Obviously, wayfinding indoors is notoriously annoying.
Yeah.
Try using the CES app to get from booth to booth right now.
Yes.
Right? Almost impossible. So, how have you overcome that and brought this to market?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, most of the, let's say, wayfinding app are based on a map. Blue dot, a map, but it's still a real challenge for users to understand where they are and where to go.
Mm-hmm.
And you just have to stand close to the map that are in the CES. Everybody doesn't know where to go. So we started working on blind people that have a specific needs regarding wayfinding.
Right.
And we were really focused on the user-centric design approach. So we started developing this app just based on voice information. Just follow the voice and we will bring you to your destination. And we started for blind people, then just visually impaired people, then wheelchair people, then people with cognitive limited issues. And I guess like most of the people I met here, we are all disabled in the Venetian hotel, in terms of orientation, I mean.
Absolutely. Even those of us who know the building well get lost. I know this building very well. This is where our tower is every year, and we still made a wrong turn and got screwed up in the hotel.
Yeah, I would say 95% of the people I met during the exhibition here told me stories about the way they get lost in the Venetian. A guy yesterday told me it took 1 hour to find a restaurant in the hotel for him.
Yeah.
So actually we are all disabled in those complex environments.
Sure. So how does the system work? How do you help me get from point A to point B?
Okay, so first it's a B2B business model. So I mean we need to equip those complex venues.
Sure.
Like universities, campuses, airports, metro stations.
Because we've all gotten lost in an airport too.
Yeah, this is a very good use case, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So we just need, because as you know, GPS doesn't work indoors. So we just need to install few Bluetooth beacons. And then we have an algorithm to do triangulation, like GPS outdoor.
Sure.
We have something like 1 meter accuracy. And this is what we need to guide blind persons.
3 meters is GPS, so you're actually more accurate.
Yes, we do really more accurate. In big cities, GPS is more 10 meters.
Yeah. Best case scenario is 3.
Best case is 3, exactly. Yeah. So yes, indoor we are around 1.5 meters accuracy median, and so it gives us the capacity to find a door actually, and this is
that's very accurate because you're looking somewhere in this range is 1.5 meters.
Exactly.
That's unbelievable accuracy. It's a step.
It's a step, and as I told, we started a long time ago this project as a research and development project, and at the beginning it was just a mess. Nobody find the destination. But our goal was, okay, we will be able to sell this solution, to install this product once we can guide a blind person in a metro station, and he will be able to find a door. And so it took 5 years to do that.
Yeah. And when did you start working on this?
Actually, we started it as a side project 10 years ago.
Okay.
So it took 5 years to reach our goal. And we started to sell this solution 4 years ago. And today we cover 8 million square feet.
Nice.
With the solution.
Nice.
Mostly in Europe. But we deliver our 2 first venues this month in the US.
That's incredible. You were trying to do Bluetooth beacon stuff at the beginning of Bluetooth beacon. Like
yes.
So yeah, I mean your development time was going to be longer because you were at the bleeding edge of Bluetooth beacons. That's awesome.
And yes, at the beginning, it was quite a challenge to have a good accuracy. It was quite a challenge to understand how to gather the sensors of the mobile phone with Bluetooth and different ways to localize the users. And just to give you an example, we started using the compass. But when you are in a metro station and that the train arrives, your compass will just turn and turn and turn because of electromagnetic perturbations. So we needed to find other ways to find the direction, the speed of the user. So today we use Bluetooth beacons, we use accelerometer, we use the gyroscope, and this is what can help us to start, because one of the challenges, which is very simple in terms of use case, was how to give the first instruction to a blind person to start moving on the right direction. So we needed to do that without a compass.
Yeah. All right. And compasses have all kinds of other issues, right? Like this doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
Because of my watch band. Because that's a magnet and it comes up and goes,
yes,
this isn't going to be accurate.
Yes, exactly.
There's a notification that comes up and goes, nah, don't rely on this.
No.
So, yeah, the compass is notoriously fidgety.
Yes, it's not a good way to help those people. But from the very beginning, we don't focus on technology. We focus on user services and how to bring more users into the app, like wheelchair people. So what is specific about the app, it's free to download for the users of the building that we equip. And then regarding a few questions, a few settings, do I want voice instructions? Do I want just elevators because I'm in a wheelchair? Or I just some kids with me and I just want to take elevators?
Yeah.
So regarding few settings, you will be able to have the right interface. The app has different interfaces, and the routes will be adapted to your own capacity.
Got it. That makes sense. And, you think about it, similar to a regular GPS, right?
Yeah.
Do I want tolls or not? Right? And you have that same ability. Do I want only elevators? That's really clever.
Yeah. And what is very important for us, because we come from the accessibility world, is that few building owners, told me we implement a wayfinding app with the blue dot and a map, but nobody uses it. Nobody understands how to use it. But from our studies, the surveys that we made, it's 20-80% rule. 20% of the population do need such solution, but 99% of the time, those solutions are not accessible for those people. You don't have the right settings for the real users.
Got it.
So if you bring them, I would say, the right settings, an easy way to navigate for those who really need it, it's going to help those people, but moreover, everybody that needs it, like all the visitors of the Venetian.
For sure. Well, obviously, the technology is out in the wild. You said 8 million square feet, more than 3 CESs. Are already in place. So if people, maybe the owners of the Venetian, want to learn more and possibly implement the app or download the app for themselves, how can they get that information?
Yeah, actually, you just have a look on our website, which is evelity.com, evelety.com. or Okina, which is the name of the company. But if you click on wayfinding, inclusive wayfinding app, you're going to find us. And we will be really pleased to have a look on your venue and to explain what we can do. And we can deliver the service with a quick process, because we do believe that if those type of services are quite expensive, nobody will implement it, so nobody will benefit from such services. So we have a very quick, fast and cheap process to deliver the service. So contact us and we'll be really glad to help you and to enhance your visitors' experience.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for coming and talking to me today.
Thank you.
This is great technology.
Thanks. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, if we could do that in here, in the Venetian, that would make all of us very happy to be able to do proper wayfinding at CES and find our way around the building. Who's Andy? All right. And did we find out who that company was? All right. As I said earlier, I have the master schedule here in my hand, and I'm getting some stuff done while we wait on the next guest. Karma. All right, let's see. I'm seeing who is up here in the room with us, on the studio with us, and I gotta say I'm really excited about it. Not only because we have their actual product in use right now in front of me, but also because I'm a big fan of their technology. Inbox. All right. Okay. All around us. All right. As I said, our next guest is a company that I'm really excited about what he's brought, but we also literally are using their product in the studio right now because we like their product. And I like the little tagline that they put in the application, "You create, we illuminate." That, I mean, I don't know that there's anything that describes the company better than that for me. Very excited about this. These lights are in use here in our CES studio. They're in use in the Plug Kids Live studio. I know Todd Cochran uses these. I know that Chris Jordan uses these. I think Chris has 10 or 12 of these in his collection. They are, without a doubt, our favorite lights on the market. So I definitely look forward to the sheer chaos that's happening on the table right now and finding out all about it, because we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Very excited. I was just saying, obviously, we're fans.
That's nice to see.
It's
looking good.
I think between the network, we have 24 or so of these sets. So
that's awesome.
We love it. So introduce yourself to the audience who doesn't know about the lights above us and the company.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Brandon Wolf. I'm the Director of Public Relations for Newer. And our motto is, you create, we illuminate. And how we're trying to do that is by providing affordable lighting so you can better show the world your talents and creativity.
I appreciate you saying the name of the company out loud, because there's definitely a battle online over the actual pronunciation.
There is. I'm aware of this.
Whether or not it's a hard or a soft E. So glad to hear that it's a soft E.
Yes.
Fantastic. We will be able to pronounce it properly going forward. So what have we got here compared to the lights that we have up here?
So I brought, to start, some smaller lighting that I think, despite the size, is very much powerful enough for content creation, and like if you're streaming on YouTube or if you're on the go. I particularly like these lights because they're full RGB, plus the full range of hot and cold.
Okay.
And what's nice about them is that they have the cold shoe mounts all around them. So if you need more light, you can literally just snap these together and make it as big as you would need.
Okay, that's cool. So I can take this, put it on my camera, and then build around it a larger grid.
Absolutely.
All right, so you've made Lego light. I like it.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
That's fantastic. So a little one would be fine under certain circumstances. Yes. The weird lighting that we encounter out here sometimes, you need something a little more powerful. So out on the floor, you could still accomplish that and click a couple of them together.
Yeah, it helps with some shadows at close range. It's very nice.
Very cool.
Then
I saw it's also got camera mount. So if you needed to do it separate from, you could do that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's cool.
And these other small stick lights, they have the same mount that you can put on, but also they're magnetic. So the back of them, if you have a metal desk or table, they'll snap right on. And they're also magnetic to each other, so you can have them and put a couple together and use it like a wand, an even bigger one, which I've seen photographers use whenever they're on the go instead of a wand, because then you can break it apart and throw it in your pockets.
Got it.
It's kind of nice.
I'm not positive, but I think. No.
No.
I thought I was getting caught to it earlier with my watch band, but I guess not. Cool.
Yeah, so, and then also I brought something for the sound department, because lighting and visuals are great, but we need to be able to hear people as well.
Yeah.
So I brought our new lavalier mics.
Oh, okay.
The CM28s. And
it's a popular product category this year.
Yeah. These are exceptional. Like, I'm very, very proud of these. I've sent these out to a lot of reviewers, a lot of influencers, and I really wanted to put them to use in real-world applications.
Yeah.
And they're just performing amazingly. Amazing. And we're keeping them at a price point of like $120.
Okay. See, that's going to be a big differentiator.
That's huge.
Because, we know the brand that we see in all the videos right now.
Correct.
And if you know the price point, it's not that, for sure. It's significantly higher than that.
If not double.
I would say
it
double. The retail on it's double. And it seems like everywhere that I've gone on the show floor and seen copycats of theirs, almost identical copycats, are staying in that same general price range, maybe $30 or $40 off, but
and that kind of shows
that doesn't help everybody.
It doesn't, and that kind of perfectly shows what we're best known for: putting out high quality gear that's going to compete at a higher level, but we're still keeping it at an affordable price, because showing off your talents should not have any gatekeeping through your wallet.
Yeah,
we feel like that.
Yeah, you're proud of the product, but your price doesn't have to show it.
Absolutely.
Because they're definitely proud of theirs. So can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Obviously, I'm very intrigued by.
And the magnet on it is nice too, even through thick clothing.
So here we have adapters, I assume, for something. This guy? Or this guy?
For the receiver.
Okay. So the receiver has a line out on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I can go from this to my
Put it in your phone if you
camera
have
or
like
whatever.
a camera, or you have a phone rig. It's USB-C. So
Okay.
whatever you're
So-
doing film on.
So I can take this to a phone.
Yes.
Or a laptop.
Yes.
I can take this to my Canon.
Yes.
I can still plug in headphones to monitor.
Yes.
Fantastic. Power and dB gain. Okay. So
Yeah.
that's our receiver. I connect this over at my Canon. I'm literally thinking in my rig right now. So this connects to my Canon. This comes with me. This has USB-C, I assume, as a backup charge.
Yes.
Okay. Built-in mic, line-in mic, power, and then probably pairing.
Yeah, and then with the clip on the back, but it also has a magnet, so you don't have to have it like right on the edge of something.
Okay.
Which is nice. So that pulls off, and you can put that on the other side of your clothing.
Got it.
It's very powerful. It's nice.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we want it to be able to go through like a polo or something. Not everybody's wearing a T-shirt all the time.
Right. So
gonna try it out. Moment of truth.
Absolutely.
Make sure it works. Looks good.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere. That's good. Okay.
Yeah.
That's very cool. And I have to find the back bit now. Okay.
All right.
And obviously this comes with a pair.
Yes.
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 plus the receiver. So.
Okay. So I can.
Great for interviews.
I was to say I can put that on the one on the guest, keep one on myself, go up, do the thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Are there? I know we have to compare it to the one that's out there.
Yeah.
And the one that's downstairs. One of the things that's made that one popular is accessories, like being able to turn it into a handheld mic. Do we have anything like that for this one, or any thoughts?
We're working on different accessories for
Okay.
it now because this is just came out.
Got it.
So we are working on accessories, but we do many accessories. So for all of our other products, I assume we'll have it for this also.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. And the availability on this one?
It's available right now on Amazon and newer.com.
Awesome. Okay.
The other light I brought is the TL60 tube light, and this is our first light with DMX technology.
Oh.
We just started that. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. So obviously it's running on battery because that's how we are right now.
Yes.
I see a power here.
Mm-hmm. DC20, I believe. Yeah.
And then we can power it. I mean, we can do DMX with it. How else?
Yep.
Okay.
Plugged in straight through the cables.
Okay. So not XLR style.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, we're just getting into DMX technology. We wanted to make sure we got it right before we threw it just in all of our lights. So it's in our tube lights now and our one RGB panel lighting.
Very cool.
So just giving people more options and however they want to be creative.
Yeah, for sure. As always, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing. I'm excited about these things. That's a great addition to the lineup for sure.
Yeah.
Because, again, I know your quality.
Yeah.
This isn't all I have.
You need sound, so we want to make it so you can do a complete setup with our stuff.
Yeah, really like it. What's the availability on the other things?
Everything's available on Amazon and all major Amazon platforms all over the world, and on newer.com itself.
And regular price points?
These are coming in at about 27, 26, 27. This is 198. But for the rest of, there's always a coupon code going on. Like right now we have one at CES, so it's just CES 24, and that's 25% off your entire order at newer.com.
Very nice. I know every time these go on sale on Amazon, I tend to pick up another set because they're so fantastic. And yeah, that I tend to buy them on sale, and that's fine.
Yeah, that's why they're there.
It works. Yeah, it's why the sales are there.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you bringing this to show off. I wasn't expecting the mics.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring them. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks.
Have a good rest of the show.
You too.
All right. I'm very happy about all of that. I'm not going to lie. I definitely was trying to figure out, Adam, how to distract him long enough to get away with the microphone. You'd think with all these flashing lights I could distract you, but it didn't work. newer, Soft E, newer, makes great products. I've long been a fan of theirs, so that's super cool. I love that they're getting into the microphone game. I'm definitely going to want to hear them in action. They look cool. The magnet capability is super cool, but I am a little bit of a microphone snob, so I'm definitely going to want to hear them in action before anything happens there. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
I'm Andy from Palm Beach Bots. We're out of Palm Beach, Florida, and we do combat robotics parts and events, kind of like battle bots that regular people fight.
Okay, very cool. So tell me about that.
So BattleBots on TV, I'm sure most people have seen it or know what it is. They look like
Down the
little,
street?
Yeah, Destructathon. They look on TV. They look like little RC cars.
Mhm.
They're 250 pounds.
Yes.
And the to build an enclosure big enough to fight something that dangerous, it's
wicked.
It's not effective for a weekend event.
Yeah.
So what most people fight is a 1 pound and 3 pound robots. They're called ant weight and beetle weight, and that's the names. Well, you've been to fights, so you know. And there's a few kits that people start with, and I used to do events and displays for like big fairs or Comic-Cons just to promote that fighting robots exist.
Okay.
And people kept bugging me to like buy robot kits from me, and I was like, I don't sell robot kits. And then so I talked to like one of the manufacturers, and they said you should start selling them. I was like, okay. So I just did it for fun, and I still do it kind of for fun, just to make the hobby more accessible.
Okay.
But it's grown so much now that I have kits I've designed that schools use for educational programs. There's a class called Plastic Ant, which you're probably familiar with, where the robots are all 3D printed. And so I found that I had schools running full combat robot programs in school, but the teachers aren't robot people.
Right.
And they'd run into obstacles where they don't know how to build this. And I was like, well, I don't want to lose the robot unit because it makes learning fun for kids. It really engages them.
Yeah.
So I designed a series of kits of different styles for plastic ants, and I don't care if they have a robot unit because they can use the plastic ant kit to tie where they're teaching the kids CAD and they're teaching them 3D printing. They can use it at the same time, and it's just the glue that ties those two lessons together.
Yeah.
And the kids will figure out how to do stuff anyways.
Sure.
So when the schools buy them, I give them the CAD files, and I also give them the all the STL files.
Okay.
So they can print all the spares they want, and they can go make
That's
modifications and use it to learn with. And that's been pretty successful in getting all the schools an easier path to entry into building fighting robots.
That's cool. It's one of the things that we've seen with First and Vex as well is the teachers that take on that responsibility are not necessarily robotics
They may have a
people.
chemistry background, so they're a STEM teacher, but they don't know how to solder.
Not even necessarily that. I think one of the schools in Tampa, it's run by an English teacher.
They just like stuff.
Because that was who would take it on.
Yeah.
And somebody needed to. They took it on. They learn on the fly.
Yeah.
Figure
And
it
some
out.
of them do learn, some of them don't. I have one teacher that would always send me a message, I can't figure this out. And he'd be like in the middle of class. And I'm like with like a bunch of 12-year-olds trying to learn how to build it. I'm like, you're going to lose their, so I'm doing a class next week in Orlando for the Orlando Library System to teach the teachers because they're doing a combat program. And I told them as a courtesy I would come teach a class because they're going to have a much better experience if they know what they're doing before they start.
Right, absolutely.
I also built them an arena, a small one. I'm working on a toolless arena.
Okay.
So I'll just give the plans out. I'm not going to sell it. It's just to make it easier for the schools to build one. So I have a little test box I made that you can build in 15 minutes with no tools.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all like quick release connectors.
That's
so,
nice.
So you can pack it flat and they can ship it, or they can just store it really easy and put it together and test stuff.
That's very different than ours.
Oh, I know. Well, my big box comes in a trailer. That one is a little harder to build.
Yeah.
We built it at Orlando in 90 minutes flat.
Okay.
Because believe it or not, my 8x8 arena assembles with no tools.
Okay.
It's built out of pallet racking. And it's modified. So you just click it together like you're building shelves, and there's slots, all the glass stays in, and when you put it all together, it's all there.
Nice.
I thought it was put together on hopes and dreams, like when I first got it.
Yeah, right?
But then I built it and used it. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing.
It works.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Success.
Yeah. I've seen yours though. It has wheels though, yours, and that's pretty handy.
We absolutely added those on.
Yeah, the wheels are nice.
When Ryder delivered it, it did not have wheels on
Okay.
it. It was the first thing we did was put giant casters on it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Because there's no other way of dealing
No.
with that. We had to cut a hole. We had to cut our door open
Oh,
bigger
bigger?
at Amrock because it was.
Oh.
Honest to God, it was about an inch too small to get it out.
That's. Remember I told Andrea and from Mike from Witch Doctor, I used to have a Witch Doctor all the time.
Yeah.
That I would take to displays, and it's this much too wide for a standard doorway. And I said, I'm not a BattleBots team or anything, but if I could give you some advice, I would make it about 2 inches thin, just so we can display it easier.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So how long have you been involved in this?
I started in fighting robots 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay.
I just saw BattleBots on TV and thought it was cool. And then they didn't have the third season when ABC dropped them. And then I found their Facebook page, like as the saying goes, and they announced the taping in Long Beach.
Okay.
And it was $20 for a ticket. I was
Oh.
like, yeah, but you got to fly to Long Beach from
Yeah,
Florida.
sure.
So I did it.
Yeah, of
I
course you did.
came and I went and I'm like, this is so cool. This is super fun. And then I went nuts trying to find events. Like
Yeah.
I am my own customer basically. And so then I found an event in Martin County. It was a local event. I didn't know what to expect. I brought my son, who was 6 at the time.
Okay.
And we walked in. I'm like, it was Axe Backwards. Kurt was throwing it. And so I was like, that's one of the robots from the TV show right there. And then I was like, and Andrea and Mike were there fighting their insect robots. And I was like, that's the girl from the Witch Doctor one on TV. And she's fighting a 9-year-old. What is this place?
Where am I?
Yeah, I'm like, how did this happen? So I was like taking notes and like taking pictures of everything. And I went back and I figured out how to buy a Viper kit, which is the one everybody starts with. And then I ordered it, and they were out of stock, and they didn't ship it for 3 months.
Yeah.
And then they still hadn't shipped it. And then Andrea had posted that they were having like you can come see the Witch Doctor in person. At this point, I didn't know everybody. So this was like a big deal. And so we drove down to Miami.
Yeah.
And it turned out she had kits for sale.
Oh.
So I bought a kit from her on the spot. And canceled the other order. And then we went home and built it. And then I used to drive from West Palm to Miami every weekend with my son to practice at their makerspace. And that was annoying. To drive 3 hours total to practice for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So then I built my own arena.
Sure.
And then like a little 4x4, not the bigger one. And then I had gone to Maker Faire Orlando, which is like the Super Bowl of robots in Florida. And I called the Maker Faire in Palm Beach, and I was like, hey, I see you don't have robot fighting. Would you like to borrow my arena? And that turned into they put me on the committee to plan the whole event, which I didn't. That's what happened, I guess. So then I did my first robot fight.
It's what always happens.
Yeah. And then I had 3 BattleBots there and displays, and I had a bunch of people fighting in the arena. Then I just became the guy that planned all the robot fights.
Yeah.
And then the parts came around the same time as that. So it's all just been something I did to build the hobby and make it easier.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, it's similar to what happened to our group.
Yeah.
We did it at the state fair, and the next thing we know, they've given us the entire red room to do STEM programming.
Yeah.
We did 1 day worth of thing, and the next thing we know, we were doing the red room.
Well, I did the Science Center event, the first one, and then 2020 happened. And then at the end of 2020, they were open, but they had no budget.
Yeah.
And they said, can you do a robot display? I said, oh, sure. So I brought my arena. I put some insect robots in there. I borrowed a Witch Doctor and put it on display. And then someone from the fair, South Florida Fair, the West Palm, saw that. Then they called me to do a robot fight at that fair. And then at the end of that I did a full 3-week exhibit, and we did a robot fight at the end of the fair. And then at the end of that fair, the CEO called me into her office to ask me to bring the big box and fight 250-pounders the next year. So in the January 2022 fair, the theme was robots.
Wow.
And I brought the big box from Maker Faire Orlando, and we built 30-pound show bots that we did a show. We did 56 shows in 17 days. And the final weekend, we fought 250-pounders from BattleBots live at the fair.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
That's crazy.
It's 21 straight days of being there, but it was pretty awesome.
We were exhausted after 10.
Yeah, 10's a long
We're like, that's
run.
enough.
I told them I can't do 17 again.
Yeah, no,
I
that's
can't
crazy.
do it. But it was fun to do it. I'm glad I did it. But to do it again would require like a full-time team of doing it.
For sure.
Yeah, it was a ragtag bunch of robot guys the first time.
It happens.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming up and talking. It's interestingly outside of our normal guessed.
Yeah.
But I love it.
I would have brought a robot if I knew, but
that's okay.
The planes don't like the robots.
They
much.
don't like the robots that much.
Yeah. What is this? It's a killing machine.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't ask questions.
Yeah.
Just let's keep going.
Push it through. Well, thank you.
If people want to find out more about what you're up to, how can they do that?
It's www.palmbeachbots.com. You can also find us on Facebook and Instagram as Palm Beach Bots as well.
Very cool. Well, thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Oh, it's so interesting to see how similar the accidental story of that versus, AMROC, because we are in a very similar position where we got into the combat robotics on accident, almost. Partially because Chris Willingham wanted to join BattleBots himself, and knew he wouldn't be able to do it on his own and wanted to do it as a team. And so we started looking and then realized that the smaller ones were more affordable and more in line with our time, because we all do too many things. And so we ended up getting into the smaller combat robotics, and here we are. We'll face it out that way. And then the further, if you're good with me placing it, we'll put it right there. And if you can scoot your chair, can she scoot her chair that way a little bit, Adam?
Yes.
Okay. That looks like it'll be perfect. And we'll talk around the computer. All right. We have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello, Scott.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Day 3.
Yeah. Whew. That was so excited. And,
you've been running around.
Yeah, because I'm the one who make product here.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, so happy to be here. And hello, everyone. I'm the product doctor, Candice, and I'm speaking for LiftUp.
They are the company that we've been talking about. They're right here behind us. We always like to have the companies around us on the show so long as they make sense for our audience. And you guys definitely make sense for our audience. So obviously, let's start here because there's this big crazy thing on the table. Let's talk about what this is.
Yes, this is like a great idea. Actually, the founder, they first found this idea when he was doing exchange at MIT with few of his classmates, and they're thinking about have some product for the digital nomad. By the way, LiftUp is a company who design product or provide product for the gamers, digital nomad, this kind of new lifestyle. And for the people who like all moving around, they always wish to have more extendable the monitors, and for higher their working efficiency on studying something. So they made it. So start with like 2, now 3, or even more like applicable other stuff, maybe live stream light or cameras in the future. Let's see. But for now, this one is in the Kickstarters. So we are making it and make it happen. And this time we're actually bringing more products here. The mainly launching product is not this. Is actually the gaming set. Let's see. Can you see over there? Yes, Scott already tried it down there, right? Oh, here's the camera. Great. And like a lot of gamers, they have the problem with the cables and with accessibility, storage, everything. But we have a solution all in one. Think about it. Only one cable in, plugs in, and you have your computer. There's cooling coaster.
Yeah.
For cool your drinks.
That one's mine. So we've all of us who have gone over there and looked, we all have our favorite feature. That one's mine.
Yours?
I
Great.
love that.
Warm your coffee or cool your drink, a Coke. And also wireless charger on it to hold your phone and charge your phone. And also plugs over here. So easy to access. You don't have to like go under to take any plugs. Just sit here and take everything. And also speaker can lift up and hidden under the table. Guess what? You have to show it. Like come to our place to see the zzz going down.
That's Michelle's favorite feature.
Yeah, for the guys to showing off, But we love it. And the other side is talk about the physical part. It's super strong. It can lift up like 125 kilograms and holds up to 300 kilograms. So I can basically sit on it and you can like lift it up. And also for the other platforms, you can see there's a lot of components like toolbox, platforms, backboards, and each side can hold many things. For example, you can have your computer. If you don't have enough space, just add on a platform and a computer here. And also if you're a designer, so you have a lot of cables, a lot of tools, assets, you will need this toolbox. Take it in, take it out on the floor, perfect. And for the backboard, you have LED lights going on, always with music, with everything. Also, you can hold your monitor there. Maximum, we can hold 2 over there on the backboard, freestanding.
Yeah, the monitor mount was a really great idea because, you know, you've either got to do what we did here, right, and get something that clips onto the desk.
Yes.
And unless you're right up against the wall, which we are not, it can be questionable.
Yeah.
Or you have to mount to the wall, which means putting holes.
Exactly.
And I don't want to put holes because I might move the desk someday.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I can take the whole thing with me.
Exactly. And here you can see it's really like no shaking. Basically, when you lift up and going down, it stays like in the same level.
Yeah.
And also backboard, you can see holes there. We use the same standard with the IKEA Scaldi, that one. So you can also use other applicants on it. You just hang everything you want.
Super smart.
Great, great.
I didn't realize that. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
So all of the accessories, including stuff that you can 3D print yourself, are all compatible with this.
You can buy it somewhere else. You can 3D print whatever you want to do.
Because there's all kinds of like controller holders and stuff that you can print right off a Thingiverse.
With same standard hole.
Awesome. That's a great idea. Great idea.
I hope you like it. Because I also before I was working with IKEA, so we always like this idea to have everything we can work together.
Sure. Sure. And then you've also got your chair.
Yeah, our chair. But sorry, I don't have the picture here.
That's okay. We'll get a picture later.
Yes,
we'll add
and
it
the
in.
chair will be ergonomic chair. And you know the one who leading the chair category is a girl as well. And you know there's always some problem for the girls to find the right ergonomic chair for us. But those, it works perfect. Looks like a Game of Thrones. It's like the front ones looks perfectly.
For Batman.
Like, yeah, and also Batman, Walker. Yeah, like with the wings.
Yeah.
It looks so cool.
It is a cool looking
chair. And it feels so cool. You can adjust the head, adjust the arms, adjust everything, and feel so comfortable with your back. That's the important part. Many people mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can adjust, like go back with it.
Yeah, we can.
Without having to play with levers and stuff. I was able to lean back.
Yeah, you can lean your back, like
real nice and
like
comfortable
this.
without having to find levers underneath or anything like that.
Yeah,
It's a really nice addition.
Yes, it works like this. You can hold it like this, and if you want to lock it, then you take it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just leave it. Go like this. Perfect. And with the chair, and in additional, this time we realized there are many people, especially in US market, they like this product more.
Yeah.
Well, we got a coffee table. This one is already launching, you know. The other one is on the way, but this one is already on the market. You know what? This is like a coffee table. You sit in your living room and put your phone on it, wireless charger. You have speakers, and when there's a party, you have speaker and light going on around the coffee table. It looks so cool. And that's the trick. You open the drawer, you will realize that's a fridge. You have full of your drinks inside.
Nice.
So easy to access. So when your friends talking here, chatting and look at TV, watching TV, everything, it's just easy to.
You don't have to leave the conversation.
You don't have to.
That's really cool.
They were, whoa, everyone's like, guess what inside? Whoa, I'm going to order.
Yeah, nobody expects there to be a fridge in the coffee table.
Yes. And in many sizes, we're doing it. So also through this channel, we really would like to gathering more like idea shot to us, because we wish the gamers, the home smart lover, the digital nomad, they dream bigger, tell us what they want, and we are the ones going to make it come true.
Absolutely.
Right? Absolutely.
So I know that the fridge is the coffee table is already available.
Yeah.
$7.99. Is that what I'm seeing right now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other products are coming soon.
Are coming soon.
Do we have Do we have ideas on prices for them?
Let me check. I forgot the screen one. There will be, let me see. 600 for 3. 600 for whole set. Yeah,
Okay.
the founder is sitting there. 600 for whole set for the price. And for the desk, there will be 2499 for the pro set.
Okay.
We have you can see all the things over here, all the things with wireless charger, healing, cooling coaster, and the lift up speakers and LED light all around those assessment. They all included with 2499.
And then the chair?
And the chair, there will be 600.
Very nice.
Yes.
Well, I really appreciate you coming up and talking about this. We've been looking at the product, obviously all show, because it's right here, and it's good to see it in person up here.
Yeah, so great. Thank you so much for the Scott.
If people want to learn more about the company and your products, how can they do that?
They can definitely come to us and also email us. Also, just type LiftUp, and we will find our website.
Fantastic.
Okay? LITAB. LiftUp.
LIVTAB.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right. Well, thank you for
Great.
coming up and talking.
Yes.
Appreciate
There
it. All right. They really do have a cool set of products back here. I think we've probably at some point all gone over to the booth and at least sat in the Batman chair. I know there's no way they can market it that way, but I can say it because I'm not trying to market it. It definitely looks like Batman. It's got the wings. It's fantastic. It's really comfortable. Good product. Well, it is 1 o'clock. That means my time is done for today. I will be back tomorrow. For those who weren't here at the beginning, I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live. Coming up next is Todd Cochran with Geek News Central. I will see you tomorrow.
Hey everybody, welcome back to CES 2024, Day 3 coverage here by the Tech Podcast Network. My name is Todd Cochran from Geek News Central, geeknewscentral.com, to take you for the next 3 hours before we bring on Chris, who will wrap us up all the way through 6 o'clock Pacific. So if you're out on the East Coast, keep the streams up, keep them running. We'll be here all day. We have an absolutely full schedule. We've just finalized booking solid all the way through the rest of the show. And we're also lit and live. And if you are using one of those newfangled podcasting apps, a modern podcast app from podcastapps.com, you can follow Geek News Central over there and watch the live audio or listen to the live audio or the live video feed. So we are, again, we are lit and live. And I want to thank all of you that are supporting the show with your donations. Of course, there's over on techpodcast.com, there's a QR code where you can make a donation via the PayPal link. Or, again, you can boost the show if you desire through one of those new modern podcast apps. So we're going to keep the show rolling here. Going to bring in our next guest. We've got a lot to go through. And, again, we're booked solid. As long as the guests are here, we will we'll keep it rocking, keep things moving. So we're getting our guests set up here. All right, I want to welcome Rutukar Vijay.
That's right.
Oh, I got it right. You're the CEO of Autonomy, or how do we pronounce it?
So, hi, I'm Ritik Vijay. I'm from Autonomy.
Autonomy, okay.
Yeah. So, we do autonomous delivery robots for hyperlocal spaces. And, this CES specifically, we have been focusing on how can we augment lockers onto our robots. And just like that, so that, instead of you going to the lockers for your pickup and drop, the lockers can come to you. And that's what we have been talking about. Yeah.
That's kind of interesting because I know in some cities, the robots are delivering your DoorDash.
Yeah.
And now you're going to have a locker delivered with your stuff from Amazon or whoever, right? Wow. So that's kind of curious. So how is that actually operationally happening then? Is the fulfillment happening by Amazon and then basically the robot brings it to your address, or what's the plan?
So we have partnered with Harbor Lockers.
With Harbor?
So, yeah. So all the lockers on the robot are kind of compliant to Harbor locks. So their app ecosystem marketplace players can actually access our robots just like that. So that gives us at a very instant complete access to all the marketplace guys. So one of the core differences which we have is from the food delivery robots and our locker robots is that our robots can make multiple deliveries in a single trip. So that just changes the game completely, because we have we can handle the peaks very efficiently. We can batch the orders and deliver them in a single trip, compared to having 30 robots for handling the peaks, and then in non-peak hours they are underutilized. So that's
then
the difference.
How many lockers then are on a single robot?
So we have around 8 lockers in a single robot. So that's pretty much 8 deliveries in a single trip.
Of course, it all depends on package size too, right?
Yeah, we do have 2 different type of sizes on the lockers. So we have taken a lot of inputs from Harbor and all the other locker ecosystems. One is small and medium. We don't do large at this point in time, but yeah, we are learning more that what are the fast-moving goods, and we can the compartments are customizable. So yeah.
So have you already brought this to the market, or is it just in the planning stage right now?
So we have been doing autonomous delivery since last 1.5 years, 2 years. We are operating in a couple of airports, universities, and also in cities. So yeah.
So you're working in airports?
Yeah, I'm in Cincinnati International Airport and Rome International Airport in Europe. So we have been doing, delivering people, food and beverage, so they can order online and enter the departure gate, and the robots will deliver. But at the same time, we've been doing, hyperlocal deliveries in cities in Spain, and also in the U.S. with, going live with a couple of universities.
What do you find then? What do you expect it to be? Mostly food, commerce? What do you expect it to be?
So, that's a good question. Almost, fast-moving goods are food. But the problem areas for the end customer is agnostic. So it can be food and beverage. It can be groceries, which is slightly larger and more, and packages. So we are agnostic to the fact that what is getting transported from point A to point B. We are the carrier. We are just bringing those lockers back to the customers.
In a city, what are you working then? In a 2 or 3 block area, what's the radius that the robots are running around in?
So anything between 1 mile to 1.5 mile is what we cater.
Mile to mile and a half.
Yeah. And one more thing which we realized was that, the robots are very good. The Harbor locker integration is very good for returns as well, because returns is a pain point for many retailers and e-commerce companies. So you can schedule a return, the robot will come to your doorstep. You don't have to go to a store or somewhere else to drop your packages there.
I live in the country, so I don't think robots coming to my house. I don't live in a high enough dense area, but maybe someday.
Sure. Would love to know your coordinates, and we'll have the robot there.
Does it go down dirt roads?
Dirt roads is fine, but we don't do stairs at this point in time.
Yeah.
We're trying to solve 80% of the problem.
Right.
I think that's big enough.
Yeah, that's cool. So tell folks where they can find out more about your product and service.
So you can find out more on autonomy.io. So we are OTTONOMY, and the robots which we call is Autobots, OTTOBOTS.
All right, awesome.
One last thing which I want to highlight. So this CES, we had a beer dispenser by Cooler Keg on our robots. So you can order beer, and the robot can give you a fresh draft to your place. So we are looking at sporting events, casinos, and many more. So,
sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, you should come by the booth.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, love it.
Awesome. So if you live in a city, who knows? Maybe your next delivery is going to be from a Autobot, and not one that's going to come in and morph into something else. Our next guest is going to be setting up. They have a very large display, or you guys are going to, it's a autonomous vacuum. I want to make sure we're not getting go ahead. Let's put it there, so we can still see each other. Is that going to work from a product shot standpoint?
Yeah, that'll work.
All right. Okay, he put it on top, so is that still in the shot?
It is.
Okay, good. All right. That's good. All right. Yeah, we'll get you a headset turned on. We had a airplane in here yesterday, literally model airplane of sorts. So I want to thank, welcome. Is it Shiley Shao?
Shili.
Shili Shao.
Yeah.
Okay, nice to meet you. And you're the marketing director with Narwhal?
That's right.
So obviously, I think we can. It's pretty self-explanatory what we have on the desk, but
right.
It looks like this is an all-in-one. Not only, I'm assuming it's an autonomous vacuum and mop.
That's right. Exactly. You can see from the mop pads here at the bottom.
Right? Yeah, I'll do it this way.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
An all-in-one vacuuming and mopping. It also washes its own mops with this big base station.
So, these are starting to pop up all over the place with the all-in-one cleaning solution. And, where I live, I have a mixture of throw rugs and hard floor because I live in a loft. It's a 2,000 square foot loft. And it always has driven me crazy that while I can go around and vacuum, I need a whole different machine now maybe it's just me. But what is the, just tell me about the product itself and how the deployments went and everything. Just give me the full spiel.
Sure, yeah. So this is our latest flagship model, Narwhal Frio X Ultra. As you just saw, both vacuums and mops with this big base station. It also washes its own mops, dries the mops, adding detergent automatically, and importantly, sensing dirt automatically, which means can monitor the level of dirtiness of the floor, as well as on the mop pads. So we've got sensors inside the station which can kind of read the color and density of dirt particles. What this does is it allows the robot to keep cleaning the floor until everything's gone, keep washing the mop pads until everything's gone. So you don't have to think about that. The robot does itself. You don't have to move your hands. You don't even have to think about how to make it work.
Right.
So that's a point, number one. Number two, about something special about the vacuuming part, about kind of the brush design here, so that you and both the audience can see.
I'll hold it up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that purple brush in the middle, I also got kind of an accessory version here for easier viewing. So this is what we call zero hair tangling brush.
Oh, that's nice.
Because so common to have a lot of pet hair and human hair, all around the floor. If you have a big family, if you have pets, etc. So that has been historically a big problem for robot vacuums.
It has, because the hair gets wrapped up
exactly
in the brush, and so this, because of the way this is designed, you're saying that isn't happening.
Right. So if you look at traditional brushes, just like this, they have both ends fixed to the robot. So the two ends are where hair most easily get tangled.
Right.
With Narwhal's brush, you can take a look there.
There's one end is...
Yeah, only one end is fixed. We call this single arm floating brush. The other end is literally floating. It's unconstrained, leaves extra space, and there's some aerodynamics design to it. If you don't mind, I can... Yeah.
Sure.
So it's a kind of a conical shape. It's larger here, smaller there, and the bristles are directing in one direction.
Sure.
So when hair gets on there, it spins and all guided in one direction.
So it naturally comes off.
Exactly. That's how this works. We have a demo unit down at the booth there, which shows people very clearly. That's been, honestly, the center of attention for many media journalists who have come. So that's one of the biggest unique things about our latest robot.
It makes sense because if it goes larger to smaller, then it has the opportunity to move down the brush, fall off, get into the bin.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Exactly.
You know, one of the biggest challenges I have with the current model of autonomous vacuum that I have is that I have a cat, and he's always knocking cat food all over the place, and so it ends up the robot just sometimes does not pick that stuff up. And it gets all the small stuff in the lint, but how's this do with just like regular particles on the floor? Does the same type of brush have a better pickup than a normal brush?
Yeah, for sure. So we actually are certified by SGS and TUV in terms of hair pickup rate at 99.56% for pet hair, human hair, everything. So basically nothing is left on the floor. Also importantly for pets, as you were just talking about, things can be kind of scattered around the floor. With this robot, we've got what we call tri-laser system. You have lasers on the top, lasers in the front, and lasers on the side. So that gives you kind of more or less complete coverage of the floor, especially when the robot navigates around stuff like table legs, like Lego. The robot can precisely see and goes around the robot while also covering, cleaning the surrounding areas. Like some of the robots just stay super far away from the obstacles. That way they do avoid them, but
sometimes
also
it bang into them too. So
so it's important to recognize those small obstacles and able to really precisely go around them.
So one thing I always there's two questions I've got. One thing that's always driven me crazy is that I always have to, like, before I leave in the morning, I do a kind of a walk around to make sure there's nothing big on the floor that the vacuum is going to run into or get hung up on. And invariably, I'll come home and it's basically tilted or whatever the word they want to use for it, and it's stuck in a corner or whatever. What is the from every company's a little bit different, but how's your guys been able to navigate around stuff that probably shouldn't be there, but it is there nonetheless?
All right. This tri-laser system does help a lot. Like the lasers on the top, like first of all, they map the whole house, see like the big obstacles, the tables, the chairs, the couches, and then the front lasers can see those things that are right in the front, like kind of smaller items, slippers, baseboards. Even sometimes dog poops.
Right.
So
does it avoid that?
Yeah, that's
the point. That's the worst, right? To have your vacuum run through the doo-doo. So let's talk about the cleaning pads themselves. You say they wash themselves, so it gets into the unit, and I'm assuming there's some spray jets in that spray it off, or how do they actually self-clean?
So maybe it will be helpful to kind of take off the lid a little bit. Like there's a water tank.
They won't be able to see, but let me
tilt it.
Oh yeah, so we got a water tank and we got disposal and fresh. I see. Okay.
Right. So there's water in there, which kind of is released down at the bottom as the robot goes back and kind of thoroughly rinses the mop pads. This dirt sense feature we just talked about, the robot can sense the dirtiness of the mop pads as well, and keep cleaning them until they're fresh. You also get detergent here inside the base station. They can be automatically added to the water to make sure like the chemicals help with the cleaning as well.
Right. Availability, what's the price going to be?
It's going to launch in March for official sales. The MSRP will be $13.99. There's early bird offer at $10.99 for a very limited time window. Yeah.
So $10.99 on the early offer at the website?
The website, at Amazon,
and on Amazon.
Right.
What's the warranty on this then, too?
This we guarantees for 1 year of free returns and repairs.
Okay. Well, awesome. So everyone, again, this is a really hot market right now. And check out Narwhal. Is it NARWAL?
Exactly. .com.
Narwhal.com. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for showing off your product. And good luck with the launch.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Cool. So every day, does your robot get stuck? Has it run through cat doo-doo or dog doo-doo? That's the worst. That's the worst. And I won't say the name of the robot I have, but it's a little bit older. And luckily, I don't have a dog, and my cat is pretty good. But one time, oh my gosh, yeah, it ran through something it shouldn't have run through. That is for sure. So when we get big stuff here, things get a little chaotic. So I hope you all were able to see what we were showing today. So, being day 3 of the show, we normally see just a little bit of a slowdown in traffic for the show. And today, absolutely no slowdown whatsoever. The floor has been as busy as ever. I think that we are definitely, I guess the better word is, back to post-COVID show attendance levels, exhibitor levels. Downstairs, I spent quite a bit of time downstairs yesterday, and they were, let me see here, the screen went dark over here. Definitely the show was packed from that regard downstairs. So I guess our next guest is here. Yeah, no, not yet. Oh, okay. Oh. I see. It's part of the. Yeah. I got it. Part of the PR person for the team. Because they're carrying that monster thing downstairs. I'm surprised they brought the whole unit. It takes a lot of dedication to bring that.
Yeah, I was surprised as well.
But yeah, so as I was saying before our last guest, the schedule is completely full, which is exciting. And all the way through the end of the day Friday. Usually we have spots available on Friday, but of course, just because people signed up doesn't mean that they're going to show up.
That's true.
All right.
We're usually lucky enough to get a couple walk-bys that we can fill in with.
Yeah, and we pulling them in here, you know. So, oh yeah, the screen just updated. I thought it went. Usually there was a. So for those that don't know, Michelle is back on the switching keyboard.
I'm back.
Yeah, back. And so, all right. Yeah, we're going to get the product set down. And we'll put it right here. We'll wait to get our guests mic'd up here. Okay, I want to welcome Ali Salah, CEO and co-founder and founder of Swappery.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the show, and let's talk about what you guys are doing and what we have displayed here.
Yeah, so this is the world first auto-swappable battery system for your smartphone. So basically this is the battery swapping station. It's a household product. So you have this station in your house, and you have this battery pack attached to your phone. So whenever you need this extra charge, you simply plug this. You put this phone onto the swapping station and wait for 7 seconds, and the swapping station will take the drained battery and will swap it with a fully charged one in 7 seconds. So imagine yourself like checking out from your house. You just wait for 7 seconds, your battery swapped, you're good for 8 to 10 hours of extra charge.
So just so everybody knows, we got a prototype sitting here. From what I can see.
Right.
And can I see your phone? I won't promise I won't. I'll be gentle.
No problem.
Because we don't want to break anything. But actually, what I'm seeing here and what's been mocked up is you actually, the battery module then will slide out.
Exactly.
The system will put a new one in.
Yeah.
And then you'll have this extended charge.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and just I want to point out that this is a prototype, so this design will be totally different.
Sure.
It's going to be like supporting MagSafe, slicker than this. So this is a prototype. And I like to picture this product as you have your microwave, your coffee maker, your printer. In seconds, everything is done. So this is like a swapping station that can secure the user of 8 to 10 hours of extra charge in seconds.
Right.
And it will take care of charging and making your batteries ready to be auto-swapped whenever you need them.
Right.
Yeah.
So What do you expect then internally? How many batteries are you going to have in?
Yeah, so the product will be shipped with 4 preloaded battery in the swapping station and 1 battery in the battery pack. So total of 5 batteries.
So if I was a business and I wanted to have this available in an office,
yeah,
and gave all the employees the swappable battery pack,
Yeah.
Can you have more batteries, or is it what's the max?
Yeah, so right now we have this version of the household version. It takes is good for 5 users.
For 5 users.
Yeah, but we are planning on expanding a lot more than that to have a B2B you can say product, which a bigger mega station housing like for example 25 batteries for bigger use case.
You know, I could see this too. You know, oftentimes it's like you run out of the house and did I grab the extra battery?
Yeah.
You know, and if obviously you have a brand new phone, the life on new phones are pretty good.
Yeah.
But
Right.
we're all pretty heavy users, and those phones get older. They don't hold a charge as long, and that's usually when you're lugging the extra battery with you. It's in a woman's purse, or maybe it's in a guy's side pocket or whatever.
Exactly.
And it just gets a little annoying.
Yeah, so this thing organizes your charging process. You don't need to worry about charging your power banks in advance. You don't need to worry about carrying cables,
Yeah.
bricks. Take care of all of that.
I know it's early going for you, but what are you expecting then for the retail on this to be and
Yeah.
availability?
Yeah, so we're expecting to launch this product this year, hopefully. And the price, I'm not really sure, but I can give an average. Like you can expect somewhere between between $199 up till, let's say, like
I know
270. Like it's yeah,
it's
like
in that range.
Yeah, in that range. It's not going to exceed 300.
Yeah. So and how easy it then is once you put the external battery pack on.
Yeah.
Is that basically mounted with a
With the
double-sided-
MagSafe. So
Oh.
all the phones with the MagSafe will just magnet this on top of their phones, but the phones which is not supporting MagSafe, we will ship a MagSafe ring that can be sticked directly to your phone or your phone case.
Okay.
And you can snap the battery
So that
back
way,
on
if
there.
I don't want it on there, I can pop it off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you have this MagSafe.
Yeah, and then when I need it, but again, just to change it out, just stick it in the machine.
Yeah, 7 seconds and you're good to go.
That's pretty fast change. 7 seconds.
Yeah, it's like our slogan is that don't charge it, swap it.
Right.
So you don't need to charge your phone. You just and by the way, we still have a port on the battery pack.
Yep.
In case you need it to charge via
Okay.
wire, so you can plug in, and also you have your headphones. You can
Yep.
plug in your headphones, so you don't have any issue. And if you don't want to use it, so you can also take it off.
How about an external port to charge somebody else?
Again?
Why don't you put a USB-C in there too, so that we can plug in and charge somebody else?
Okay.
There's an idea.
Yeah, this is a good idea. So we can add that. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, but you
Right.
never know, because oftentimes someone will say, "Oh man, I need a quick charge. You got any extra power?" So
Yeah.
yeah. So
exactly.
sometimes that happens. So very awesome. So where is the website? Is it swappery.com?
It's theswappery.com.
The Swappery,
.com.
TheSwappery.com, theswappery.com.
Yeah.
Good luck with your product. How's the response been on this?
It was amazing. Everybody's is asking about it. Everybody's like checking on when this product will be released. By the way, they can check our website. They can pre-order this. There is no pricing. They can just put their information, and whenever this product is ready, we can let them know.
Okay, so no Kickstarter, just put their name on the list on the website.
Yeah, their number, their names.
Okay.
Yeah, all
Awesome.
the details. So.
All right. Thank you so much for coming over and showing this to us. Congratulations.
Thanks a
and
lot.
Much success to the launch of the product as well.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Awesome stuff here. And this is the beauty about CES, is that 1 minute you got a product that's on the market for sale today. You've got stuff that's in development that is going to be available in a few weeks. And like this, a little bit later in the year, you can tell. I could tell immediately when he come up that he was in the prototype stage. And you know, just think if you think about what it takes to build a product like that, I think you can understand why you probably have gone through half a dozen builds. And just like me saying, hey, why don't you put a USB-C charger on that external battery? And it's kind of like, oh, and sometimes it's just the obvious things that we see that we think is going to help them make the product better. I did like the fact that you can remove the battery easily for MagSafe, because obviously in the demo unit that he had on there, he had it on there with some sticky. So MagSafe put on the back. I don't know why, though, you would... Seems like you would just stick the battery in the machine and have it change without the phone versus putting the phone with the battery pack. That was my only thing. Just swap it. Just give me a fresh one. You know, but I don't know. Maybe. It's an interesting product. What do you give that one a chance of success on a 1 to 10? For the super geeks, probably yes, but I think, I don't know.
You think maybe a 6, 7?
Yeah, 6 or 7. You know, because again,
because it's interesting, but like you said, it could be things could be more streamlined.
And it's expensive too for
Yeah.
5 batteries for 8 hours. So, you know, I think what we see here oftentimes is, and don't get me wrong, I'm excited when a person's maxed out their credit card, they've made prototypes. You want them to succeed. And the mechanic, I worry about the mechanics of that, of stuff getting hung up, you know, because you're pulling a battery out, you're probably moving it over, you're finding a place to put it to go charge. You know, how does that all work inside that box? A lot of moving parts.
And you said you stick the whole phone in there?
Well, he basically put the front of the phone on, and then the battery gets changed in the back.
Oh, got ya.
Pulls it out and puts a new one in. So, I don't know. I might go down to a 5 on that one.
Okay.
You know, I don't, and it's just because it definitely is a product that's new. No one's doing anything like that. We need that for electric cars. We don't need that for phones.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so we got him in and out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're watching today, we want to thank you for being here on the stream with us. And if you have to go away to a meeting or something, don't, again, just leave the stream up and running, and it'll be there when you get back. You know, if you're on the East Coast, it's coming close to the end of the workday, so you'll be able to be with us through 9 o'clock tonight on the East Coast. I know you're excited to be with us here through the end. We want you to do that for sure. So let's talk just a little bit on... Oh, that's weird. My daughter's texting me, says, hey, the thing you ordered from Amazon hasn't arrived yet. Can you check on it?
Because I do that too. That's very important. Sometimes they bump those times out.
Or it's gotten delivered and someone's hijacked it off
Oh, no.
off a porch or something, right?
Yeah. Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not. But I think it was already supposed to have arrived, so that's the thing. Let's see, we'll give it a quick look here down the list. No, not. I want to look at recently purchased. So yesterday, we've all been out browsing around, and I always try to pick the price point of products at the show, and you never know really what the price point is going to be. But everything that I've seen so far is running in a $240 range that I really want. The GE stuff yesterday was the one that really, I really was kind of blown away by some of the stuff at GE that I talked about on yesterday's show, which you can watch on the replay. But specifically the 2-in-1 washer and dryer with the ventless dryer that they have available. All right, so let me go here.
Were you impressed with that? I haven't been over there yet.
I'm impressed by it, but the price is scary.
Yeah.
you know, because I lived in a loft. I have the ability to do a hookup and drain, but I don't have a vent for a dryer. So because this is a ventless dryer, it would work for me. Oh, that's not good news. It was delivered. Okay. Well, this is bad news. It was delivered. Let me send her the photo. See if she can do tracking. All right. Bring our next guest up. So I don't know what happened to it. Oh, this guy looks familiar to me. Hey, no, I just got up here a few minutes ago, so I'm fresh. But just in the beginning of the 3-hour run. All right, bring your mic down just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. We're perfect. All right, I want to welcome Michelle Valstar, CEO of Blue Sky AI.
That's correct. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so tell me AI is the buzzword of the year, so...
It is. I started that 20 years ago. Well, as in, I didn't start AI, just for the record.
Okay.
But I started working in that area. Blue Sky AI basically does the analysis of medically relevant behavior from your face and your voice. So there's actually quite a lot of medical conditions that change the way you behave. And you can see that in your facial muscle actions, your gaze patterns, in your tone of voice, what you're saying. And that's our specialism. We recognize all these movements, your muscle actions. And from that, we can then go on and start trying to diagnose things like depression, early indicators. Usually, they're not yet diagnostic aids, but that's what we're building, yes. And we're launching here something called the Health Foundation Platform. It's a platform where principally pharmaceutical companies and other people who run studies can just spin up one of these studies really quickly.
So just by facial recognition, I think when we're walking around, we can see if someone's happy, if they're angry, if they're grumpy. You know, it's a pretty human thing to be able to detect, right? Because you almost get this sense of an aura, like, oh, I think I'll leave that person alone right now. They don't look like they want to talk to nobody. So is that kind of the motif that's behind the algorithm, that it basically looks, you know, what are some of the things that the AI actually looks for?
Sure. So it indeed it picks up these gross big muscle actions, like somebody smiling.
Right.
But it goes quite a step further, and it goes to a level of detail of analysis that a human actually can't do so well. So it looks at asymmetries, little jitters, sort of micro expressions over time. And then it analyzes that also, how appropriate these behaviors are in the context of what you're doing.
So I'm assuming then there's an app for that. Does the consumer just look at the app, stare at the app? What's the use case?
Well, that's a great question, because I was just going to say that we can't just point a camera at someone and say like, "Oh, terribly sorry, you're severely depressed." So it takes a bit more than that.
Yeah.
So we create interactive tasks on the mobile phone. There is an app for that, and you do the interaction. The interactions are designed to elicit as much signal as possible for that particular condition, and then we run our software over that video, and out comes a prediction. Yeah.
So basically, answer some questions, do some tasks.
Yeah, but by speaking, right? So
and speaking.
Yeah. So it's all interacting with, for example, with a little virtual assistant. It's quite a it's not a very intelligent virtual assistant. There are more intelligent ones here around, but they ask you some questions. How was your day?
Right.
Anything you're concerned about? What was the best thing that happened to you this week? Right. And then you answer those questions, and in the tone of your voice, as well as the choice of words and the facial expressions you make, you get that. Now that's for depression, for example. Now, if you were to do a similar study for a motor neuron condition, you might ask people to just mimic a facial expression. So you get a little image of a virtual assistant, and they go like, "Follow me," and then they do a routine of facial expressions, and you follow that, and then how well you can follow that is a good indication.
So, from a mental standpoint, I pretty much know where I'm at day to day. So, is this more for clinical?
Yeah, but do you? Because the point is, you sort of know quite well how you're doing today compared to this morning, but a lot of these conditions are actually quite gradual, and one of the problems is that people don't feel that they're going down a certain rabbit hole, or they notice it too late. It's great. We're working also with automotive companies to work on long-term detection, as in we're not doing it yet, but in the long term we want to detect neurodegenerative conditions. Because you're driving every day, same route, same distances, same place, same time, same person, and you can then start looking at changes in reaction times, changing behavior, and that can be a really good indicator for example, Parkinson's.
Right. Interesting. Because I think, it's just like, pretty common holidays. Some people get down a little moody. I was that way this Christmas. Family's far away. So, you come out of the Christmas holidays, you're kind of on a bit of upswing. So some of that stuff is like you can, but it's interesting that you're looking at this over a longer term.
It is over longer term, and again, it is in the context of that specific task that you're doing.
Right.
And that does remove a lot of the influence from your day-to-day.
So is it primarily right now depression, or what is that's the primary detector?
Well, so we're going through clinical trials for the depression. First participant in early February, and by the end of the year we'll be done with that. And then there will be an actual consumer product. The Health Foundation platform is a separate product that can detect just all the facial muscle actions, etc., and is quite general purpose and is designed for pharmaceutical companies. So it's not really for consumers.
Right.
But for consumers, the perinatal mental health app will be available in the UK early next year.
Yeah, because you go through the United States stuff, it's a whole bunch of HIPAA and all that other stuff involved. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're a company that has chosen to do the hardest possible things possible. So we have accepted the burden of regulation in the UK, in the EU, and here. So it's HIPAA compliant. We're almost HIPAA compliant now. We're GDPR compliant. Everything is built under QMS, Quality Management System, so it is easy to turn these things into an actual medical device if you want to. Yeah.
I think we've seen over the years in the health sector, we went from stuff that measures our blood pressure to, check our sugar, all these things. Now we're getting to the point where it's almost turning diagnostic. Mm-hmm. And it's like the next level. I've seen a lot of systems that are tying right into healthcare systems, to your doctor and so forth. So this is pretty exciting stuff. We're down a new rabbit hole here for sure.
Well, something else that's really quite new about this is that mental health has not seen any technology really coming to its aid. So this is quite disruptive for that sector. In many other areas, there's a lot of technology already being used, and here it's really quite new.
Yeah, I would agree. So very, very cool. All right. Well, tell them where they can find your website, find out more information.
You can find us on bluesky.com, LinkedIn, X, whatever. And we're in the digital health zone in the LVCC.
All right. So it's blue, the color, blue, and SKEYE.com, folks. So bluesky.com. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck with the show and good luck with the product.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Much success. Very, very interesting at bluesky.com. So, here's the thing. If they're going to put something in my car to watch me,
right?
Who's going to do that? Because, sometimes you're late for work, you're pissed off, you flip the guy the bird that's pulled out in front of you.
Right.
That's its own therapy.
Exactly.
Right? Some people go over the edge, right? But really, are we going to... okay. And then, are you going to be... Oh, that's interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, apparently, the package I sent it to the wrong address. So Dad goofed up. She says, "That's my old address." I'm like, "Well, that's what I had in my." Well, she's gonna go look for it. So I may have ate that one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, $186 worth of 8, probably. Oh, jeez. Something for my granddaughter for Christmas. It was. I let the kids send me an Amazon wish list and say, what do you want, and yeah, so. Oh,
well, that's good, Grandpa.
Yeah, but stupid Grandpa sent it to the wrong address. How did that happen? Oh my gosh, how did I do that? All right, so what do you guys think? Do you guys want an app that you're going to look at on a daily basis to tell you where you're at mentally? I think, I think I can, I don't know. Are people in denial when they're depressed?
Sometimes, absolutely.
Yeah, you think so? I guess I'm just such an open book. I can tell people when I'm down and grumpy,
right.
Right. Or having a rough day, because we all have them. We always some of us have them, And, I understand some people struggle more than others. But, with my kids all over the country, I was kind of bummed out this holiday period. So I think that's kind of natural. Of course, the weather in Michigan is such that, like gray, overcast, just missing out on the vitamin D, alone is part of it.
Right, and especially for you, not all of us lived in Hawaii for how many years and then go to Michigan.
It was hard.
Winters are different.
It was hard to transplant a pineapple to to Michigan. So, I always had sunshine. So we had to have a few rainy days, but it was still 80 degrees.
There's a look to winter though. I don't even mean the cold and the snow.
Yeah.
But in Florida, there's a couple days a year, and it's not always in the winter, where you go, it looks like winter up north right now. Like, it's just a certain look to it.
Yeah, and I call it this gray. It's just gray, And if it would the sun would just come out. As a matter of fact, we relish it when the sun comes out. Window shades are going up, and people are standing outside, and because we do. It's the
I remember in college, the first day after. Like when spring was coming, that it was above like 40 degrees, everybody would throw shorts on and run to a park.
Well, that's not me. My blood's still, believe it or not, my blood's still thin. I freeze to death. I vowed I would stay in shorts as long as I could, but about the time it hits November 1st,
you're done, huh?
I'm done. I relish going to where it's warm, and being able to. I never wear flip flops, but sandals and shorts and, short sleeve shirts.
Right.
This cold weather here in Vegas has been insane.
I've been loving every minute of it.
Yeah, well.
But the dryness that comes with the cold.
Right.
As you can hear in my voice right now.
Yep.
Has been killing me.
So I pulled the trigger. I'm staying an extra day in Vegas, unfortunately.
Oh,
I am not risking going home during this blizzard. Probably it'll snow about an inch and it'll be all done with, and then I will have wasted an extra day in Vegas, but there's just no way. They're saying 12 to 18 inches in Chicago and 12 to 18 inches in Michigan, so that flight is not going to go.
Yeah, see, I got to figure out what we're doing because our We change planes in St. Louis.
You'll probably be okay because it's going to be blown through by then, I think.
By Saturday?
Yeah.
We only have a 50 minutes to get to
window.
the next plane.
Yeah, so
now I'm from St. Louis, so I have a lot of family there.
You'll probably be
that might be
okay
making us all dinner.
because it's supposed to be raging hot. Well, it's actually going to be on the trailing edge Saturday morning in Chicago. So
maybe we'll risk it then.
yeah. But if I was leaving here at 6 a.m., I just almost guarantee that they're not going to fly that and arrive there at noon, and there's no way that the snow is going to be.
Yeah.
And I got to go to Detroit next, and that's going to no. So we'll stay an extra day in Vegas and suffer through. Here, I'm going to be honest with all of you that are watching the show. If those of you that come to Vegas know they come for 2 or 3 days, that's great. It's fun, and you get out. But we've been here since 7 days. We'll be on Saturday or tomorrow actually. So it's enough.
That is the truth.
And thank God I go to my room and shut the door. It's just, and then I don't hear nothing. I got on the back side of the hotel. There's no street noise. I'm high enough. It's absolute silence.
Oh, you're lucky.
So
we're down at the end of our floor, on the 10th floor. I don't know why people are using the stairs, but the door.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. It wasn't fun last night, but.
So it's one of those situations where at least I can escape the ding, 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 and I don't know how the folks that work in casinos. They must. I don't know how they do it.
They must twitch when they get home every night for.
I don't know how
I
don't know how they do it. I really don't. If you're actually working as a dealer or a waitress or bartender, and you're being subjected, and some of these bars in these hotels are loud, and I don't see these folks wearing hearing protection.
No, I agree.
So, of course, it's I guess it comes with the territory.
True.
All right. Well, things slowed down, didn't it? All right. Let me Let me get into the phone and see what I can. Let's see. All right. Get into my phone. So I talked about some of this yesterday. And by the way, if you haven't seen our live blog is at techpodcast.com. It's on the bottom. You can see some of the images from the show. Yesterday, I was a little bit irritated. I walked up to a booth, and they had all kinds of cool lights on there. I thought they were selling some sort of display lights, and all it was just attract you to get to the booth, and they were not selling that. They were selling a TV box, programmable TV box. It was the strangest thing.
What does one do or need with a programmable TV box?
Well, overseas, there's a lot of people that have, like Roku boxes that are, maybe they have Google TV loaded in them or whatever. But a lot of you go overseas, there's a lot of interesting, sometimes stuff that probably, let's put it this way. There's a lot of services outside the United States where you can get 1,000 channels for $21.
Wow.
And it's, it's got everything. It's it's basically bootleg. So I'm not saying that's what this box was.
Right.
But, there's a lot of people out there that are programming these with individual programming packages.
Okay.
One of the things I saw was of course, they've been telling us that we're going to be able to fly to work for years. Right. And I don't know. Are we ever going to get to the point where we're going to be able to go out and, basically fire up our personal drone to get us to the office?
I don't see how.
It's just,
we have a hard enough time with lines on the road and.
and let alone, everyone there'd be mid-air collisions all over the place, and the licensing and FAA and everything goes along with it. I don't know. It's cool. I always dreamed of it when I lived in Hawaii to be able to leave my house and fly over the mountain and to where I was working at, and avoid that 90-minute. Because by the crow's fly, it was only like 7 miles, But if I drove it, it was, like 30 miles and 90 minutes. So always dreamt to be able to do that. But one of the weirder things was this air purifier that you wear around your neck, and it blew purified air into your face.
Wasn't that interesting?
Yeah, it was a little interesting, and the guy was I think he booked his booth real late because he was kind of out in the boondocks from where he wasn't getting too much traffic. Another product I saw that I've actually seen at podcast events was it's called I think it's No Mono Ano or something like that. And I apologize if I got the name wrong, but it's basically spatial recording. 4 people can be part of the conversation. It goes into a device, then the audio is sent to the cloud and processed. Pretty pricey unit. A lot of studios are using it, and they were, again, off in the, I think they were all the way in the back right corner of downstairs in Eureka Park, and I think they were the last booth registered for CES because you could tell, they were in that far corner. And I said, well, that was probably $5,000 ill spent,
right?
Just from your location, It's location. How it works at these trade show events is the longer you're here, the higher you are in the booth pecking order.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So CES only has one event a year, so based on the size of your booth, how many years you've been here, how much money you've spent with the CEA or CTA, and really if you've opted in for advertising and a whole bunch of other things, that determines your pecking order for where you get a booth.
That's why we see the same company name but in different places.
Right.
Year after year. Okay, that makes sense.
Because someone else has picked the spot. Now they try to, like over here, a lot of the Chinese folks have moved into that area right there. And then there was some Taiwan folks on the other side. So it really kind of depends. And they do try to have areas specific, and so does NAB. But some sections are supposed to be for the drones, and some areas are supposed to be for. But you get over in the other halls, and you've got Sony all the way in the back left corner of Central Hall.
Right.
And really kind of a weird spot, but they've been there for years. So I'm sure they get first dibs and rebooking that same location year after year. I remember when, who was it that left? Microsoft. When they left, when they quit exhibiting, they were up front Central, and that become like, I heard there was a huge battle for people to take their booth location, and a little bit of shuffling happened. It hadn't happened for years.
Okay. Well, I'm just using the floor cam there to pan around a little while you were talking.
Yeah. The internet's better today.
Is it? That's good.
Yeah, because, boy, Monday, it was bad. The mobile was bad. So they must have added more bandwidth or brought in a tower or something, because it's definitely doing better. It's pretty amazing for Thursday, the amount of traffic that's on the floor. The True Sign will be tomorrow.
I agree.
But I would say this is much higher for a Thursday than what it would normally be.
Right.
Because typically the execs will come in Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they will start escaping this afternoon.
Right.
And then all the execs will be gone tomorrow, and then you'll be essentially left with the workers in the booth for Friday. No one wants to fly home on Friday or Saturday. God forbid you have to put an extra day of work in.
Yeah, and here I want to stay an extra day to sleep. I always take us out too early on Saturday. But since we came early, I didn't keep us till Sunday this year.
Right. And I used to stay an extra day too, but so I'm involuntarily staying an extra day this year. But I won't sleep. I can't. I'll be up at 6 o'clock just like I am every other morning.
Oh, gosh, I'm going to be dead when I get back to Tampa. I'm going to sleep for a couple of days.
And then the fun part begins with Scott post-processing videos, right?
Yeah, I got to get back to my day job.
Yeah.
And then start doing write-ups for.
Hey, Steve. Steve Winters is in the house. So Steve is a longtime fan of the show. He works for a PR agency. And any one of you that are looking to hire a good person to represent you at a trade show, just Google Steve Winters, CES. He's a good dude. He's been in the space a long time. So I'm assuming that was his people that are getting ready to come up. So that's good. Don Bain was on earlier. He made a mad dash to the airport to head out. Oh, this is interesting. I'm looking at the next guest pop-up that came up. We were hot and heavy there for a while, then all of a sudden it just went,
Yeah, it got crazy for a little bit.
All right, our next guest is here, and we'll be able to get them right on directly, so should be good. Sounds like someone's hammering downstairs. What are they doing down there?
I think our next door neighbors are moving out with
Oh,
all their heavy equipment.
so they're packing up and banging around.
Right.
Fox News has been directly next to us all day today. And they've been on the floor. They've been doing live shots back to New York, I think. At least I looked up on the video and I saw something interesting. I saw their back feed.
Yeah.
And I saw one of the Fox major, and she was brushing her hair, and so they were obviously on a break.
Right.
But it was kind of funny to see that back feed, the back feed. I guess that's the best way to say it.
Yep.
All right. Oh, that, my friends, is something I'm going to have to find. That is, wow, very, very cool. All right, I don't see is it Brotman? Is that who we've got?
It's Vicky. Did it not show up?
Not the full profile hasn't popped yet. So we're close enough. Oh, you got it? All right. Oh, it won't bump the table too much.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So I want to welcome Vicky Laddock from
Human Touch.
From Human Touch?
Yes.
Thanks for being here. And obviously, you brought us the most cool pop-up banner when we couldn't bring a Human Touch. I guess, just tell me what it is. Go ahead and give me the full rundown.
It is a massage chair, and this is our top of the line. This is our flagship massage chair. It's called the Supernovo X. Supernovo X is our chair that we have here at CES. We have we're demoing it at our booth. We have another chair called the Supernovo 2.0. It's a chair below this that we have about 22 of them in our booth. So if anyone wants to come by, definitely try out a chair. But this is the creme de la creme. Has all the features. Has a dual robot. It has a unbelievable flex stretch that holds your I knew I was going to do that. That basically holds your shoulders and pulls your feet down, so you are doing almost like a full that's the motion, and you can feel your vertebrae, kind of just extending.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So this is we have been working on this chair for 4 years. We're very proud of it, very excited to have it. Some other features that we have on here that are really great CES type features is that we do have an app, a Human Touch app, and that can control the chair. You have memory with that and different things. And we are introducing in Q2 is a voice control. So our own branded voice control, you won't need a Dot or Google Home or anything. It's actually used in the app, and you can control the chair. Because I don't know if you can really see, but here we have these little channels in here, and those channels you put your arms. Yes,
Yep.
you put your arms in. So imagine your arms are in there.
Yep.
You recline back. You just want a little bit more intensity. You don't want to take your arms out. You don't want to take your arms out,
That's
mess
right.
with the
You
remote.
push the button.
You just want to say, our own voice assistant is called Virtual Therapist. You would say, Virtual Therapist, add more intensity. And there you go. And that's
Awesome.
it. Yeah. You get to stay in your cocoon of wellness.
You know, I do not have one of these chairs. My sister does, though. My sister lives pretty close. And when it was different brand, and I often said, okay, you bought it, are you using it? And she said, well, just come over and get in the thing. And the guy went over, so now I kind of sneak over to her place sometimes just to use her massage chair. So I know a lot of people sometimes think, if I'm gonna, this is a big investment.
It is.
Is it going to sit in a corner and collect dust? And I can tell you, at least from my immediate family, my mom uses it, her kids, they're older, they're adults. That thing gets used a couple times a day at a minimum by different family members. And so I think that's always the challenge people struggle with. Am I going to use this when I buy it? Because I'm sure this is a significant investment as well.
It is.
So what do you find then from your customers that have been customers for a long time? What do they say? Are they in this chair every day, or the preceding models that the companies come out with? What kind of feedback do you get?
People use it every day. I mean, we recently, maybe a year or so ago, we did a questionnaire of current users of the chair, the first version of this chair, and we had about 83% were using it every day still at that point.
Right.
And another thing, so many people use this chair. I'm sure everyone here has experienced back pain sometime in your life.
Yeah.
And we get the thing about this that we just love is that we get stories about how people, their back pain's gone. They couldn't walk, for very long before they were in the chair, and now they use it every day and they can walk. They have no problem. They use less medication. So when you have those kinds of results, people tend to use it every day. And that's really our slogan, your best every day is you need to work it into and make it be a habit.
I suffered from sciatica for a number of years, and I lived in Hawaii, and I had a shiatsu therapist, and he was a miracle. But every time I went and seen him, it was $100.
Sure.
And, and literally, I call it getting the thumb and, tears because, but he fixed me. But when I moved away from Hawaii, I could never find another replacement. And I found that, at least with my sister's chair, again, different manufacturer, but it hit that same spot, that needed to be massaged. And again, that stretching motion and everything that comes with these chairs, well worth, I thank my sister for doing the investment and buying the chair that she bought. So let's talk a little bit about that. What is this going to retail for?
So this chair retails for $15,000. It is going to be available at the end of Q1, early Q2. So we're talking March, April. And like I said, it's our flagship. It's our top-of-the-line chair. Yeah. We have the chair right below this is called the Supernova 2.0, and that retails for about $11,000. And then we have a wide spectrum of chairs that go from $2,000 all the way up to the Supernova X. We also have foot and calf massagers. So we have a large variety of products.
So this is definitely at the top of the price point for chairs.
Yes.
So we're talking cream de la creme.
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. And it's here at the show, so I may have to go over there and check it out.
Please do. Let's compare it to the one you have at your sister's house.
Just from what you're saying already, I can almost guarantee that it's going to be a completely different experience. The simple fact that you can talk to it and say, because I found that always to be a trouble. Pull the arm out and then click the button a couple of times and then get it back in, and then you've missed a cycle or two.
Yep. You don't want to miss that arm compression. It's good stuff.
That's the good stuff. And if you have, any carpal tunnel going on, ooh, yeah, baby.
Exactly.
So it just, also for those of you that are thinking about getting a massage chair, it's not just for your back, your feet, your legs, your thighs, your arms. It's the whole body. It's just not for your back anymore.
Absolutely. That we call it full body massage for a reason, because from your your neck all the way down to the bottoms of your feet is getting a shiatsu pin-like acupoint massage. Because, we say that the feet are kind of your...
That's right.
All the different parts of your body are represented in your feet. So.
And for those of you that have been, following me for a number of years, you know that I had a serious back injury in 2004, and for 2 years I laid on the floor just to keep my back straight every day for a little bit to what I would call unload and stretch my back out. And the experience I've had in other massage chairs is that stretching or pulling, whatever you want to call, it has the same effect of having me had laid on the floor, and it was just like, it's just getting everything straightened out.
Yes.
And it's lovely.
And that's a very simple, it works. It's a very simple way to do it.
Yeah.
And this goes one step, maybe even 4 steps further than that. But yeah, it will literally take your feet and pull them down and pull your shoulders, so you feel that straight. Can you imagine it right now?
I can.
Right?
I'm in anticipation of it.
Yeah. It's a great. It can be a hurt so good kind of feeling, but after you get out, you are sitting up straighter. You really feel it.
Yeah. All right, folks. So is this going to be in showrooms, and would you guys have distributors across the country? So tell me about that, because some people are going to want to try this.
Yes. So like I said, this will be available at the end of Q1. We do have a website, humantouch.com, and we do sell on the site. If you do actually want to try it, we are in Costco's.
Okay.
So this chair will eventually be in Costco. We cover them, many of them across the nation. We have specialty retail that we sell in, also brick and mortar, and then some specialty online places. But this will be available.
So if they want to try it, then probably go to Human Touch when it is available, and you're going to probably have the locations where they can go see it.
We have a dealer locator, and we also have a Costco roadshow schedule.
Oh,
so
awesome.
when it's coming to sitting near you.
And remember, when they come to Costco, they don't last very long, so get them while you can.
Costco's 10 days, and they're out.
That's right.
So, yeah.
All right, so humantouch.com. Humantouch.com. All right. Check out the Super Novo X after Q1 and start saving your pennies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Oh, man. I want to sit in this thing now. Because I'm just, you almost get a little bit of an eye water when your back gets stretched like that. Woo! But healthy price, $15K. Whew. That's a number. If for $15K, that thing better be wows. That's of course they have a full range of pricing, but wow, $15K. And you know what I found with those prices? You got to watch for when they're on sale. But even on sale, I think it's going to be a lot. Huh. Nancy, do you have a massage chair in your house? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, they're a luxury for sure, but boy, oh boy. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah. A jacuzzi is just as equally relaxing, but it's not the same. It's a different thing too. But one or the other, I guess, a massage chair or a jacuzzi, or spa or sauna, whatever you're not a sauna, jacuzzi. But wow, when she told me the price on that, I just about fell out of my chair almost. Yeah. I was expecting $7,000. 15. Yeah, 6 or 7. Give it a couple of years, and now it'll be down. Yeah. Wow. How about you folks? What do you have a massage chair? How much have you spent on it? Are you still using it? I know that. Again, I think if you're going to make this type of investment, number one, you need. I think, from my perspective, I'm not going to spend $15K without getting into one and trying it. There is no way. It's just like driving a car, right? That you're gonna buy a brand new vehicle. You want to drive it once, see how it handles, how it feels what the power is, what the acceleration. You just don't want to. That's why I always tell people, if you're getting ready to buy a vehicle and really want to know about a model, check your local car rental places and see if they have the model that you want to buy. And if they do, rent it for a weekend, drive the vehicle for a weekend, and then find out if you really like it. Because that 20-minute test drive where you're under pressure by the salesman to come back in and sign your next 5 or 6 years away and car payments, better to have a full weekend to drive one without pressure. Even if it's the base model, at least you get an idea what you're getting yourself into. And that was one of my big points. When I picked my last vehicle, I was able to test drive one for about a week when I was on a trip, and I had gotten a rental and actually not by choice, but gotten that vehicle as my vehicle and fell in love with the brand. The brand and the model. So, all right. Well, we are lit and live here at CES 2024. If you haven't yet done so, go over to podcastapps.com. Get yourself a modern podcast app. You can listen or watch the show. You just search for my show, Geek News Central, on there. You'll see the little live button on one of those new podcast apps. You'll be able to listen live. You don't have to necessarily be on your computer at home, or maybe you're watching from one of our other live streams. We're live streaming all over the place with all the different partners we have. So we're glad that you're here. If you don't know me, I do a twice-weekly tech show at geeknewscentral.com, and been doing a podcast since October 2004. I'm fast approaching my 20th anniversary in podcasting. Hard to believe. We've been coming here to CES since 2006. It started with myself and Andy McCaskey from SDR News, and the newly formed Tech Podcast Network in those very early days to cover the show with a microphone and a hand recorder. We followed up the following year with a camera, and then shortly thereafter started our live appearances on MSNBC, where we did about 90 minutes, a couple of days of the show, and then moved into doing full production at the show, doing live. Just like anything else, people schedule here, and if everything's flowing like clockwork, then we have a new guest every 10 minutes, but it's one of those things where we're relying upon the guest to show up, and then I'm relying to vamp and cover the show. If you're out on the East Coast and you're getting ready for that snowstorm, let's just hope there isn't that much snow that they're predicting. I did move my travel plans to Sunday, so better stuck here in Vegas than on the floor at O'Hare or someplace like that, because we've all seen those horror stories that people have been in the airport for 24 or 30 hours. Not my idea of a good time, to be quite frank with you. I think Steve is gonna sit down for a few minutes. That's good. Yeah, come on down. Yeah, it's on me right now. Don't worry, we'll get you switched up. Hey, everybody, I want to welcome Steve Winters to the show. He's a longtime fan of what we do here, and we're a fan of you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. We've been, as you said, Todd, we have followed Tech Podcasts for years. I remember when you guys had the booth downstairs. You're very visible down there.
Oh, that was a great location, but boy, I tell you what, it's a lot cheaper to be in this location.
No doubt, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, I remember those years got back from the show and be like, oh, that was a $20,000 5-day event.
Yeah, well, hopefully you sold enough sponsorships to make what we're
In those days we did, but, things have changed at the show a little bit in that regard, but that's okay. We don't do it for the sponsorships.
Right, no, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a great journalistic entity that covers tech like really very few others do.
Yeah, and it's definitely a unique format in what we do. But what have you seen at the show?
Wow. Well, of course, what's the big buzzword this year?
AI.
Of course. And everybody's got AI. And, you know, what was kind of neat was walking through Central Hall and seeing what LG and GE and Samsung and TLC, you know, what are they doing with AI and let's say their washing machines. And,
right.
You know, they've got this one unit washer dryer that can basically tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, dummy, your clothes are ready.
You know, all I want from that machine is when I open the door for it to be dry. Yeah. I don't want to have to reach in there and go, oh, and set it for another 20 minutes or 30 minutes to finish drying the clothes. If they can solve that, you know, how many times you opened up the dryer and you're like, no.
Oh, always, yeah.
You know, just make sure it's dry before I open the door.
Right, and allegedly that's what it does.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
we'll see.
And, you know, West Hall is pretty amazing. You know, with all the automotive and the flying cars and the autonomous vehicles and the boats. I mean, what is the CES is like the 4th or 5th largest auto show in the world.
Right.
You know, so that's always good.
Announcements are being made here versus the Detroit Auto Show.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, where it traditionally happened. Of course, and I don't know the schedule now, but traditionally Detroit Motor Show followed CES by a couple of weeks.
Right, right.
And I don't know if that's the case still today, but yeah, so they started announcing here. But I don't know I didn't really pay attention to a lot of the car announcements this year. Yeah. So how's your clients? I know you've got a bunch of clients here. How's their reception been? How's the traffic?
You know, it's been really good. And, of course, we're grateful to Tech Podcast for putting them on the air. We've had SkyTED on yesterday, and, you know, they've got their noise-reducing mask, which is just wonderful. You just spoke with Vicky Ledoc over at Human Touch. Man, if you get a chance to get over to Central Hall and try out their Supernovo X chair, that's just amazing.
Have you sat in it?
I have indeed, yes.
So does it live up to the hype?
Yeah. I mean, it was amazing. I felt 2 inches taller when I was done.
Well, you know, and you probably were at least a half-inch taller.
Probably so. Probably so. What was really cool about it was like the pulsating massage. I mean, I've been in massage chairs. The pulsating massages, you kind of felt in different ways all up and down your body. I mean, the calves were different than the thighs. It was wild.
Well, that's good. They said they worked on it for 5 years.
Yeah.
Whew. Yeah. But it come with a price, didn't it?
Yeah, $15,000.
Yeah. So, but you know, it depends on if you're in pain or you're suffering. That's a cheap price to pay.
Yes, but also like most other companies, you know, there's a broad range of products.
Sure, there's a broad range. Yeah. That was the creme de la creme. That was the
that was our selling point.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
We represented them 2 years ago when they introduced another new product, and you know, out here it's a matter of how loud can you shout to get the attention of the media. Well, you know, like with any good publicist, the trick to getting a story done is having a good story, and then making sure the media knows about it.
That's right.
And that's why we love CES, because CES is a media machine. You know, unlike almost any other show that I've ever attended or been part of. They want the media to cover, and the media wants to cover because the industry has kind of said, okay, when January rolls around, we're going to make all these announcements.
It is the content from this show. What we've seen over the years is, you know, the live is the live. And actually, for those who watch live, we thank you for watching live, but the live's not the important piece.
Right.
The important piece is the post-production, posting of the content with the video, and I watch the statistics year after year. As a matter of fact, when we have a repeat vendor, what we'll see is someone will search for a vendor's name. They'll come and watch the video, and then all of a sudden they go back and look at last year's video too. So it is this, it feeds itself for the vendors to have discovery. And someone came and said, oh, we got a show special. I said, is that so special going to be good for 12 months? Because, you know, what we're really doing here is we're selling to the person 12 months from now.
Right.
That's going to be, maybe they heard about the product, and they do a Google for it, and then we're in the search results for that, and they go to the page and they say, okay, here's the interview about the company. Maybe it was a pre-announcement. Then maybe they've already found a review of someone that's had it, so they kind of back each other up. Because consumers are smart today. Largely they don't trust companies, so they're out looking for
Third-party endorsements.
Yeah, the verification, validation. And we're not necessarily endorsing stuff here. We're just letting the companies give their pitch, but then it can be backed up with other content that they find online.
Right. And one thing that's one of the many things that's great about what you guys do, don't know quite how you do it, but whenever I search for my clients, your stories are amongst the first that pop up.
We try really hard to get that right.
Yeah.
And not always, but...
You're certainly on the first page.
That's the key, is to get on the first page. And for that discovery standpoint. But, I think the top years we've had as many as 70 million views of content over a year.
I love
and
it.
it's not just, the thing is, they go and may see the YouTube videos, and the YouTube might be 1,000. But it wasn't just YouTube. It was the podcast. It was all the other distribution platforms that we're on. It's that widespread of getting that content in multiple locations and basically getting it where people where they listen. So sometimes it's on YouTube, sometimes it's on our website, sometimes it's via just watching the video on a podcast app. So it runs the full gambit.
Yeah.
So that's the fun. And this is why we're here. We're a bunch of kind of geeks, that's in my show name, Geek News Central. So I'm the nerdy dude. And, Scott and his team, they cover a lot of stuff that I don't. So I think that's the good mix, too, is each one of us have our own strengths. Don Bain is more of a gadget guy, a.k.a. the gadget professor. So so I think from that standpoint, we have a good cross-section. But we all kind of know enough to be dangerous on everything. So,
and what about the changes in the show over the years?
Yeah, it's a big change.
Yeah,
big change. And of course, I'm looking. You were just talking earlier. We're definitely back to pre-COVID numbers.
Yeah.
That first year back after COVID. Whoo. Yeah. That was a rough year. There was a lot of holes on the floor.
Right.
And their vendors were here, but the buyers and they were not. And now the attendees are back. Matter of fact, the attendees are back in full force for sure.
Yeah.
And not a lot of areas on the floor. You knew when you could go to a section of the floor and sit down because there was chairs.
Right.
There's no chairs on the floor. There's no empty section. So they definitely sold the floor space out.
And they've really done a nice job on West Hall too.
Yeah.
I mean the media center and the meeting rooms upstairs and just the layout of that. Having South Hall was great. But, it was a
West was built for CTA.
Was it really?
Yeah, CTA said, we need this. So my understanding, at least that was the rumor I heard, was that West Hall was largely built for CTA, for their specific needs for bringing that bigger stuff in.
Yeah. And it only makes sense.
And for those of you that have never been to Las Vegas Convention Center, we're actually in the Venetian Rica Park, which is, if you get on a bus and get dropped off over by the Las Vegas Convention Center, which takes about 10 or 15 minutes to get over there in the bus, then it's a 30-minute walk to West Hall.
Right.
And the West Hall is massive. It is a massive building. It's huge. I got stuck in West Hall during NAB.
Yeah.
In the far back right-hand corner. In a category section I should not have been in. Oh, man. The people that made it to my booth really wanted to see us.
All right. Well, now you've got the Tesla Loop.
That's the Loop helps you get between.
Yeah, that's fabulous.
Yeah, so that's recommended if you're trying to get from point A to point B quickly, the Loop. But a lot of people don't know where the entrance to the Loop is.
Yeah.
But once you figure it out.
You take it all the time.
It's good.
Great.
So anything, I heard there was a monitor, maybe by Samsung, a gaming monitor that had AI chip in it that would help League of Legends players have an advantage. And my son plays League of Legends, so I'm curious to ask him what he thinks about this. And I wonder what League of Legends thinks about having AI assistance in gameplay.
Oh, that's interesting, especially now with the growth of esports and some of these national and international competitions.
So maybe the games will detect what type of monitor you're in now and say,
Yeah.
you're not supposed. You can't play sport. Maybe you can play. I don't know.
But not competitively.
Yeah, maybe. But they're all competitive. They're all trying to raise their ranking and score when they're playing those things. So we'll see how that shakes out. Again, I'm not a gamer. I'm not an expert. Those of you who are, go check it out yourself and let us know what you think. But
Cool.
and of course now the televisions have changed from OLED used to be the thing. Now I'm hearing ILED, something like that. There's
wow,
a new.
I didn't see that, but
so it's like
there's so much to see.
It's just like now it's like I thought OLED was going to be it for a while for and it has been for maybe 10 years, but now there's some new technology coming out where the density's getting higher. Some of these TVs are truer than life.
I know.
Yeah, you look at him and say, "Wow, how come when I go to that location it doesn't look the same?" Because it's just it's so enhanced, but. Anyway, it's cool. Are we waiting on one of your clients? Or?
Well, actually, no. I was I sort of double booked one, so that's why I figured I'd hop on and chat.
Oh, okay.
But I actually do have to run because I have another client I got to drag to another interview.
Steve, thanks for coming by.
Todd, it's always a pleasure.
Hey, so
Love hanging with you
if
guys.
any of you are got companies, you're coming to CES or any other event, and you need a publicist, well, give them your information so they can reach out to you.
Okay, Steve Winter. My agency is Brotman Winter Fried, and my email is SWinter@aboutbwf.com. And the best way to find out about what we do is our website, which is bwfcespr.com.
Awesome. Check him out. We've known Steve for years. Good guy to work with. He'll take care of your company.
Todd, thanks again. Great to see you.
Take care. All right. And, there's a, I call it a love-hate relationship with PR people. And for a number of years, there was it's much better now than it used to be. But there was a time where we could barely pull out an email address or get, because the agencies were being so protective of their clients, it really made our jobs of being able to reach out afterwards, to be able to talk, because we reach out to the vendors afterwards, and we want relationships. That's what we come to the show for. The relationships that we build here allows us to have better shows and content as the year goes on because they're willing to reach out and say, hey, remember talking to you? We've got a new product coming. Can you cover it for us? And maybe they'll send us a demo unit. We never ask for gear at the show. That is one of our rules, is we do not ask for demo units. We don't ask for review units. But afterwards, we definitely follow up with the companies, and sometimes they volunteer to send us some gear for a review, and then we'll go do an honest, separate review of the product. Oftentimes, we'll sometimes even get stuff unsolicited, which is kind of odd. A box shows up, and we want those relationships to develop over time with these vendors. And some of the vendors that you've seen over the last couple of days have been with us every year for 2 or 3 years, and we've seen second, third, fourth editions of their product. And it's because of the relationships we develop with companies here at the show. Some companies, they're not back another year. Their product doesn't make it to market, or whatever happens with it, because it's a very highly competitive marketplace. You walk in some of these booths and you look at the lineup of equipment, and you walk into the next booth and you almost see a mirror of the same stuff, and you think, okay, how do I... For us, it's hard to cover because what is the difference? What is the thing that makes it special? What is the thing that makes me want to say, I want one for you? And that's hard. That's really, really hard to find sometimes. And that's why it takes us walking the floor and, stopping and pausing and looking at every booth and trying to figure out what they do. And it goes back to signage. I know that you guys don't care about it. That's our job. But the signage of each booth as we're walking through. So our next guest is here. We'll get her mic'd up here in a second. Hey. All right, almost ready to bring our guest on. All right, so I want to welcome Celine. I'm going to destroy your last name. Irdat?
Udrio.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for saying it. You're the COO of Largo.ai.
Yeah, that's correct.
So tell me what you guys are doing here at CES.
Sure. Actually, it's the second year that we are here at Eureka Park. So we are a startup, initially providing AI support for movie industry. And now we are presenting our new product, which is for advertisement industry, to pre-test the content, so before production, to understand the potential success of it before investing your time and money.
That's interesting. So do you actually analyze the storyboards, or do you analyze, because usually there's a whole process in getting an advertisement ready, especially if it's going to television. So at what point do you come into that process?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very long process, right, to produce an advertisement. So the input, we want to act as early as possible. So that means you just type a few sentences about your idea, or directly input the brief on the platform, so that's the main input. And then the AI platform will automatically create a storyboard for you, and then create 10 competitive ideas of your project, and send to a simulated focus group to understand already the initial audience interest for likability and buying interest.
Wow, so a simulated focus group.
Simulated, yes.
Oh.
Much faster, much cheaper.
So is the simulated, is that AI too, I'm assuming then, right?
Yeah, so actually it's taken from real people. So we really understand the behavior, consumer behavior, that we translate that into AI model to train our model. And from that, we can really create a very detailed persona to market the brand.
All right, so does the focus group, is it made up of multiple personas that they think is the target for the ad?
Yeah, exactly. So we can really create different persona and say, okay, pretend that you are this person, a 30 years old lady working in bank industry in Canada. How would you rate this advertisement?
That's smart. So how has the reaction been in the testing and the end result of what you're doing so far?
Yeah, so for movie industry, we are already on the market for 4 years, so we have really good proven product market fit, working with more than 500 production companies at the moment. So advertisement, we are quite new, but we work both with brands. So we have worked with Turkish Airlines, for instance, which is one of the major brands working with us. And on the other side, we work also with ads agencies directly, so they can pitch to their clients. So we work really with both sides.
So mostly at this point, purely video?
So purely video, but also we are now creating the storyboard, so it can already create some initial material. But yeah, we are also working to analyze some content like images or maybe a logo, why not?
I'm kind of curious, have you thought about the audio space? Have you considered building a model that it will help for audio advertising as well?
So our system can read from text, video or audio, but we haven't focused purely on the audio industry. But from movie side, yeah, it's totally possible to analyze the video of the movie with the audio, so the system can also understand how the audio will impact on the audience.
I got you. So from the clients that you have had, then what do you think the delta is in performance on that? Have you done studies to see what the delta is on the performance?
Yes, of course. So we have worked from the advertisement side. We have worked on a white paper to understand really what is the accuracy and impact of these simulated focus groups, because there's a lot of questions raised about that. So we have worked with one of our clients. We say, okay, you give us your ideas of advertisement. We do a test from the simulated focus groups, and you do your own traditional method, and then we compare the results. And interestingly, the results were very much similar, and even a bit better with AI, because people can't cheat, right?
Right.
And it's much, much faster. So they got 4 weeks. They had to wait 4 weeks to get the results, and we got it in less than 24 hours.
That's interesting. So you did a full A/B comparison. They did their own route. They did their own analysis. Then you said this. So they kept that in pocket. You ran yours, and then you compared the numbers, and the numbers were similar, but the AI did a little better on the. So that's kind of. That's a good way to prove the model, isn't it?
Yeah, it is actually, because that's right. Talking to potential clients, say, okay, we have simulated focus groups. Okay, but so what? What is the real impact, how accurate, how can we trust this data.
Right.
And yeah.
So with is this largely now specifically in Canada? Is that where you're primarily working, or do you have clients all over?
So we are a startup based in Switzerland.
Oh, in
but
Switzerland.
we do have our clients spread in Europe and North America. So for now, rather from movie side, 50% Europe, 50% the US, but we can easily open other markets as well.
You've got me thinking here a lot, because I'm building some AI stuff for my own company and another, but it's like, well, this is very interesting. I don't want to build something to compete, believe me, but it gives me some ideas. Wow. So what are you looking to do now? Expand? And so what's the primary purpose for CES? Just continue to spread the message about the company?
So for CES, our main goal is really to expand from the advertisement side. Everyone starts to know us, but really for movie side, now we want to expand for advertisements.
Yes, expand in the advertisements. I'd love to see you do pure audio too, just the audio advertisement analysis, because I think there's a market there for that, because the challenge that we often have in audio copy as podcasters is this copy oftentimes is ad-libbed. It's not necessarily, scripted. So I would love to see some sort of example of how we could improve audio advertising. So if you guys ever get into that, decide to move, let me know for sure. But absolutely. So where can folks find out more information? Largo.ai?
So Largo, info@largo.ai is our main email, or Largo.ai website. You can easily request a demo for advertisement movie as well.
Outstanding. Thank you so much on this, Celine. It's very exciting. It just tells you how the world is changing. And we don't always have to be spied upon to be fed a good ad. Right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this is just becoming more and more easy. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Have a great show. It's very interesting. Pre-testing in the movie and advertising space and being able to predetermine the results. Wow. It's making me think. Because it's what I have done with my own show is I've said here's the context of the title of the here's what I'm going to cover in the first part of my section. Give me 10 titles. And it's simple stuff like that, but this is at a much deeper level. From an analysis standpoint, I can't imagine it's inexpensive, to say the least, but very, very cool. All right. We're going to be going into electric vehicle conversation next, which should be great. All right. Beautiful. Yeah, you're okay, and don't worry. No, I'm Todd. Yeah, I'm one of the team members. Hey, Nate. All right, hey, we're going to welcome Mike Battaglia. I knew a guy by the name
It's
of
a good
Battaglia.
Irish name.
Yes, it is. CEO of Blink Charging.
Correct.
And just by the little bio I read on the computer, you guys are in the EV charging business.
That's exactly what we do.
So this is going to be an interesting conversation because I have some comments, but I'd love to hear what you guys are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick background on Blink. We are one of the largest EV infrastructure companies in the United States. We are full service and vertically integrated. So what does that mean? It means we provide both home charging solutions, commercial, both level 2 and DC fast charging. So if you're not familiar with those terms, the level 2 chargers are sometimes called the slower chargers, and the DC fast chargers are sometimes referred to as superchargers.
Right.
So we provide all of those throughout the value chain. We also offer installation services as well as designing, developing, deploying our own software network. So we are the only fully vertically integrated EV charging company in the U.S. We manufacture, we offer the full range of products and services, install, and software network that runs it all.
So you're the company that someone that wants to build a network is going to come to and say, we want to put 1,000 chargers across our stores or whatever it may be.
Exactly correct. And it's across, it's a great lead-in, it's actually across multiple industries. So people ask us, well, where does Blink concentrate? And, what industries, what vertical markets? And the answer is all of them. And that sounds maybe trite, it sounds too broad, but the truth is that every parking spot is an opportunity. So for us, it's about understanding the client's needs, whatever the vertical market they're in. They could be a fleet customer, they could be a shopping center, they could be a restaurant or a hotel, and we help them determine what chargers are the right chargers, where should they be placed, and when should we place them. Right. So right charger, right place, right time is what we focus on.
It makes sense. I think in cities, semi-populated cities, the charging situation is getting pretty good. Could be better. Where I live, consider rural America, 30,000 people in the main town, 2 chargers.
2 chargers, yep.
And, I'm thinking to myself, such an opportunity for someone to put some chargers in. And now, even in my state, or I live in southern Michigan, where I live, the folks can have the 110 chargers, the slow chargers in their home, or hook them into their dryer or whatever.
Yep.
But the grid is becoming challenged, and some townships are saying no chargers because there's not enough power. So I'm thinking to myself, where are we going to go with this? So I think the more public charging stations are going to be the solution for some locations.
Yeah, and it's a solution, right? And I think one of the things that we have to be careful of in the EV charging business or the adoption of battery electric vehicles in general is that we don't get myopic on any one thing.
Right.
So when we talk about, hey, there's not enough power, one of the things to keep in mind is there is more than enough power generation in the United States.
Right.
It's that last distribution aspect. That's the
big enough cable going to this point.
You got it, right? And so I think the point is we have multiple problems or issues to solve, but we're going to solve them. And one of the things that I often say is, don't bet against America, right?
Right.
When we talk about utility companies and the grid, are they going to be upgrading? Yes. Is it going to be fast enough? No. Right, but they're going to do it.
Sure.
The second thing is you have innovative, highly technologically advanced solutions for things what are called microgrids, right? So that is, hey, I've got chargers, but I have battery backup storage that provide resilience to the grid. If something happens to the grid, it goes down, it's taxed, whatever. We can pull electricity from the battery in order to charge a car.
Is that presenting a challenge for you guys in deployments? Is actually having enough, let's say, amps on a circuit?
Perfect lead in for me. So when you look at the industry and you look at where is EV charging infrastructure going to be deployed and what's needed, an amazing statistic, there's actually a few, but I'll start with one. It is that 90% of all charging events will happen on a level 2 charging station. Only 10% happen at a DC fast charger.
That's interesting.
Yet the conversation in these settings, in the press, whatever it might be, is the inverse. The conversation's 90% devoted to DC and 10% devoted to level 2. So when we talk about deployment, when we talk about providing enough infrastructure out there for people to feel comfortable, it has to be level 2, right, as a core part of this, because level 2 is a fraction of the cost for the charging station itself than a DC fast charger. The infrastructure to put in is much less expensive, and I can do it in a fraction of the time.
The level 2 charger I have, I guess it's a level 2, because it takes 8 hours to charge the vehicle. It's in my home in Hawaii. Again, car pulls in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She plugs it in. Whatever time is the most efficiency on cost on electricity, it kicks on, it charges the vehicle. In the morning, it's ready to go.
And that's the model, right? So you look at, when it comes to, you talk about 8 hours. So another phenomenal statistic is that the average vehicle in the United States, personal use, non-fleet, sits idle for 90% of the time, right? We love our cars, right?
Yeah.
But they don't get used that much. So You know, for myself, we have 2 vehicles in the household, and we have an internal combustion engine car, and we have a Tesla.
Yep.
And to your point, we plug it in at night, and if it takes 4, 5, 6 hours, it doesn't matter because we're sleeping, we wake up and it's full.
That's right. Yep. Yeah. And the range has gotten better. The vehicle she has, well, we won't talk about the range on that one. It's older. So it is what it is. So this is pretty fascinating to me. And, you know, again, I literally live in rural America, and you don't see too many electric vehicles. And my contention is maybe it's a little bit perception, but also I think it's the worry that it's power anxiety.
Range anxiety.
Range anxiety.
So lack of EV infrastructure is the #1 reason why people do not buy an electric vehicle.
I absolutely believe
right?
that.
And so it's incumbent upon Blink and others in the industry to accelerate that installation process. Right. And every day that goes by, we are installing more and more and more chargers. Literally every single day we have chargers going into the ground. So every day that goes by, that's going to get a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. The other thing to keep in mind is we need to make sure that we're putting the infrastructure in the right spots, right, where there's real demand.
Right.
So, you know, we got to make sure that the highly populated metro areas that have tons of electric vehicles registered, that we service that, right? And then it's just going to kind of mushroom out. And there'll be adoption that extends out to towns like yours.
Yep.
You know, there'll be infrastructure that gets put in there.
It's going to be the edge because, again, there's not a high population of electric vehicles. So there isn't, like you said, most people are level 2.
Yep.
And when they're traveling, they have to figure that out then, you know.
Yeah, and the highway fast charging
Yeah.
is, you know, Americans want to be able to not just run around town, right?
Yep.
They want to be able to jump in the car and go long distances.
That's right.
They want to be able to go from, you know, Ohio to Washington, D.C.
Yep.
And so that's where the electric vehicle infrastructure program from President Biden, they call it NEVI, it's called NEVI. That's what it's designed to serve that need, right? So 500,000 charging stations, fast chargers along highway corridors to enable Americans to be able to go from point A to point B and not worry about running out of juice.
If you are a business owner and you're having your customers ask if you have EV charging, you need to call Blink.
BlinkCharging.com is the best way to contact us.
BlinkCharging.com. All across the United States?
All across the United States and, in fact, 26 countries internationally.
Awesome. BlinkCharging.com. They're the ones that help you get it done, get it hooked up. You don't have to figure it out. Let them figure it out.
We'll help in any way you need us to.
Awesome.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Very nice. Thanks.
Very nice. It's nice to see this side of it and hearing what's happening for the visual side of it, you know. Very, very good. Congratulations and good luck with the rest of the show.
Thanks. Take care.
Thanks so much. How about you? Is there a charger? You lack chargers in your neighborhood? If you live in metros, probably not. I've talked about it many times on my show that, you know, and for another thing too is if I should have asked him about this, is the charger still working? Because sometimes they don't work. So maintaining those chargers, having a good partner like Blink, I'm sure is part of that as well. All right, so our next guest is here, which is good. Chris, I think you're good until 4, right? Or were you planning on jumping on it? Huh? You're 4. Okay, 4 o'clock. All right, awesome. Oop. Oh, okay. Could you have someone get me another bottle of water? Well, just found out the Amazon product is not anywhere to be found. My fault for not having it shipped to the right location, so I don't know how I do that with Amazon. I guess I'll report it. Don't know if I'll get my money back. So this is the AI afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so I want to welcome Lindsay Brennan. She's a senior marketing specialist from Neurologics.
Yes, that's right.
And I'm kind of excited, almost scared at the same time because you're doing blood pressure. Is that
yes? Yes. So what we do is, I know it's hard to believe all the tech that we're seeing here at the show. So what we do, so it's a 30-second contactless video selfie. So it works on any device, any sort of iPhone, tablet, laptop, anything with a good camera. And then, so we're actually analyzing your facial blood flow patterns underneath your skin using a process called transdermal optical imaging. And actually, we're able to output all your vital signs and risk of different diseases. So over 35 parameters just from a video selfie.
Of your face.
Of your face, that's correct.
So you can tell what my blood pressure is?
Yes.
How accurate?
Yes. Yeah, and that's the number one question, right, is it seems hard to believe, how does it work? How accurate is it?
Right.
Is this? So for us, about 95 to 99% accuracy.
Wow.
We have about 13, 14 different peer-reviewed, journal articles, clinical studies, and this whole technology actually started out of the University of Toronto up in Canada. So lots of data and science to back it up.
So blood pressure is one thing, but what else do you see in that selfie?
Absolutely, yeah. So, heart rate, breathing, blood pressure. We actually do a mental stress index. So people have been finding that funny at the show. Like, geez, very high, very stressed this week with everything going on.
Lack of sleep, lack of water.
Lack of sleep. Everyone's dehydrated, right?
Right.
Yeah. We do everything. We do a whole cardiovascular suite. So, it'll predict your risk of, heart attack, stroke over 10 years.
Mine's probably pretty high.
Yeah. Everyone's like, some people don't want to know. They're like, honestly, I prefer to be in the dark. I don't need to know my health vitals. So
you know what? Then come on. You all know what relative health condition you are, and you know your family history.
Yeah.
If you got people that are having heart attacks in their 50s, and you're 20 pounds overweight, you're probably gonna have a heart attack too.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Come on now. So.
Yeah. No, for sure.
So, how has this then? You said some people don't want to know, but some people want to. So how's this been received?
It's been received well, yeah. So we've been around since 2015, and so usually what we'll do is we'll sell the SDK or the API technology into businesses. So we're totally B2B, and then usually companies they'll integrate this into their their platforms, their applications, and actually what's new at the show this year is we have a new tabletop smart mirror device. So now we've progressed. If you prefer to buy the unit, you can buy this tabletop smart mirror, and of course the technology will be on there.
Right.
And this is more intended for, of course, kiosks, pharmacies, hospitals, clinics, anywhere where people could really benefit from that quick scan.
The quick scan.
Yeah.
So who do you find then mostly integrating this? Would this be insurance companies? Who's the ones doing this?
Yeah. So that's the great thing about us is there's so many industries that this works in. Like you're saying, insurance companies, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, even automotive, consumer goods. So many different industries.
Are insurance companies using this?
Yes, they are, yes.
See, now that makes me a little weird. But again, I guess, you want an insurance policy, let's get a selfie.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. No, for sure.
Again, you're opting in obviously to do that, and you know why you're opting in if it's that particular situation. So it's largely B2B. That's interesting.
Yes.
So is the mirror going to be a B2C product or still B2B?
B2B to start, and then we'll kind of see how it goes. And something I should mention too, and that's usually of interest is the whole privacy, because of course it's sensitive health data. So the first question everyone asks is, okay, are you saving this? Are you storing it? Are you sending it out to my employer, to my doctor?
Right.
And so the quick answer is no. So, what we're really seeing is it's pixelated images of your facial blood flow. So, so it's not facial recognition. So we're not seeing your eyes, your hair color, that sort of thing. And we actually don't save or store any images. So
you don't, but does the folks that you're integrating with do? That's the next question. If you're doing an integration B2B, is the person you're integrating with, I guess it would all depend on their terms of service, right? Or
like we're a totally cloud-based product. So so it is saved locally on your device. So, let's say you wanted to track your trends, you wanted to do a scan every day, once a week, once a month, you could kind of, see if you're improving or declining in different areas.
So I'm sure we've got a lot of consumers watching this and thinking, well, that might be kind of cool to get that information.
Yeah.
Where could we send them? You probably
Yeah.
don't want to announce partners or so, but where would someone find this embedded?
Yeah, find us embedded. Like we do have a free app in the App Store.
Oh, you do?
And so consumers will download that, and of course it's not not our full suite. It's a light version.
Oh, okay.
But
So
you
there
can
is
still
a
get a
B2C.
sense of how it works.
Ah, so
Yeah.
that is a B2C type of solution then. So is that actually Neurologics on the on the
Yeah.
App
So if you go to
Store?
your App Store, it's just called a Neuralite. So it's ANURA Light, and yeah, so you can download it. It's free. You can get a sense of how it works.
So does it give you the blood pressure? Does it give you your respiration rate and all that with the light
So
version?
it doesn't give you the blood pressure. So it's a lighter version.
Sure.
But of course, if you're interested in purchasing it, buying it, talk to us. We can give you a trial license for a couple weeks so you can see how it works.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, interesting. I tell you, it's kind of amazing too. Of course, anyone that's ever had a bad day and you feel the vein throbbing in your head, there is blood flow in your face. So that is why you're able to get that blood pressure piece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
very, very cool. It's amazing what the cameras can pick up now, if you really think about it and how it's analyzed. How did you guys happen onto this anyway?
I know. That's the other question is how did you figure out that this is possible? So, so it started out as a research project at the University of Toronto. So, Canadian company. And they were just kind of researching, the different, as your body's physiological state changes, you get perhaps more stress, your blood pressure goes up. Can you see those changes with whatever device? So we discovered really with this camera and using reflective light, we're actually able to see the blood flow patterns change. So for us, we use a combination of machine learning and AI to really, predict or make estimates about your health parameters.
One thing I found too is, obviously when you get stressed out, your blood pressure is going to go up. But I've learned lots of techniques over the years to, all right, let's just take a few minutes, let's breathe, let's calm down, bring the blood pressure down, bring the stress down. And I don't think a lot of people pay attention to that. I know I do.
Yep.
And you can almost feel it yourself. And getting older, that's the last thing you want to do is stroke out.
Yeah.
So I think this would be a good product for someone just trying to figure out, okay, how do I chill out?
Yeah.
From that standpoint.
And the great thing about our technology too is as long as you have good internet connection and a device with a camera, it works.
Right.
So you don't have to use any special sensors, special camera.
Yep.
And so it's good for regions of the world too where there's a shortage of doctors.
That's right.
There's not as much access.
Yep.
Everyone has a phone now, so it's a whole health equity, as well.
Could you see this then being used by doctors in remote, doing remote?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And actually, we also have a product, Anura Telehealth, where it works over video conferencing. So, perhaps if a doctor was on a Zoom call or video call with a patient, they have the ability to really scan their vitals and do this health check 30 seconds over a video conference.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is really cool. So you don't even
it's
have
like
to be
that.
physically beside each other.
Yeah, instead of going to the nurse check-in, he says, okay, I'm going to take your vitals. Let's just sit there for 30 seconds and, just look at the camera.
Yeah.
And after that, he gets the information and then continue with the consult.
Yeah. Yeah, because really for us, we're not trying to replace medical staff or replace the doctors. It's, because that's another thing that people ask us. And really we're just an extra tool in the toolkit.
People are trying to replace doctors.
Oh, they are, of course, which, that's a whole other debate. Yeah,
that's right. That's a whole nother 2-hour discussion.
Yeah.
All right, so where can folks find Neurologic?
Absolutely. So our website is neurologics.ai.
Okay.
NURALOGIX. We're in the North Hall, CES 8917.
All right, so folks, go check them out online. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck with the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
All right, so there you go. Go get your blood pressure checked with Neurologics. You never know. Here's the thing. What if this is deployed somewhere? There's all this stuff. There's so many cameras now. I know they're not doing that, but there's so much stuff they're learning about us. You walk into your car insurance place, and they say, oh, you're going to be on a higher premium because we see you have high blood pressure, or you have an eye twitch and you're susceptible to whatever disease there may be available. I'm just worried about this tech being used against consumers, because companies are always looking for an edge. They're always looking to see how much more money they can make. And I just don't feel that there is there's enough rules to stop people for using this stuff in a nefarious reason. And I think they all start off with this good intention, and then where does it really go? Where does it end up? Where we have a situation where we're being literally spied upon. I don't know. It worries me a lot. And to be able to tell, I don't know. Sure, sometimes I know my blood pressure's up. But I don't have chronic high blood pressure. But if I'm going into a high stress situation, into a lawyer or into a trying to get coverage for something, I might be a little bit stressed up and my blood pressure might be elevated where it normally wouldn't be. And if that's used against me for a rate, I don't know. That remains to be the question of the day, where this all heads. So, there's been some live streaming sats today. We definitely appreciate those that have come in. My team has got me a fresh bottle of water, so I'm good to go. What do we have? A camera go bad? Oh, I know. He decided to pull the plug. Yep, all right. Yeah, one of our team members has to go home, has a family emergency. So, all right. Did it go on my side? Oh, it's right down there. I see it. We're changing out a tripod because one of our team members' tripods needs to go home with him. So, all right. This is a quick switch out during live. So these things happen. Family first here for the show, and that's the most important thing. Nothing worse from being away. This is a second team member that's had a family member have a family emergency this week. So it seems to be kind of and not necessarily the story, but sadly that's what has occurred. No, you cannot replace me with ChatGPT in the comment section. Sorry, that's not going to work. So I've got about another 50 minutes with you here, and we'll have some more guests directly. But if you've been watching the coverage and you feel that coverage has been good, feel free to support us. It's real easy to do so. Go over to techpodcast.com. You'll find the QR code on the website to be able to donate via PayPal. We use that money to be able to support the team here. It does cost us money to come to the show and do the coverage. And a lot of the team members are here voluntarily helping us as well. So covers food and such for team members that are here. So every donation goes back into to the team. So we do appreciate that. Okay, we've got the product shot camera just about rearranged. Okay. Is the dot still here? Okay, good. All right. Oh, so that way they can still see it? Oh, okay. It's deep enough down that they can see it. So we just had a tripod change out. All right. For some reason, I'm still getting political text from Hawaii, and I haven't lived there since 2019. They keep coming in. All right, so as we wait for our next guest here, what do you think about AI? Where do you set personally in that regard? Do you like AI? Are you a believer in it? Are you using it? I will say this, my company, we're using it heavily, and it's been very effective in certain regard. My perspective on AI is basically the same one that I heard that was talked about at an event that I went to last year and was presented by a leading person at Google, that the way life is going to change with AI is really going to be in three segments. There is, today, what do we have? We have processes in place for doing proposals, doing papers, doing documentation. You know, every company has its own process, but ultimately what you're going to have is you're going to have a body of people that are still going to be the creatives. They're going to be the ones that are thinking about new product ideas, new marketing, different things like that, assisted by AI to help them come up with potential ideas on products. It's going to be a assistive type thing. And then there is going to be subject matter experts that are going to be validating any output that was generated by AI and so forth. But the stuff that's in the middle today that Google called thunking is largely going to be done by AI. And that thunking today is the stuff that interns do, the things that middle-level workers do in preparing documents and so forth. So you're going to have the AI creatives, and you're going to have the subject matter experts validating the output of what's is created by the folks that are on this side of the token for working in AI. So I think ultimately that's what's going to happen. All right, I want to welcome Matthew Mascalas.
Exactly, quite pronounced.
All right, nice, and you are the OBO World CEO?
We say OBO World.
OBO World.
CEO,
We need to bring him up on mic. Yeah. Okay. I think this is what's going
Sorry.
on. There we go. Now we can hear you. So go ahead and say the name of the company again.
OBO World.
OBO World. And you have developed something for HR.
Exactly. OBO is a virtual agent. Actually, he's a virtual recruiter. And he handles all the sourcing phase, scanning CVs on job boards and database, and then run the pre-qualification interviews.
It runs the pre-qualification interviews.
Exactly.
Wow.
So actually, you save like 80% of your recruitment process time, because the sourcing and the pre-qualification interviews takes a long time. It's quite boring for recruiters. And so what we designed is a solution that allows recruiters to just focus on the physical meeting interviews at the very end of the process. So OBO will select the best candidates, make sure that they agree with the job, they like the job, they're free for the job, and then the recruiter will have to just to meet them physically. That's where the human has a real value compared to AI.
You know, I run a small company, so today I put out a job announcement. I get a list of candidates. It's usually 100 or 200. I sort through those and probably get that down to 10. And then I go into a pre-interview, or go into an interview, a pre-qualification interview. From that, I might get it down to 3. And if we're going to meet in person, if it's possible, meet in person with maybe each of those candidates, and then usually pick one. So that, again, that's a whole process, at least that my company goes through. But now we're completely remote. So probably the last process that we do where we're meeting in person will not happen. But I think my biggest challenge has always been there's lots of qualified candidates, but do they fit our culture? Are they going to be a fit with the team? Are they going to be
Sure.
Are they going to be able to meld in? So how does the AI on the pre-qualification interview know what type of if this individual is going to be a good fit for the culture?
Okay, there's two major points. The first one is to be able to read CVs, resumes the right way,
Right.
which is quite complicated because no one does the CV the same way.
Right.
And so our AI is able to read 95% of CVs and to understand fully what is on the CV. That's the first thing. You
Yep.
need to identify the candidate.
That's right.
And then we created templates, but all templates for interviews are made with our clients, our customers. So they all totally tailoring. That's really tailor-made. So if you're looking for someone like this or someone like that, we will add the right question in the interview for the pre-qualification interview. And there's a scoring, which is very important, at the very beginning for the CV, but also for the pre-qualification interview. And the match of the two scoring gives you the right one, the definitive one, that make you sure that you found the right person. So the question in the interviews are based on the professional skills and the personal skills. So we can direct the interview and match what you expect as a recruiter.
So let me back up for a second on the CV review. So for me, when I'm looking at 100 CVs, literally I have 30 seconds really to kind of do that initial look, to catch my eye.
Sure.
If that CV is 5 pages long, I only read that first page. And I've always thought that CVs should be more extensive because I want to know the depth of your experience. And oftentimes the CV is just enough to give me a taste that maybe this person can do the job that I want them to do. So are we now going to move into an era where the CV is better to be deeper?
Yes, but with the pre-qualification interview, what is not on the CV will be in the interview.
Okay.
Because we ask the right question and that we created with the recruiter.
Right.
So we know exactly where we're going. But the important thing that also we do is that we created it to be very inclusive. So we blur on the CV the faces, the pictures, the name, age, and etc.
Perfect.
So we don't even know if it's a man or woman.
Because from a hiring standpoint, from a legal standpoint, most of the time you don't want that information anyway.
Of course.
Right.
Of course, because what you're looking for is someone with skills.
Right. You want someone that can
and
do the job.
appearance.
Right. Appearance is nothing.
Doesn't matter.
Right. It doesn't matter.
So that's why we've built it, designed it this way.
Yeah. Awesome. So then in so does the actual platform actually do the interview?
Yes, exactly.
Who do they think they're talking to?
So talk to a virtual agent. Can I show you how it looks?
Sure.
Just one sec. This is how it looks.
Okay, let's turn it like this. Now, if I saw that as an interview for a job, I might laugh. But at least you know you're not talking to a human, right?
Yes, and that's the purpose. Why? Because if you put a man, someone will say, why not a woman? If you put a woman, people will say, why not a man? So we decided to have a robot, something neutral, but that can be customized entirely.
All right.
So our client can say, I want to change the background, I want to change his face, I want to change the logo. So we can change everything.
Okay. So how's the reaction been by clients to this, to prospective
clients and candidates?
Yeah, how's the response been?
The response is very positive. If I start by the candidates, they don't feel they are judged by a human. They can have the interview whenever they want. Because the issue for the recruiter is that you try to interview people during your working day.
Right.
And usually candidates are available after your working day. So they run the interviews in the sofa, softly, relax in the evening, and the day after, the recruiter come back to the office, and he has everybody. And
does this do a recording of the interview?
No, no recording.
No recording.
No, there's no AI generated here. Actually, you tick answers, you ask questions, and you tick answers, because we need to be able to explain the decision taken by the AI.
Okay.
And imagine you have your interview in a very noisy place, for example.
Yep.
The sound is not good, and you could be totally ejected from a recruitment process,
right,
just because you had some interference
Sure.
So what we wanted is to make sure that all answers are clearly understood and clearly understandable. So just take the answers, and that's very quick.
So you're not even responding.
Yes, we're not recording anything.
Interesting. So you just question, what is the answer?
On the bottom. So it works very well for people who can't hear very
right.
Sorry, I don't remember the name in English, but you just can read and take the right answers.
So for brevity of time, how's the prospective employers, what's the reaction been for those that are using it?
The thing is that they save a lot of time first.
Save a lot of time.
It's very quick because the sourcing and pre-qualification process is 85% of the recruitment process.
Yep.
So it goes very quickly. That's the first thing. The second thing, we reaching out so many potential candidates that when you were saying I can have maybe 100 CVs today, you will see thousands of CVs. So statistically speaking, you got a better chance to find the right person.
That's interesting.
So that's the second very interesting point. And also, their reaction with the look of the virtual agent is usually very positive.
Yeah, okay.
He's sweet. He's
Okay.
nice. He's cool. So
All right.
it works very well.
Yeah. And so then you get the final list of candidates, then you take them into a in-person interview or however you want to do that.
Exactly. So Obo will send a review, actually, of a bench of the best candidates. It can be 5, 10, depending on how many you want to meet, actually. With a debrief, a complete debrief of the interview. So you got the answers, the scoring, but we also can change the scoring depending on what you're exactly looking for. Because what you're looking for, you can be, even for the same position, can be different in another company. Or even in your own company, you want to have the right mix between the people. Because, this one is like this one is like that.
Right.
So you're trying to match people, personality. So we can change also the scoring like that. And you got all those information with some radar charts. And also, of course, everything like speaking languages, experience, salary, the very classical information.
We're almost out of time. So for the folks that have been hired with this, how's retention been? Are the company happy with the candidates that they've hired?
For the one we're working with today, they all just use that now.
Wow. Tell us where the website is and where people can find more information.
oboworld.com.
oboworld.com.
Simply.
Awesome. What do you guys think? I don't know if I'm ready for it, but I'm curious. What is the last question? What is this really? What size company does this work best for?
Well, today, mostly with quite big companies, because they have a quite big volume of recruitment. But we're working on small companies now. So you would just need your credit card. You go on a website. It's not done yet, but it will be in the coming weeks. We hope by the end of March.
Small companies like mine with under 20 employees.
You just buy one recruitment, I would say. And so you launch a request, and you have the full process like big companies. But the cost will be much smaller. But in Europe, the cost is 100 euros. So
it cost me $500 just to put the job announcement out. So that's nothing.
But it would cost you less money. 5 times less.
Thank you so
very
much.
Thanks for your time.
Wow, Obo World. Is that where we're headed, or everyone's going to get interviewed for a new job by AI? I think maybe that could be a very high possibility for sure. Interesting. I don't know. I hate to take the personal human out of the process because everyone has so many of the same skills. I just don't know. I really am. I'd hate to be the one that was going through the interview with a robot to begin with. It's one of those situations where, but I guess that's the world we're going to be headed into. All right, next up is we have David with us. He's the founder and CEO of Blink Tech Incorporated. David, thanks for being with us. And what are you guys doing here at CES?
Thank you for having us.
Let me bring your mic up a little bit. Go ahead.
Thank you for having us. So we bring world's first smartphone-based AI spot tracking camera system. So we last year, 2 years ago, we went ahead and create this first generation smartphone sports AI gimbal, and this year we're bringing our second generation Xport Go.
So this mounts right to the bottom of a tripod.
Exactly.
Put your cell phone in here, tighten it up so it doesn't fall out.
Correct.
And then how does it know that? I'm assuming there's an app with it?
Yes, that's right. We create the hardware and also build up an app from the scratch.
So then you target who you want to track?
So the way it works is we have two modes. One is we call player focus mode. In that mode, you can select which player you want to follow through. And the other mode is what we call gaming mode. So basically what it does is, for example, it's a soccer game, basketball game. The AI system will just follow through the ball.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much like a professional sport
cameraman.
game. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It moves that fast to be able to keep up then.
Yes. I would say most of the time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So in that regard, what does it... So if I'm using this as a camera in a sporting event, let's say I want to just follow my kid.
Yes.
Or maybe just follow the ball. Is it store the video on the platform or is there an output? How do I capture that?
Sure. You still pretty much have to use our app, but the reason for that is while the smartphone is recording either your song or a ball, a game, it's recording and it's doing the AI analysis at the same time. So in order to do that, we would have to, as of today's technology, we would still have to use put the same thing together. That means use our app.
I got you.
Yeah.
So record within your app.
Yes.
Then. Okay.
Yes.
I got you. So it's not like this is running in the background. It's running in the foreground in the phone.
Correct.
You know, there's what's interesting about this is there's some other products on the market, but they have a sensor in the front that tracks you versus the phone tracking you. So this is just the opposite, where the phone is always is acting as the camera and doing the tracking.
So not just that. That's definitely one important aspect. The other thing
you do have a camera.
We do have a camera. Yeah, we do have a camera. But the thing is, I believe most of the we've seen quite some product that can track like a person, an object,
right.
And it probably also has either use your phone or the device also has its own camera. That's there. But what's more, in this case, we go ahead analyzing a scene that there are quite some players, athletes, right?
Right.
They're running around in the relatively large size of field.
Sure.
And that's like moving ahead. That's like 2.0 of a tracking technology.
I got you.
Yeah.
So that's why this is purely used for the tracking then.
So okay. A couple of things. So if you look at carefully, the first generation is just like a regular gimbal.
Yeah.
That's our like a proof of concept product.
Sure.
The smartphone does 100% of the job.
Right.
What we realized is that smartphone needs to recording and also analyzing. It has to, in order to for the camera to track better, it has to be able to view as much as possible.
So a wider view.
Wider view, exactly. So in this, after 2 years, then we add up an ultra wide camera, ultra wide angle camera lens.
Gotcha.
This one is more than 200 degrees.
Wow.
And it can cover majority of the field.
That's right.
And moreover, it also has a built-in AI chips that can, for example, analyze the trajectory of athletes, what kind of actions players are taking. And based on that, you can get some preliminary result. For example, it's towards this way, but you still need to look more carefully.
Right.
At that point, the smartphone will take over. And because it can focus specifically in the much smaller area and analyze even further.
So you're switching back and forth?
Yeah, so this is it's pretty complex technology.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So you get the wide view.
Yeah.
To see the action.
Yes.
And then it's
narrow down, and then do like fine grade analysis on your phone. The other reason we want to do that is that today's phone, even if like we believe it's very powerful, every year we claim we have a fastest APU, CPU, etc.
It's only a little bit.
It's still very limited in
Right.
terms of AI processing capabilities.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why we get this your smartphone.
Yeah.
When we try to turn it into a AI, your AI cameraman, it needs assistant.
That's right.
Yeah, it needs assistant to do a better job.
Smart.
Yeah. Thanks.
What's the price on this?
Oh, so speaking of that, I was a soccer dad. I've been accompanying my son to playing soccer for a couple of years, and at the time I couldn't find anything available. Now there are some expensive alternatives, but still like a few $1,000s, and it's far-reaching for average family. So we went ahead and make this tiny little thing based on smartphone, so the price can be really cheap and affordable. So for example, our Gen 1 is just slightly more than $200, and the second gen is around the $300. So it's literally
a good
affordable.
price.
Yeah, good price for almost every sports fans, and for like families have young kids to play soccer, basketball, whatever. Yeah.
So football, soccer,
ice hockey,
so
lacrosse.
so
and more.
this would be a product too that a coach might buy.
Yes.
To do the whole team.
Yes, we got about at least 5-6 coaches in our CES booth, and they're asking, "Oh gosh, this is so good, but can you do us a favor? Do some preliminary sports analysis. For example, basketball, right? When they're training athlete, they want athlete when they take a shot, they really want the ball to follow a certain angle in order to make it, right?
That's right.
Similar thing happened to other sports like badminton
or golfing.
Yeah. You have to practice again and again, and you got at least this little tiny camera record you, and so you can watch it, you can repeat it, you can tell where it goes wrong. So all that things you need some kind of
because that
videos.
way they can say, okay, here's where you made the mistake.
Exactly. And you probably don't even know.
That's right.
Especially kids always argue.
Yeah.
What? I did it wrong. No, never. Yeah.
So available on the market today?
So the first generation of product has been on market slightly more than 1 year.
Okay.
So the second one we haven't officially released, but we're going to kickstart fundraising on Kickstarter, Indiegogo on middle of February.
It looks like it's pretty close.
Yeah.
You know, because if this is a prototype, this is pretty much a final prototype. Because
this is pretty much the final one.
Yeah, because you've got your packaging down real nice.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's almost there. Yeah.
You know, so, wow, this is cool. Blink Tech Inc. So tell me where they can find this.
So right now we are on Amazon, and we're also on our own website. It's called exportgo.com.
Oh, it's called
Exportgo. Oh, this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Xbotgo.com.
Yeah.
All right, so that's where you got to go. Xbotgo.com. This is unique in that it's got the AI processor in it. It does back and forth, wide view, fine view. Excited to see this come out for you. I think you're going to do well. Congratulations. Have a great show. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've seen devices for people who are doing TikTok and stuff like that. But this is not for TikTok. Might be, but I don't think so. This is for, this is more advanced than, but the price point's right. It really, really is. Very, very, very cool. All right. Our next guest is coming up. All right. This is the way I like it. Ding, ding, ding is the best. Let's go ahead and put this here to start. We're going to lay it down first, and we'll talk about it. Oh, don't worry. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Let me raise the microphone just a little bit. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we have Steffi Fang.
Yeah.
You're the sales manager over at Beijing Hut Wisdom Technology Company Limited.
Yes, correct.
And I think I saw your booth.
Oh, really? It's right
Yeah.
there.
Was this climbing a glass wall?
Yes, it's coming all the way up to the grass and was all the way down.
So what we have is basically a window cleaner, right?
Yes. It's like a vacuum cleaner for windows.
This is beautiful.
Thank you.
You know, some of you have tall glass in your homes. Stick it in.
Yeah.
But this is probably more for commercial, isn't it? Or is this, do you think, for home use as well?
It's for home users.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I saw it was going back and forth, walking up and
Right.
down and cleaning the window.
Yes, it's like scheduling its own path by itself, and it was all the way the whole size of the window and return to where it started. And when you finish, you just take it down,
Take
remove
it down, right?
Yes.
So based upon what I saw, so it holds itself to the wall via
Yeah.
vacuum.
Right.
And then it looks like you've got a solution container
Yeah.
here as well,
Right.
right? How many? I think this is a product that. What's unique about this? Is this a new product for you guys?
Yeah, we have been doing this since like 2018.
Oh, so for 2018. And I think that is this a new model? I see it's got looks like what is that, a radar
Yeah.
on front?
Yes, it has water sprays, so you just mix water with the glass solutions.
Okay.
So you put it all the way here. So this cleans up to like 900 square feet.
That's a
Yeah.
lot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot. That'll do my house, no problem. And you know, and the thing too is sometimes windows are hard to get to, right?
Right.
So if you open the window a little bit and stick it on the
Right.
outside,
Yes.
and you got a safety latch too for it,
Yeah,
right?
it's for high-rise windows, you
Oh.
know? Yeah.
So in case, but even in my house, I'm on the second floor, so if I stick it outside,
Mhm.
it cleans the window. I can still hold this just in case.
Right, yes.
Yeah, in case something goes sideways. But
Yeah. It has a really large suction, so
yeah, so it usually it's not going to fall off the
No,
wall.
no.
But the best thing is it returns to the same spot. It's not going to be up in the corner where you can't get
it's easier
it.
to get it back.
Yeah. So what does this hook up to? Does this hook up to a battery or?
We have two options. So we have a portable power bank for it, so you can take it outdoors where there is no socket. So the power bank is like working for 1 hour and a half.
Okay.
And you can also plug in where there is a socket at home.
So how long does it normally take it to clean just one average, let's say a living room window? What would be the time for it to take to clean that?
It cleans about 5 minutes for we say 2 square meters.
2 square meters?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like 20 square feet.
Okay.
Something like that.
So 2 square meters is, okay, so about 5 minutes to do that.
Right.
Well, that's pretty fast. So when is this going to be available? What is it going to retail for? Have you got an American distributor yet for this?
Oh, this is our first time showing up in the CES.
Okay.
So American market is really new for us.
Mhm.
So we are looking for our business partner
Awesome.
to distribute our products.
Are you selling this on...
In Europe, yes.
In Europe primarily.
Yeah.
So
Already 3 years.
Okay, so it's probably not available on Amazon. Is it?
Yeah, it's coming up soon. Very
Oh,
soon.
that's
Yeah.
good. Okay. So the company is, the device is HUTI. Oh.
Yeah.
That's, I understand. So how can they find your company?
Oh, you can find us at www.heartwisdom.com.
Hotwisdom.com.
Yeah.
HUTTI.
wisdom.com. Right.
All right, awesome. Well, Stephanie, thank you so much. This is cool. And, I've got windows I can't reach.
Yeah.
And I don't want to stand on too tall of a ladder.
Yeah.
So this works very, very well.
Yeah.
And we all hate cleaning windows, right?
Right. And it's rubber for everywhere.
Yeah.
Floors, swimming pools, and lawn. Why not windows?
That's right. I forgot to ask, what's going to be the retail on this approximately?
It's about $300
About
for
$300.
retail.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us.
I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah, and good
Thank
luck.
you.
And good luck.
You
Thank
too.
you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So first time exhibitor here at CES. I guarantee we'll see them next year. And you can now have your windows cleaned by a robot. So awesome. She was a little nervous. She came and said, I don't speak English very well. No, she did fantastic. So you don't have to worry about that. Oops. Okay, so our next guest is Dale Backus.
Yep.
And he's the CEO of OSnap. Great name, by the way.
Thank you.
Is the domain name OSnap?
It is. It is.
How much did you pay for that?
$15,000.
I think you did good on the purchase.
I did. I got lucky.
Yeah, I just sold a domain earlier this year and did okay too.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
Yeah. So tell us about OSnap.
Yeah. So OSnap is a really cool product that really everyone should care about, right? Because everybody has a phone. Everybody has a phone. Everyone knows what a phone grip is for the most part, right? So it's not super exciting that we make a phone grip. But what's really, really cool about this, and is extremely unique, only in the world, is that it's only 2.5 millimeters thick, which is just a bit thicker than a nickel, and it's absolutely packed with functionality, right? Like the whole premise of this was everyone has a phone, everyone could use a product like this, but the vast majority of people think that a grip that has all these negative connotations.
Oh, I have negative connotations because they're too thick.
Exactly, they're too thick. They don't do enough. They look stupid. They're associated with weird demographics, and so we really want to make a grip that everyone could use and love. And so I can show you how it works.
Sure.
So it's a grip, but it also does a whole lot more as well. So you basically just slide it open like this. Has a 2-finger mode, right? So if you're just like walking, and you want a nice secure grip on your phone.
That's a camera shot right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'll point it that way.
It's okay.
Yeah. So 2-finger grip like this.
Yep.
Full rotation. So it's really nice if you just want to like quickly switch to landscape or to portrait mode. You can also stick your finger right through the middle to have a 1-finger grip. Sometimes if you're laying in bed, it's really nice to have your phone hold you instead of you having to hold your phone. It frees up all the rest of your digits to do stuff.
Yep.
And then you can pop it into stand mode like that. So, that's for obvious reasons, right? Just a nice, handy thing to have. But really the cool feature is this is completely magnetic, completely MagSafe. So it's MagSafe, but also works with every phone model out there as well, or case. Okay, so it means you can stick it onto an Android phone or an Apple phone, whether it's MagSafe or not, whether you have a case or not, and it will make an Android phone MagSafe. So it converts a non-Android or non-MagSafe phone into a MagSafe phone. And the kicker is that you can wirelessly charge through the grip.
That's unique.
Yes. So no other grips do this, and so that was achieved by this really meticulous engineering, getting the thickness way down, really precise. There's a whole bunch of magnets in this. There's like 32 or 37 magnets in this thing that really make it all go. But it's just, really nice to have a grip to hold your phone more comfortably, more securely, but also, you don't want it to disrupt your normal usage with your phone.
And I think, too, folks, if you're looking at this, it isn't ugly.
Exactly.
It isn't ugly. And people are going to see and say, oh, what is... Then they may not even know that's a grip.
It looks like it belongs there. Exactly.
That's the key.
And that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part. You're patching this much functionality into it, this slim, making it look good is really cool. And so you can actually just push on this right now to pop it open. So there's a whole bunch of ways to get into it, just pop it open like that with one finger, slide it open like this with one finger, pry it open. So it's extremely versatile, and we really, really think it's going to do well. We've only been out for about 2 months. We've sold a lot of them. They're doing extremely well just because it solves a problem that everyone has that no one solved yet, and it looks great.
And it looks great because I see people with, and it's just, I'm like, I would never have that on my phone.
Yep.
doesn't look cool.
Yep.
And I'm an old guy.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yep.
if it doesn't look cool for me, an old guy, some young
Yep.
person's not going to have
We're
it.
trying to change the stigma of
Yeah,
grips.
I think you've succeeded.
Yep.
How's the response been here at the show? I'm sure it's been off the top.
It's been fantastic. Yeah, fantastic.
So hit me with the price.
Yep. So the price on this is $39. So it's a premium price product for the category, but it also does something that no other grip can do. We also have lots of other things coming out this year as well, a couple lower price versions and things. But this is actually aluminum, CNC aluminum trim.
Okay.
So it's actually metal.
Yeah, that's why it looks
yeah,
good.
Exactly. Exotic plastics. This is a 50% nylon filled plastic, which means it's extremely rigid and it's extremely durable.
So that's what I was wondering about. So, okay. It feels that, that's cool. It's not going to break.
No. Now, we life cycle these things, the mechanism past 2 million cycles. It can hold 25 pounds of force if you suspend, 25 pounds from the cap there. And it is removable and reusable as well. It's one thing I haven't talked about. You can pop this off. All you do is just slide your fingers under there, slowly release it. It uses this proprietary nano adhesive that is reusable. It's tacky, but it's not really adhesive. It kind of uses the principles of like a gecko's foot, and it just kind of seals. And what's great about that is you can remove it and reuse it, whether you get a new case or a new phone. But you don't really need to remove it, but in case you swap out. But also, it'll work with, this is a nice magnetic interface. And that really helps hold it on. But in phones that don't have a magnetic interface, it'll still stay on. It'll even bond to things like silicone cases, which are notoriously hard to adhere to.
Like this?
Exactly, yeah. So it would work great with that.
Awesome. This one sells itself.
That's right.
I don't have to ask a bunch of questions. I really don't.
Yep. And it will work out of the box with anything. Another thing I didn't mention, man, I'm bad at this. This is magnetic in the sense that you can actually stick it to your refrigerator or a car or a toolbox or a weight, a rack in the gym or something like that as well, and supports the weight of the phone. Another really handy party trick to have.
That's right.
When you just don't, it doesn't take up a lot of space on your phone. It looks good. You don't really notice it when you're not using
That's
it,
right.
but it comes in so clutch.
So if you want to catch
often.
yourself doing reps,
That's
you
right.
can pop it up there on the
That's
machine.
right. That's right. If you're a real gym bro, you gotta record your squats.
I'm a real gym bro.
Yep.
I think the ladies are going to like this too.
That's right.
I think it's universal.
Yep. You can also mount any MagSafe accessory on top of it.
That's right.
So MagSafe mounts, batteries, car mounts, etc. It's all seamless from start to finish.
I'm going to call this a winner chicken dinner.
That's
I think
right.
I think you've hit the jackpot on this.
Thank you.
Smart engineering team.
We agree.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
osnap.com. Go get one today. It's going to be on my list for sure.
We're also launching in Verizon and Best Buy nationwide.
Good for you.
So you can pick it up there.
So if they liked it enough to be in the store,
that's right.
You got it on Amazon too?
Not yet, but coming.
All right. Have you been over and talked to them?
Oh yeah, they've been all over us.
Oh,
yeah.
Good. All right, Dale. Thank you so much. And wow, awesome product. osnap.com, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perfect. It's hard to get excited about. This is a product that there's 1,000 of these things out here. Every booth that has thank you, sir. I appreciate that. There's 1,000 of these out in different booths, but this is a product differentiator. And plus, he's got a great domain. Works on iPhone and Android. Again, definitely check it out. Kickstand, super thin, MagSafe. Charge to wireless. Definitely, probably my product of the day right there. Hard to believe that something that I tested would walk into the booth and I would say, oh my goodness. That's cool. And it does. It looks nice. Doesn't look stupid. Very, very, very awesome. Hey, the next guest up is somebody that I talked about a little bit yesterday. And for those of you that are boating out there, you're going to love this. All right. Perfect. That was easy. That's one you don't even have to think to understand. Holy cow. Cool product, wasn't it? All right, so we're going to talk with Mike Josowitz.
Josowitz, yes.
All right. I talked to you guys yesterday. You're the founder of LiftMate.
I am.
Boaters. I talked about this yesterday when I was going through kind of my recap during slow time, but now we got the man here. Let's talk about LiftMate.
Okay. What can I tell you? It's
give these folks the pitch on why they want to go out and buy this today.
Okay, so I'm a boater and an avid fisherman. And I have a boat that's on a boat lift, and boat lifts are inherently slow, and they only work now with keychain remotes. So when I go out fishing, I have to put my boat lift up, otherwise it's a water hazard. If you leave it in the water, you have growth issues, electrolysis issues, and the water hazard issues is dangerous to damage your boat lift or damage other boats if they don't see it. So when I leave the dock, I put my boat lift up, and I go fishing, boating, whatever I do in my boat.
Yep.
When I used to come back, I had to get in range of my keychain remote, which is kind of like a garage door remote.
Yep.
For my boat lift to start going down from its up position. And my boat lift and most boat lifts are really slow, so it take, I'd say, 12 to 15 minutes.
Really?
For my boat lift to reach the position where I can board it.
Wow.
So I thought there's got to be a better way. So we started playing around with different technology, and we came up with the LiftMate device, which enables me to start my boat lift down when I'm offshore on cell data. It also works on Bluetooth. Let's say the internet is down at my house.
Right.
There's a high-powered Bluetooth transmitter in it.
Okay.
So there's a backup system where if the internet's down, I can still get close enough to control my boat lift through our smartphone app.
Yep.
So now my boat lift is down, ready for me to pull on. I don't have to sit there and block the waterway for 15 minutes and more or less piss off all the other boaters.
Right.
And I'm not being blown around by wind and currents waiting for the boat lift to come down, which is also dangerous.
Right.
I just pull right on. It goes up, and after we came up with the device, we also came up with some security features. So, for example, if I'm not at my house and someone plugs in my boat lift and starts moving it down with bad intentions to steal the boat, steal the marine electronics on the boat, which is a real problem in South Florida where I come from, as soon as that boat lift starts moving, I get an alert on my phone wherever I'm at. And we have an integrated security camera, so we get a live picture through our smartphone app. So I can open the app. I see a live picture of my boat lift and my boat. I could see what's going on.
It's almost like having a door cam for your boat.
That's exactly what it is. It's like a doorbell cam for your boat.
Yep.
And, it has great commercial capabilities too. So they're putting up a lot of marinas in Florida that have 50 or 60 boat lifts, and they're leasing each lift out to different people for a month, a year, whatever. So instead of a marina handing out a keychain remote that the owner's going to lose, or possibly handing them the wrong one, where they think they're trying to put their boat in the water, but somebody else, there's huge liability in that.
Right.
So with our device, it's all digital. They issue a key, and the dockmaster or administrator can have multiple lifts, actually in multiple locations, all through their one app. And anytime one of those shared keys uses their boat lift, the administrator can choose to get alerts on their phone that so-and-so is moving boat lift number 25 up or down. It keeps a history log through the app so you can see who controlled what they did. It's exportable, so you can export it in a CSV file.
Right.
There's so many features, it's hard to talk about everything.
And having lived in Michigan, and a lake literally 2 miles from my house, there are boat lifts all around the lakes. They're individual boat lifts, and obviously some folks just keep their boat on the dock, but a lot of people put their boats up on the lift when they're not gone. Maybe they're from out of state, So they put their boat up, and they go home. If they're a different state away. Up to this point, their boat can be stolen easily.
Yes, very easily.
In this instance, someone drives a monkey with the lift. Bam! Again, got a camera.
Yep.
Hey, you know.
Yeah.
So now you know what's really going on.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And so this to me is for a lot of folks that have lake houses. Wherever you live in the States, this is a great product. So easy to install.
Very easy to install. So it works. There's 3 major boat lift control box manufacturers. Our device easily installs in all 3 of them. It's an easy low voltage connection. We have the installation kit comes with it. If you have a little bit of low voltage electrical knowledge, it's really an adapter cable and 2 crimped wires on the low voltage transformer.
iOS and Android app?
iOS and Android works, like I said, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and cellular. We're selling through boat lift manufacturers now. We're selling through some boat supply houses, online and brick and mortar. And, we just started selling this in August. So
it's a brand new product.
It's a brand new product, and people don't know it exists.
Well, they do now.
Yeah, and we appreciate you having us here to talk about it.
And I think the thing that everyone needs to understand is you guys saw a need, put your money in this, designed it. Building an app is not cheap.
Right.
And have a solution for folks that have their boats on lifts. And while it is a niche market, there is a lot of boats on lifts.
Yes.
A lot.
There are.
I don't even know what the number is. Do you even know what the number is?
I know in Florida alone there's hundreds of thousands of boat lifts.
I believe it.
Yeah, in Florida alone, and they're all over the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're a boat owner or know someone that is a boat owner and they have a lift, this would make a great birthday present, or just turn them on to the website. What is the website?
Website is lift-mate.com.
And retail price on this?
Retail price is $4.99. There's no subscription. You can download the app, and you're up and running in a matter of minutes.
Awesome. You guys go check it out. You heard it here first.
Okay.
Hey, thank you so much for being on. Best of luck to you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And I hope you've had a great show, too.
We have. Been really exciting to be here.
Outstanding.
Thank you,
sir.
Take care.
Absolutely. So, very cool stuff. All right, folks, it is 4 o'clock, and it is my time to exit stage left. I hope you've enjoyed this last 3 hours of coverage. We got 2 hours left to go today in day 3 of CES. Chris from Curious Realm is going to be up with you for the next 2 hours to take you through the final. If you're watching from home right now, make sure you go to podcastapps.com. Get yourself one of those newfangled podcast apps. Participate in the Value for Value system. We want you to boost our live stream sats. And if you don't know what that even means or have any clue, don't worry. Just go to techpodcast.com, hit the QR code on the website, and you can always donate to the show. Every penny goes back to the team. We appreciate your support. It's been my pleasure. Again, my name's Todd Cochran. I do a twice-weekly podcast at geeknewscentral.com. Chris will be with you here momentarily to take you to the end. See you guys later. See you tomorrow.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Tech Podcast Network's continuing coverage of CES 2024. Here with Geek News Central and Plug Hits Live, I'm Chris Jordan from Curious Realm. CES is absolutely amazing this year. It's great to see so many vendors back in this place. The last year or so have been a little sparse. But, man, it has been thronged on the floor. It's been fantastic. It's been great to see all the new technology. I actually went out earlier and got myself a new toy, a nice little AI tracking, or I guess facial tracking gimbal. Really cool stuff that can handle almost full-size cameras, about a 2-pound capacity on it. Really great stuff at amazing prices. There's just so much here right now. And, of course, the buzzword for this year has been artificial intelligence, has been, you know, the smart devices, things like that, what we can do to leverage AI into new technology. And there's been tons. Downstairs in Eureka Park, there were some really cool sociability robots that were there for, like, hospitals, things like that go around and talk to people, greet people, just to make sociability a thing in the world around us. It's pretty awesome. And a lot of the tech that we have seen up here, at least a lot of the tech that I have seen up here, has been elderly based. The last few years have been very health oriented. A couple years ago was the private health stuff that occupied an entire row back there. And this year I have seen tons of stuff for elderly care, for, you know, monitoring elderly parents, things like that, making sure that that you're staying in contact. One of my favorites was the kids camera that was here, where they have a digital picture frame that you can give to grandparents, parents in their office, things like that, and whatever videos, things like that the kid takes, it automatically uploads to the frame. So when you're talking lonely grandparents sitting at home wanting to hear from their grandkids, things like that from a distance, that's just absolutely awesome, the connectivity of that and what it can do right now. Loneliness is a huge issue in our country, a health issue as well, leading to all kinds of things. So to see the fact that people are taking that into consideration and trying to bridge that gap. LEG was a really cool robot that we had on the show 2 days ago that actively takes part as a family member, and asks the elderly people questions, ask them how they're doing today. Hey, I noticed yesterday, you know, that when you woke up, your hips were hurting you a little bit. Are you feeling okay today? Just things like that, where it's little reminders, things that once it gets enough metrics, it texts the responsible party in the family, you know, the eldest son or uncle, things like that. It's awesome to see this world of connectivity being brought to literally connecting people together, not just connecting devices, but connecting people via distance and bridging that gap that technology is, I'm not going to say helped to make, but definitely helped along. We, especially right now, scrolling syndrome is a big thing. One of the big technologies that I saw was Formavision. They are my running right now for my Best of CES award from the Tech Podcast Network. They are using standard cameras to capture live 3D volumetric video. And that's a lot of big words. But basically what that means is you no longer have to stand on a pedestal for an hour and have your body wireframe captured, you know, spinning around for 30 minutes, 45 minutes while a camera catches every part of you, that you would then have to take those points in a point cloud and create an artificial skin for an avatar, and those things even still come out looking fairly well animated. So the idea that being able to use 3 cameras to capture 2 sides from the front, 1 side from the back, and basically have somebody appear as a 3D hologram of themselves. No animation involved, nothing like that. Utterly real time, and at 5 megabits per second. That's what blew my mind on the stat was, wow, you're talking a like standard hotel Wi-Fi connection of speed to do that. So really, really incredible technology being leveraged with that kind of stuff. And it's exciting to see that. It's exciting to see, especially for me as a live engineer, as somebody who goes out and does live AV engineering, to see these kind of things being brought about to help industries, to help bring things to people via distance, once again, in a connective way to connect people. Our next guest is here right now, folks. We'll be welcoming Imre Kubuku, founder and CEO of Wiser, Pinterest for Knowledge. They define Wiser as a Pinterest for knowledge. In one click, you can save your favorite digital content to Wiser, and within milliseconds, you can instantly get cross-platform recommendations, including podcasts, videos, articles, all in one place, all curated by a community of experts and insiders. A unique combination of human curation and AI. Their AI engine also automatically labels your content so you can keep your library super neat. Imre, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Tell us, what was the inspiration for Wiser? How did you come up with this to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, as a curious person who loves learning from newsletters and podcasts, it was a no-brainer for me to start the company. I would always ask around my colleagues, my ex-boss, on what do you read, what do you watch, what do you listen to, and then once I started researching, I found that actually 90% of podcast discovery is word of mouth. So it just became very sensible to start this venture.
Wow. As a podcaster myself, I would have to concur. Yes, it is word of mouth. You can place ads if you want, but it's all about getting word out there and being able to socially share those things with people of like and common interests. So,
absolutely.
How does the platform work?
Yeah, so it works very similar to Pinterest in terms of user experience.
Okay.
Say that you like a podcast on Spotify, you can just save that to Wiser. And our AI engine generates around 100 to 150 tags that describe that specific interest based on the content you share.
Okay.
And then based on that, you get cross-platform recommendations. So YouTube, podcast, newsletter, audiobook or book recommendations all in one place.
So from what you share, it starts giving you content that you might like.
Yeah, you also select categories. You can basically click on any post content on Wiser, and as you scroll down, you get the more like this kind of recommendations.
Okay.
And even YouTube alone. It's not just about Mr. Beast, right? It's a search engine. Many of even the Harvards and the MITs of the world are content creators on YouTube. So. In that vast amount of educational knowledge-based content out there, we think that a solution which combines human curation and AI will cover the needs for all of these lifelong learners.
Okay. And now, of course, one of the issues that you come across, especially with platforms like YouTube, things like that, is preferred content being pushed to you whether you like it or not. Does that happen on Wiser?
No.
Okay.
Because so all of the recommendations on Wiser comes from a community of expert or insider curated content. And the way we vet users is based on how much readings they do in specific categories. For example, if you're reading more about AI than I do, your recommendation ranks higher. Which is very innovative in an industry where all the recommendation engines are based on likes, not the credibility of the source. So in that sense, the way the platform works and recommends content is very different than the status quo.
Interesting. And I mean, this could be fantastic for news use, all kinds of things. I can see numerous ways. What other ways are you looking at leveraging the platform?
Our main acquisition channels have always been like knowledge influencers, podcasters, newsletter writers, and we go to these people and say like, hey, if you can get 100,000 people listen to you in a podcast, these people are also probably interested to see what you read, what you watch, what you listen to, and that's how we kind of like spread the word about Wiser. And going forward, we're trying to tackle both the content discovery and the content organization side of the problem, because we also argue that just like having a physical library, in our homes, in a time where we're learning virtually everything in digital media, we need a digital library as well, so you can get back to that podcast or newsletter you learned something from. And both sides of the product, so to say, is developing, and we're excited to see what's next.
That is awesome. Now, how do you go about ranking your experts? How do you go about vetting them, things like that? We have a process where if we reach out to specific experts, we of course know their backgrounds. If it's the other way around, if we get approached by an academic or some sort of an expert, we just look at their backgrounds, and we just let them use the product for a while, and as we see the quality, we vet them, and their recommendation gets ranked higher. Wow! Now, how long have you been in development on this?
We've been active for 2.5 years. We launched this current version on Product Hunt 2 months ago. We were the second product
awesome.
of the day, and primarily we're getting a lot of American users. I think there's a larger appetite for personal development in the US than we have in Europe. We think it resonates much better with an American audience.
We've definitely had an issue over the last few years with social media, fact checking, things like that. So the fact that there's a platform out there that does that fact checking for you and says like, hey, if this person is posting something, you can pretty well trust them. I believe that the main problem in media is not content. There's so much of it, and there's so much good quality content out there. The problem is curation. Once an expert or an insider just packages that in a way that makes sense for you, and hey, if you want to learn about AI or generative AI, listen to these podcasts, read these stuff. It's super valuable. Absolutely. And once again, that personal recommendation is where so much of that listening is no different than hey, what movies you go out and see this weekend? When you are connected with people, that's a different world of recommendation.
Yeah.
So.
I think the market is only going to grow. More platforms and more different types of content are becoming part of our lives, and as that grows, so does the need for curation.
Absolutely. Well, we've got you for about another minute. What platforms is this available on markets right now? Can you go and download Wiser as we speak?
Yeah, absolutely. We're on App Store. We have many also reputable users as well. For example, Alex Lieberman, who's the founder of Morning Brew. He's a Wiser user. We have many academics, so many people whose recommendations are highly valuable. So we strongly encourage everyone to see it for themselves.
Awesome. Apple and Android, or Apple only?
Both, yeah. Apple and Android. Wiser, Pinch It for Knowledge. We'd love to have you on the platform.
Awesome. Well, look right there at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to download the app, where they can go to find more about Wiser.
Yeah, so please go to the App Store or Google Play, search for Wiser, Pinterest for Knowledge, and start building your library today, and hopefully we'll recommend you more content you might like.
Awesome. Imre, thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having us.
Enjoy the rest of CES. I hope things have been going well for you at your booth.
You too. Yeah, we met many interesting people. So
awesome. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Likewise.
That is really cool, man. Once again, the idea, especially over the last few years, there have been raging debates on social media over the veracity of claims, over the veracity of articles. To know that there is a platform out there like Wiser that you can join and it will vet articles for you, vet topics for you, and vet authors, podcasts, things like that. That's awesome. That is really incredible. And just a prime example of how AI and using AI in that queried sense, that way of having AI cull through information. That is really what it's made for, what it excels at. The prime example would be the Microsoft article, or the article that just came out in Business Insider 2 days ago about Microsoft using AI to go through 32,000 possible organic compounds that could possibly take the place of lithium, and actively found one that worked, powering a light bulb right now, and we may be looking at a 70% decrease in lithium mining and usage, which you may think is not a whole lot. 70% is a large amount of anything, and when you are talking about a dangerous substance like lithium that is prone to fire, prone to explosion, has toxic chemicals, is a toxic chemical, produces toxic fumes when it burns, things like that. That is massively important. You know, you're talking about changing things in a whole new way, in such a rapid form. That information, with once again culling through 32,000 different organic compounds, happened within a day. Within 1 day, the machine found an alternative for lithium that is working and doing fantastic. So we'll see what comes of that. But it's incredible to see how people are using AI and what they are using it for in that way, and how it's changing industries everywhere. Everything from I was talking to somebody down on the floor yesterday in Eureka Park in the South Korean sector, and they were using AI and people's cell phones, regular routers, to actively track movement within warehouses, safety things, stuff like that. What are the common walkways? What are the common paths? All that kind of stuff. And when you start talking about workplace safety, things like that, that is a huge issue. So to be able to use AI to gather that data, find the safer places to put walking paths, that kind of stuff. Really awesome, really incredible to think about. And it changes the way that, once again, we interact with the world around us. It changes the way that people in a warehouse and people running a warehouse, it changes how they've been doing it for years. You know, makes it more efficient, saves all kind of money on manpower, things like that. Of course, one of the big issues that people have had is the genuineness that comes from AI, and whether or not there is genuine creation there. And of course, you know, I've said it on my show pretty regularly over the last year or so that you can take the statement either good or bad. AI will be about as smart as the average person reading the internet. That's either a great thing or a bad thing, you know, depending on how you look at things. But the fact is, it's there to go through data, and it's only processing things through the data set it is given. A prime example of that would be the AI Tay from Microsoft that came out in 2017 and was on Twitter, now X, for hours. When Tay went live, she had the IQ of about a 5th, 6th grader, something like that. Within hours, because of the content she was fed, the only content she was being fed was from Twitter feeds, things like that. And within hours, Tay became like this utterly racist person who was just spewing hate. Like, they removed Tay from Twitter. And you ain't heard anything about Tay since. And it is a prime example of AI processes the data it is given. So depends on the data set, depends. I mean, even here recently, Todd Cochran was talking about his voice training some AI, not it taking over as Todd Cochran, but the fact that somebody was like, we love your topics, we love what you talk about, things like that. We would like to help train our AI on those topics. Can you provide us with content to audio feed into our AI and train it? It's pretty remarkable. And one of the stories I covered on my show right up around 2015 was one of the first AIs that Adobe came out with, and it never made it past beta testing that I know of. I know a couple people that beta tested it, but it was the progenitor of all the Hollywood contracts with SAG-AFTRA that just happened about AI and about AI voiceovers. And it was software that, when given 20 minutes of spoken word by any person, you could basically go in, type whatever you wanted to, and that person's voice would say that in the same meter and voice as the person. This was demonstrated live on stage with Peele from Key and Peele, and he came on stage talking about his dog and how much he loved his dog, things like that. They're like, well, we took that and we took some other bits from you and fed it into our computer, and here's what we had it say about your dog. And it started talking about how he, French kissed his dog before he left in the morning. Things like that. Just something utterly ridiculous. But it was in his voice and sounded just like him. This is exactly how, James Earl Jones was recently able to sell rights to his voice in perpetuity. So 80 years from now, you may be hearing, the voice of Darth Vader sell you something, like sell you Pert shampoo on TV. Who knows? But his family will get royalties from that. And that was a big part of the Hollywood contracts that just happened. Was many Hollywood studios were trying to make it to where if you were an extra in a movie, you were automatically scanned. And they could use you as an extra in any movie. Now that makes it really hard to get your SAG points on camera. It's one of those, and that was part of the issue was, well, okay, but every time you use that person, are they still getting their Screen Actor Guild credit? Things like that. And these are the debates that are opening because of AI. Even quite a few years ago, I remember working a conference in Boston for the Transportation Administration, and there was a Harvard professor speaking about automated trucking. And this was, once again, a huge transportation conference. This was the heads of Cat trucks, things like that, Peterbilt, everybody else was there. And their big question was, what about truckers? Well, this sounds like you're trying to take jobs away from truckers. And the Harvard professor literally looked at him and said, do you think they would be investing millions of dollars in automated trucks if people were coming to be a truck driver? They're inventing the solution because they have the problem. They aren't trying to put people out of work. They're trying to actively get goods to people, and people aren't coming to take the job anymore. So, it's interesting when you start really peeling back the veil that's there on AI, and when you start looking at some of the issues that are going on with it, especially when it comes to social issues, when it comes to how we consider things in society, how we consider each other. Even right here, the idea that you now have a vettable source for information. You could go to Wiser, install the app, and use that to find vetted sources that AI has verified. And AI has gone through and said, okay, yes, this person has written scholarly articles on this. This person has had research papers done and been part of research grants on this. So they are a trustable source for your information. That's incredible, and that's really awesome, and that is game-changing. One of my favorites that I saw yesterday, again in the South Korean plaza downstairs in Eureka Park, was they had two different sides. One side was a security camera, and that security camera was watching footage of somebody get attacked in a hallway, somebody getting mugged. And as the video was playing, and imagine yourself being a security guard at a mall, 50 screens in front of you from cameras all over the mall. It can be hard to keep up with those things. It can be hard to tell if what you're looking at is something that you need to go intervene in. This AI was actively telling you what was happening in the scene, like person has been knocked down, is being kicked.
What?
Like, I am not even joking. It was epic, man. It was so cool. And then on the B side of it, this is where I got into it as a media guy.
Okay.
Because you have to put in, imagine being, because you do archiving. You do archiving for, this show, Plug Hits Live, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Imagine taking your file that's MVI_10145.1.
Yep.
And just throwing it arbitrarily in your archive. Not naming it, not giving it a date, nothing like that.
Okay.
This AI can actively go through and search the content of your videos.
Get out.
Not even joking. So with zero reference information, it will go through your database of videos and find any of them with a horse in it.
That's insane.
It's when you're talking about a news agency, when you're talking about massive archive, like even whenever I worked on the broadcast that I worked on,
right.
We had a closet that had baker shelves with hard drives, just baker shelves of hard drives of data.
Right.
So imagine that being digitized and being able to just go in and go, Boston bombing. And all the footage you have of it pops up in front of you.
Oh, that's amazing.
Incredible. When you're talking about, movie companies, things like that, B-roll companies, Pond 5.
So I'm old enough that I remember having to go through microfiche,
Yeah.
having to go find it and by the dates, and then still not finding it in the.
Yeah. No, having to dig hard for research. Honestly, that's my favorite thing about AI is the fact that, kids out there now and kids are out there writing papers with ChatGPT.
I hope they're proofing and editing because.
That's how they get caught. That's how they get caught. Is you can tell. We have our next guest up. We have Avado AG. Do we have? Is this Burned? There we go. It just moved. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
We have Burned Lap with us.
That's my name.
This is a beautiful product. Looks like a mini PC. Tell us a little bit about Avado and what it's all about.
Yeah, let me talk about the problem we're solving first because that's important. So there's a fragility in a traditional banking.
Mm-hmm.
And did you know that last year when Silicon Valley Bank collapsed and other banks, there was 5 banks in total. They burned $549 billion. Do you know how much in 2008 the banks lost?
Probably closer to a T than a B.
No, it was less. It was less. It was $373 billion.
Wow.
These were 100+ banks that failed in 2008.
Wow.
In 2023, it was 5 banks, and they lost more than the 100 banks in 2008. And nobody talks about it.
Wow.
This chart is from the Fed. It's not. I'm not making this up.
Turn that right around to the camera here so they can see it. That's okay.
So, I just closed it.
There you go.
So this is a chart from the Fed, from the government. And it shows the green line is the amount of that is lost, and the red is the amount of banks.
Okay.
If I'm correct? Yes. So you can see in 2023, which is all right here, there's only 5 banks. That's really, really low, but it's a huge amount of money that's lost.
Massive.
So today we cannot really trust money to a third party. That's the problem. And cryptocurrency solves that. So we have like Bitcoin that solves that.
Sure.
But a lot of people don't use crypto as it should be.
Yeah.
They still give it to a third party like Coinbase, Binance, all these exchanges. And we've seen a collapse of FTX last year.
Yeah.
That was huge. So again, what we solve is we make it easy to interact with blockchain because this device is actually your bank at home. It downloads the full blockchain, for example, the Ethereum blockchain, and you can interact with this directly with the blockchain, just like you do with your router at home, your modem, with the internet. You need an access point to access the blockchain. And this is exactly what it does. And it earns you cryptocurrency.
Really?
So you can stake. That is a mechanism where you deposit Ethereum on the protocol through this device, and it earns you 5% interest per year.
Wow.
Just by the protocol, because it secures the blockchain. It actually creates the blockchain. It creates these blocks of information where all the transactions are stored.
And it took me a little while to grasp crypto.
Yeah.
What it actually took was me building a crypto mine with a friend.
Okay.
Who was at my house for Super Bowl, and he was
that's
like,
a challenge.
He was like, "No, man, you got like 5 video cards back there. I know. I sold them to you for old machines. Like we could build a machine while we're sitting here drinking beer."
That's cool.
And we did. And I ended up mining Ethereum and making $100 or so a month just off spare energy at my house.
That's very good.
But the problem was, having to have it sit in a Coinbase, having to go to Coinbase, make it shake hands with something else, then transferring it from there to my actual bank.
Yeah.
And trying to figure that out, you know.
So you still need, if you want to pay something today, there's solutions where you can pay actually with crypto. There's cards, credit cards that you use, but still you would use maybe an exchange to put it back in your local currency, your USD or euros or Swiss francs, where I come from. So you would use an exchange, but you should only use the exchange for the exchange and not to store the crypto on it.
Exactly.
So this is the main difference that crypto allows you. You can hold it, and you can hold it very secure at home on a USB stick or in a vault that you have. And this device, again, transfers it and makes you interact with the blockchain. But the best thing about it is that you actually earn cryptocurrency back. So you increase the amount of crypto that you have just by holding it, just running this device. It's a plug-and-play device. It's really simple. You have an Ethernet cable that you put in, so it has connection to your router. Electricity, that's it. And we have an operating system on the device that you connect with your iPad or with a laptop to it. And then we just take you through the process. It's an app store, like you know it from your phone probably. It has dApps that are called Ethereum or Avalanche or Near. So these are all blockchains. And you just click on it, it installs everything. You don't have to have any technical knowledge. We demystify the whole blockchain topic.
That is awesome, man, because I know so many people that have been curious and want to get into it, but they just... once again, it can be very nebulous if you don't know those processes and steps. It can be tough. And then what happens if you lose information for this?
So the good thing is you don't store any value on this. This is not a store of value. Like your router doesn't store information if you go to Facebook. So this is just a connection to the blockchain.
Okay.
But it's the wallet that you have full control over your wallet, because that's where you store the crypto. And you always have, if you buy a wallet from Ledger or Trezor, these are hardware wallets, they come with a recovery phrase that you have to keep. And you can lose these wallets and you just buy a new one, and with the recovery phrase you can install all your accounts again. So, but you have to keep it safe. And there's no third party that is involved. So if you really lose it, the money's lost.
Yeah.
That's a big challenge for a lot of people.
Yeah, it is. It is. And a lot of people don't understand. I think a lot of people don't understand exactly how cryptocurrency, or specifically how blockchain works and the concept behind it. So real quickly, just kind of explain to people how this connects to the blockchain and what the blockchain is,
Sure.
for those that don't know.
The blockchain is a ledger. So it keeps track of all the transactions that happen, like money transactions. From me to you would be a transaction, and that is stored in the blockchain. And the block is, you have to think of it like a piece of paper. Every transaction is one line on the piece of paper. One time the paper is full, and it gets sort of sealed. And this computer then seals and checks that all the entries are valid, seals this block, and then puts it into the blockchain. And there is the information on this piece of paper is hashed. So everything in there is like multiplied, let's say, by 3. And then this number is the first entry on the next piece of paper. So these pieces of paper are connected. That's why it's a chain.
Yep.
So these pieces of paper are connected. And that's how we build a blockchain. So if you know the latest block, you can see in the first number. If you unhash that, if you decrypt that, you will know what the transactions in the former block were, and you can verify the whole chain if you want to. So you always know that everything in there is valid, is true. That all the transactions that if I say I have 1,000 whatever currency in my wallet, and you say you're 2,000, we can verify that through all the transactions in there. So this is a blockchain. It's really a ledger. That is public. Everybody can look into that, and everybody has access to it. But only these devices actually capture these information and make a block out of it.
That is really cool, man. The fact that it is an all-in-one machine. All you do is download the app of whatever crypto you want to use, and you're off and running. That is really incredible.
It's plug and play.
How long have you been working on this?
5 years now. We are active since 5 years.
Okay.
So we've created this company in Switzerland in 2018, and have been sold. We have sold more than 2,000 of these devices.
Wow.
Into 76 countries and more. So we ship globally. We have a huge community now of users, and they all earn crypto back. So they've all earned the money back that they paid for this machine, because we only have a one-time payment. You buy this machine from us. We provide the software, we maintain the software, we give support, and that's all part of the one-time cost.
Too cool.
There's no fees involved.
And well, let's get down to brass tacks. What's the one-time cost?
The one-time cost, it depends on the hardware you put into this. It is quite high because we put the maintenance support.
Oh, absolutely.
This machine, if it's a 4 terabyte disk, that's a disk space that you need to capture the blockchain, has 64 gigabyte of memory, and an AMD R9 CPU that is quite powerful.
Yeah.
This is all needed to run this. It costs 2,800.
Okay.
And you can go crazy, you can really go bigger, but this is what we recommend right now. And you stake crypto on it, and that's how you get the money back.
The stake part is what I love. The fact that you can be earning residuals and percentages on your stored crypto. That's awesome.
And the crypto price can go up. It can also go down. It's volatile, but you get back in crypto. So
it brings crypto literally to the world of real banking.
Exactly.
You know, the same way as having a savings account attached to your checking account, where 5% of your paycheck rolls in there automatically. So that's absolutely incredible. Tell everybody where they can go to find out more about Avado, where they can go to get their Avado.
It's very simple. You go to ava.do. That's our website, ava.do. So the name with a dot, and you can buy it online in our shop. That's it. You can pay in USD, you can pay with credit card, PayPal, or you can pay with cryptocurrency for sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the time during a very busy CES.
Yes.
Wish you the best, man. I hope that goes well.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. That is really cool, man. And once again, the idea of demystifying crypto for the common person. I'm a pretty tech-oriented guy. I can build machines and do all kinds of stuff. But it took a buddy to sit me down and actively explain what crypto was and what the blockchain was and how the blockchain operated, because I just couldn't do it without understanding it and wrapping my head around it. Thank you. Our next guest is here. Let's see, do we have any info on them in the system? Yeah. Oh, there we go. We have ClassifyD with Nico Bell. He is the founder and CFO. ClassifyD is a eco-responsible mobile application focused on secure and efficient file sharing. It features advanced encryption protocols and robust data protection mechanisms, prioritizing the security of documents and user data. Environmentally friendly, the application minimizes its carbon footprint by optimizing data transmission processes. It offers fast transfers, enabling users to send photos, videos, documents instantly via QR codes or phone numbers. ClassifyD is particularly useful for retailers, businesses offering solutions such as sharing product information and promotions with a simple scan. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chris. I'm so glad to be here.
Absolutely. Well, Nico, we've said a little bit about ClassifyD. What was it that brought this idea to you to begin with?
Well, we had the privacy of our customers in mind to begin with. And then as the product evolved and the ideas grew up, we realized that using our technology, which is basically a peer-to-peer technology, so that we don't need the use of data storage in the cloud. Using that technology, we realized that we could minimize the footprint of data storage, and it become an eco-responsible application. And because of this design, we're also cyber secure by design, because we don't have a big central database that's waiting as a sitting duck to be attacked, and there's a sovereignty issues in Europe, and that addresses that as well. So the technology proved to be, efficient in many different directions.
That's interesting. So this is peer-to-peer, doesn't go into a cloud, doesn't go anywhere like that. It is direct transfer from person to person.
Correct. Well, we do have a server that addresses all the communications. So in that sense, we do use a server in the cloud, but we don't store any data in the cloud. The data is stored on the devices.
Interesting. Well, let's start getting into operation. How does the system work, and what is it mainly used for?
So, again, it uses the peer-to-peer technology that we've known in the past with Napster or with BitTorrent and this kind of stuff. So nothing really new there. What's new is the way to use it and to assemble it with other elements, so that we offer the same UX as a cloud service, but with the small environmental footprint. And you ask, what is it used for? So today we have the technology is built, and now we are addressing B2B use cases with it. And typically we focus on B2Bs that want to exchange data securely. Because there is no data storage in the cloud, we can be very, very secure, end-to-end encrypted, etc. And we address B2Bs, and that's what we're focusing on the CES today, is B2Bs that want to connect with their clients and get them back to their business. And that's what we call dynamic QR codes. And this functionality basically allows our clients to pop a notification into their client's phone to say that data or information, specials or news about the company are available in their phone. So that's kind of a very new and special way to reconnect with your client over a very dedicated and qualified channel.
Wow! So it's almost like a private RSS feed for data, where you subscribe to me, I subscribe to you, and you can tell me, like, hey, just so you know, we just got 20,000 of these units in. They're available at half off. You know,
I love that, and you need to be my biz dev. RSS feed, personal RSS feed.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
That,
You got it.
That's pretty interesting.
And I'll add that the RSS feed is over your private VPN as well.
Wow.
So we every time we do this exchange, we open a mini VPN between you and me. We exchange data and then we close it.
Wow, that's really cool. So you could be exchanging all kinds of data, even credit card information,
Absolutely.
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we can power a lot of things. And today, like I said, we focus on getting some traction with B2Bs and solving, what can appear as a simple products or simple issues, but in fact it gives a new way to address clients, and it also deploy our technology.
Well, and really and truly, when you're talking about B2B on that kind of scale, it can get so impersonal.
Correct.
It can get so impersonal. You're just one of 89 other vendors that signed up with somebody, So the idea that you're getting a personal message, not just a mass email, something like that, it does, like you're saying, bring that person back to the doors of your business in a very personal way.
Absolutely. We do this with many retail and with restaurants especially. And we had great success with restaurants. Our early adopters back in France are telling us that they can have as many as 50% increase in their business every day because people are coming back because they receive the specials of today. Whatever was on the board that day. If they hadn't seen it, they wouldn't have come. But because they saw it, they're like, "Hey, I'm going to go back."
Oh,
so
absolutely.
50% increase in their frequentation.
When you're talking about especially small business,
correct?
And how, because so much of that is word of mouth.
Absolutely.
It's same as podcasts, TV shows, movies, music. Like, hey, what do you like, buddy? Like, hey, we're in Vegas. You're here 9 weeks a year. What do you like to eat in Vegas?
Exactly.
So for small businesses to be able to bring clients back through their door, that's awesome.
And what we see is that small businesses or medium businesses, they already have Instagram channels and stuff.
Yeah.
So they already have material. So all they need is a special channel where they can really connect with the people that are very qualified.
Well, and honestly, it is one of those things that so many people are leaving social media platforms
Absolutely,
because of the security issues,
as well.
because of spam, phishing, all kinds of things. So this locks that communication down of like, dislike, all that kind of stuff inside of a private VPN channel, like
Absolutely.
you're saying.
And from the B2C perspective, this is a document management app, and it's a secure vault in your telephone. So basically, the same way you manage your photos in your iPhoto, you manage your document in classified. And in your document are secure, they're local to your device, etc., etc. And you have those special documents that you're allowed to enter your vault, which are the business you want to connect to or you want to have news about. And if you don't, those documents can be updated remotely by the businesses. And if you delete the documents, you opt out, and that's it. So you opt in by scanning a QR code, say yes, I want that document. Then that document is dynamic in your phone. You get notification whenever there's a special on the menu of the restaurants you like. And then if you want to opt out, you delete it and you're done.
Wow, that's cool. No going back into an email or something, or waiting for the next email to come and look for the very tiny unsubscribe, anything like that.
And we've seen people on the CES today and the previous days where they were saying, well, can I do that with my newsletter? Because the problem is the newsletter, it's the same with the menu updates I was talking about. You get plenty of them in your email. And here you only have the latest version of it. And tomorrow, the newsletter is going to replace it. So you only see one document in your phone.
That's great.
You get the notification, or you turn them off, the same as you do in WhatsApp and stuff. And if you want to opt out, you delete it. That's done. There's no unsubscribe, giving my email, hoping that in 48 hours I'm going to be opted out. You know the drill.
My favorite is whenever I unsubscribe and then they go, "You unsubscribed," and the next day I still get an email.
Exactly.
Has this app launched? Is it out? Is it available?
It's out. It's launched a few months ago. It's available on the Android store and the iPhone store.
Awesome.
So you can use it on your iPad. It also has a desktop version. So that's
Cool.
that's another thing. Is that every time you put something on your phone, it's synchronized with all your devices, including your computer. So if I put a document on my telephone, it appears on my computer right away,
Nice.
and vice versa. So that's a great way to airdrop
Yeah.
between your telephone and your computer.
Absolutely.
The same thing is when you exchange documents between an iPhone and an Android, you have this experience of airdropping, and that's it.
And they don't always talk, the iPhone and Android. It's
That's
funny.
the thing, yeah.
So the fact that this circumvents that and makes them talk, that's awesome.
We had students use it, and they, one last thing I could mention is that when you exchange photos or documents, we don't touch them, right? We don't reduce the quality or anything.
Oh, cool.
So we had students use it to exchange high quality photos.
Yeah, and especially if you're talking about reporters out in the field, things
Absolutely.
like that, field shooters for documentary, whatever, you could use that as a huge file drop, all kinds of things. That is remarkable.
Free for B2Cs and paid for by B2Bs when they want to have those dynamic QR codes.
Awesome. Well, let everybody know where they can go to download their copy of Classified and where they can find out more.
Where you type Classified in the App Store or the Android Store, and off you go.
All right. Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you so
Chris.
much, Nico.
You take
Incredible
care.
product. Good luck with that, man.
Thank you very much.
That is really awesome. Enjoy the rest of CES.
Take care. Bye-bye.
That's cool, man. That is really, really neat, the idea of being able to secure that communication
Right.
person to person.
Yeah, I'm going to need to get some more information on that myself.
Yeah. Even the idea of massive file sharing in that, right, where it doesn't crush quality, that kind, because that's always one. I do a lot of astrophotography, and it's always crummy trying to share a friend a Facebook image of something that I took because it just destroys it and
Exactly.
pixelates it. So that's wicked cool. We have our next guest up right now. It is Van Tucker from Harbor Lockers. Do we have that up on screen? All right. Van Tucker is the VP of Technology Partnerships. Harbor Lockers is a division of Luxor One. It's a public locker network where businesses can deliver, store, and pick up items. Their mission is to revolutionize the way businesses can access and utilize physical storage close to their customers, making logistics smoother and more efficient than ever before. With access to the largest ecosystem of secure lockers, spaces, and places, our end users can quickly and effortlessly get what they need when they need it without sacrificing security or efficiently. This year at CES, Harbor Lockers announced the world's first on-demand locker marketplace with 24/7 secure access and robot delivery. Welcome to the show, Van. How are you doing?
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for having me on the show with everyone here.
This is pretty cool, man. So you're talking basically private storage outside of warehouses, things like that.
Absolutely. So storing of any type of items. So it could be, of course, packages like we're focusing on fighting piracy. In addition, you can store your bags. You sell something on Facebook Marketplace, you can put it in the locker, and you can have your person come pick it up there anytime. So it's a multi-use locker solution. In addition, at the show, we have our first Autobot locker, which is actually a self-driving locker that can even come to you at your
that's
location.
Cool. That's wicked cool. And I mean, this is it. I'm sure this is springboarded off of the whole Amazon locker concept, the idea that, something can be delivered to your proximity. But the idea of having a private storage locker is pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So, that's the first question we often get. Hey, what's the difference between our lockers and Amazon lockers? And the main difference is it's open to anyone to use. We put them around cities, very similar to Amazon locations. We put them at gas stations, coffee shops. But the most exciting part is any retailer, could be a major retailers can access them. In addition, it could be a small business or a solo entrepreneur can access these lockers. So the multi-use that can be used by each door and compartment can be used by different companies.
That is really cool, man. Now, what was the birth of this concept for you?
Yeah, so the birth of the concept's been almost 2 decades in the making. So our founder, Arik, he started a company called Laundry Locker in San Francisco. This is before the iPhone even was invented. People were using the BlackBerry. So he made a very easy laundry locker solution that solve his personal need of dropping off laundry at laundromats. He's like, hey, how can I build something that's easy to drop off my laundry and that I can do it while my busy life that he had been working in technology. So he made a laundry locker, and that quickly became the largest laundromat in San Francisco, dropping off laundry points at apartment buildings.
Yeah.
And scaling that business was hard. You know, you had to buy these lockers, and to make it go into other cities, you started putting the lockers into selling the lockers as a technology solution, and it quickly became these laundry service locations where they were starting in a lot of partials from e-commerce, and that's where a company called Luxor One was born. Now it's his third locker business, and that's what we're part of.
Okay.
And now it's where we're deploying lockers around cities to make it more accessible. So we have over 10,000 lockers around the United States at apartment buildings and retail locations, and now we're getting out on the streets, really making it more accessible to the general public.
That is really awesome, man. And to know that this is available for small retailers, stuff like that, that is really cool, because especially it's hard to ship things. It's hard to be able to get things into a client's hands sometimes, especially if you are a small business. And how does the system work? How does somebody opt into the system?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are a B2B platform, but we have an app marketplace that has all the different companies and solutions on it. So within our marketplace, we have over 20 apps available that offer different use cases to use it. And one of my most fun, exciting use case we have is an entrepreneur in the San Francisco area, and he's a solo entrepreneur milling flour, actually cooking flour to cook.
Okay.
And he started off as a side hustle. He was just milling flour, selling it on Facebook Marketplace. And then he always was meeting people up randomly. Hey, go eat at Safeway, go to the parking lot. And then he's getting a lot of customers. It's like, this is taking my whole weekend.
Yeah.
So he started dabbling into other delivery, but they're taking a large percentage of his business. Then he's now using Harbor as that location. So he just spends an hour each week. He gets all the orders throughout the week. On Friday, he cuts off time. He mills it, and then he goes and drops them off in the locker. And it really just lets him now actually quit his job being an Uber engineer. So it's not just an Uber, he's a high-paying, six-figure paid person. Now he's actually able to grow his business by leveraging our platform.
That is really cool. Now, what is the entry point for somebody to be able to get into the Harbor lockers?
Entry point is super easy. It is, you just download the apps, one in the marketplace, and start using it today. So there's no monthly fees, pay-per-use model. You don't have to go buy one of these lockers. It's just on-demand access.
Cool. Now, how do you assure the fact that nobody's taking stuff from the locker?
That is a great question. So that's where we spent all of our years of research of making a really smart lock and secure solution. So we know when an item is put in the locker, because we have it all access via mobile device. So it only opens the compartment that person that you bought the item from in, and then when the person comes and picks it up, it's a secure token that opens up via your mobile device. So it's all controlled via technology that we've built out, controlled via your mobile phone.
Awesome. What is the availability of Harbor lockers right now? Where can people find them?
Right now, we're in many major markets around the United States. We launched last year. It was our main year, launching kind of in the alpha stage. Now this year we're expanding. We have over 200 locations in the United States, and we'll be having over 25,000 locations by the end of next year.
Yeah, and I can attest to the need for something like this. I've for a long time had a pedal modification business where I would modify people's guitar pedals.
That's a good business. That sounds like fun.
It was super fun. It was great. But yeah, it got to a point where I had to get a space outside of my house because I was I would jokingly tell people, let's make this look as much like a drug deal as possible whenever we would meet up in a Walmart parking lot, something like that.
That makes it a little more adventure for you.
But it was also the fact of I had strange people that I did not know come into my house, finding out where I live. Like that becomes a security issue at some point. So the fact that you actively have a delivery service and somewhere that is a neutral spot that is secure and secured to be able to drop that off at, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's really the fun part about the robot side. You can actually take that pedal that you made, have the robot come to your house. The robot you can put it in the robot, and it'll actually drive to your customer, and they can pick it up.
That's
awesome.
A
really other fun thing we have here at the show that we're revealed.
What's the average cost per send on something like this for the person dropping the item off?
Yeah, since we're a B2B model, we charge the actual companies that build on top of the apps and solutions.
Okay.
So, it can be starting at 50 cents and work its way up from there.
Wow. Wow, that is really awesome and forward-thinking and a great solution for small businesses across America to be able to get product to people.
Absolutely.
Where can people go to, download the app? Is it available on all marketplaces? Is there a desktop version? And how do they get involved with Harbor Lockers?
Yeah, to discover apps in our marketplace, you go to harborlockers.com/apps. That'll show our app marketplace as we have available today with more and more being released. And to find more and get involved, again, just go to our website, harborlockers.com. You can go there to explore the different locations we have. And if you have a business that you want to leverage and build a solution on top of, you can actually build your own app, a product as well.
Too cool. Well, Van, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Chris.
This is
Appreciate
an
it.
incredible concept. I love it. What a great way to be able to help small businesses reach their consumer.
Yeah, I can't wait till next year. Maybe we get together again and share some more updates we have.
Absolutely. And maybe next time bring the robot with you.
Yep, absolutely. Have a good one, Chris. Thank you.
Hey, you too. Thank you. Wow, that is really cool, man. And once again, as somebody who has had that issue with a business, that is an incredible solution. That is. Hello. Oh, you just need a picture. Yeah. We'll pretend like we're talking for your shot. Oh, you're more than welcome, man. That is actually a really incredible product that you have. It is really awesome. I'm excited for you guys. That is. Oh, yeah, Oh, well, I mean, that is exactly what we're here for, is to provide exposure to inventors and creators like you guys, everybody that's here. It's great. So there you are. Absolutely. Take care, Nico. We have seen some really cool stuff up here today so far. I am excited. We have, wow, that flew by. There's only an hour left in broadcast. We have our next guest up, folks. We have with us Pramesh Jain, founder and CEO of WebMob Technologies. Think bigger, make better. Invade the digital space with their web and mobile software solutions. Since 2012, WebMob Technologies is serving the best tech advancements in the digital space with 500-plus projects and 25-plus industries across the globe. They have grown immensely well. The software development companies situated in India and the USA have been recognized by renowned IT marketing and business services providers Clutch, The Manifest, Good Firms, and App Futura. For their exceptional UI/UX experience, they were also featured in Design Rush, the tech spaceship that is headed in the direction of success, guarded by 120-plus brains. With the zest to give the best, the team of experts overcomes every tech challenge and meets new horizons. Welcome to the show. How are you today, Pramesh?
Doing good, thank you.
Fantastic.
Thanks for having me.
100, man. This is some cool stuff. Tell us a little bit about WebMob Technologies and exactly what you guys do.
So yeah, typically we termed as a outsourcing partner and all that, offshore company.
Okay.
But we work more like tech partner. So we take care of everything in a tech side of all the businesses that we do business with here in US and across the European country and somewhere in Middle East. But nowadays we're trying to focus more with the US market. Since last 2 years we are coming to all of the shows here in CES and a couple of more shows.
Mm-hmm.
And the USP, yes, what we're trying to build is the tech care of in the tech side. So a lot of challenges out here. I see today's world even out there a lot of SaaS products, off-the-shelf products are available. But people are still struggling, businesses are still struggling with the growth part because off-the-shelf products are not something which they are can go with it because they cannot change their business processes. Versus off-the-shelf products gonna be in A, B, C, D, E. You cannot go with B, then D, then E. You cannot change, right? So that's where the custom software development comes in the picture. We understand, we dive deep in the business, how they are working, and how we can bring the difference and quickly and efficiently. Because over I strongly believe, last 12 years, a lot of software has been built out there.
Yeah.
But you put the right tools, right technology, and deliver it quickly. So that is our motto, and that is what we are doing since last decade plus time.
That's interesting because once again, there are tons of pre-made softwares out there, things like that do amazing things, but many of them are locked down in the way that they function.
Correct.
And are not necessarily customizable or flexible to what you need. So you guys are taking technologies like that and customizing them for people and their specific uses.
And we start even with this 0 to scale up time. So some businesses are there. I just met someone out there from Florida having like 50 plus sales reps and all that. They're still struggling after 7 years of business with their CRM thing. They tried 2 of the CRM, but nothing is setting up their things, right? Because no one understands their pain. There's no CRM out there. So we start with understanding what are your challenges. After talking in 10 minutes with that guy says, wow, you know much more than my business that I know that. The pain point, right? He doesn't know that in terms of thousands of SKUs he's having. Prices are changing every day, and he can do some automation of that price change, and the relevant customer will get notified, because it's inhuman task to connect the customer need having 5 requirement out of those 1,000 things. So something similar like big data thing, AI thing, and that's kind of thing with the off-the-shelf software cannot offer them. So that's where we comes in the picture, getting into the client's business, take all those knowledge, start with something prototyping quickly, deliver that phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and see them growing the business.
Well, and there are other companies out there that do this, people like SAP, all kinds of stuff, but they are looking at much more like world-size businesses, things like that. So to be able to scale this down for smaller businesses and be able to create custom softwares, custom UIs, custom UXs, that kind of stuff is, once again, hugely important when it comes to CRM, when it comes to how you content manage things on the backside.
Correct. CRM, loan management system, some sort of ERPs, some sort of staffing solutions. A lot of startups we work with US. We work more than 50 plus industries, 50 plus companies across 20 plus industries in US. So from all the way from real estate, pharma, life science, everyone has still small challenges. They might be using some software out there, but that small challenge. So for example, one life science company I work with in East Coast, they were doing markets research with all the doctors across the globally in order to launch the new drug. They have to do discoveries and all that. As an example. So they were, in order to make that one survey, which includes small images and a lot of text data and all that, which keep changing every week. They have to hire, in order to make new survey, they have to hire a couple of developers. Versus I built a robust software for them, and which they can use on the fly. Whenever they want to conduct new survey, just go there, create new surveys with all those complex combination parameters and all that. Boom.
Wow.
And that's saving them hundreds of $1,000s a year.
Yeah, I was going to say that's literally like 2 people's entire job.
Exactly.
So you can scale workforce very rapidly.
And along with that, AI, I'm seeing a big thing. It's coming up. I think in last couple of years, so many technologies comes in, goes out.
Yeah.
But I think AI gonna stay a lot, and it's gonna change the industry.
It's changed so many industries already. And it's because the example I've been giving over the last couple days, Microsoft just used an AI to, in one day, go through 32,000 organic samples to find a replacement for lithium.
Wow.
That may be able to replace 70% of the lithium on the planet.
Yes.
One day.
I know.
That would have been decades of scientific work to call through 32,000 organic samples.
Similarly, I have one example. I'm working with one of the Canadian Museum Association. Their program, they have millions of archives out there. Right? Those are important piece of history.
Yep.
And it's been hundreds of year old, their archives. Over a period of time, it's deteriorating. Right? We cannot preserve that. So how are you going to find those things? So we are archiving those things, digitizing those things, and putting AI on top of that, because millions of images, you cannot read it. You cannot interpret what it is there. It's an inhuman task. And with the piece of AI software, we are doing it amazing way.
There was recently a cuneiform tablet that has gone untranslated for years and years. AI broke it in hours.
Correct.
Translated the whole thing.
Correct. So with the new SME size companies, and with the custom software with sort of AI, they can save a lot of money, a lot of efforts, which is kind of inhuman. If either you hire like tens of people,
there's an equation. It's either time or money.
Correct.
Which one do you have?
Correct.
And if you don't have the money, then you need the time. And things like this help you save the time.
Yes. Yes.
It's pretty awesome. How does somebody contact you? How do they get a hold of WebMob and start their CRM process? You know, because that's a tough consultation, man.
Correct. So webmobtech.com, someone can reach out to me and we can start consulting out there. Can start giving them some presentation, solution understanding, because that's the background I love. That's how I started this business. I love to connect like business. I'm curious how things are working out there.
Yeah.
What's the business happening inside there? So that's what my curiosity is since my childhood.
Yeah.
I keep reading a lot about those things since my childhood.
Awesome.
And then from learning from technology background and all that, I bring technology instantly, connecting those dots. This guy's having like big data problem, which technology can be used.
Yep.
Boom.
And
I make them realize, okay, this is something can be done.
Well, and being able to customize that specifically for their need, tailor that to their platform, tailor that to their employees and their needs. That's a lot, man. So congratulations. That's absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pramesh.
Thank you, Chris.
Really cool stuff from WebMob Technologies, man. I love it when somebody is able to customize things for a person to ease their workflow. You know, because it really is about finding out how the client works and how they're trying to get to their end goal. Like, what is your end goal? What's your ultimate goal? What steps are you using, and how can we weave around that? So good on you for helping create software to help people do that.
Thank you, Chris.
Beautiful job.
Thank you for having me.
Wow. Great stuff from Pramesh over at WebMob Technologies, man. Really cool. And, I mean, my brother just went through a big implementation like that at his work. And spent the last couple years as part of the implementation team, and to know that you don't have to go to a massively huge company. You don't have to get impersonal with it. That there are people like Pramesh out there who intimately work with you and your systems in the way that they operate to feng shui them, so to speak. Our next guest is getting ready in the shoot as we speak. We'll be ready for them here in just a second. The idea of AI again, just wicked cool, man. Wicked cool to be able to put AI over existing systems and have it gather and cull data for you, have it figure out the most efficient process, which steps could be shortened, which steps, could be circumvented or rolled into another position. Absolutely awesome. Our next guest is Lord System. Jihun Zhang is our guest. TriPass Mobile Passport Platform, or TripPass Mobile Passport Platform, a travel and fintech company operating mobile passport that has applied for and holds more than 35 patents around the world. Based on the Mobile Passport, a world-first mobile identity authentication platform, they provide all tourism-related financial services to global tourists and open a new horizon for O2O services. From the identification to finance and daily travel and life, they are leading tourism digital transformation that allows tourists to freely travel around the world with a single mobile passport. Welcome to the show. How are you today?
Hi.
I met you yesterday.
Yes, I met you yesterday. Thank you for inviting us.
I am so glad you were here. I am
Thank you so
excited
much.
that this is on the show.
Thank you so much.
Let's get into what TripPass is all about, because you have here your actual physical passport.
Yes.
I assure you I will not lose it. As I told you yesterday in my interview, I traveled the world. I traveled across Europe at 19 and had sweat dreams.
That's right.
About forgetting my passport or losing my passport on a train while I was traveling. And the idea that you are using this in a digital way and that you now have a digital wallet that you can put your passport in, so awesome. What was the inspiration behind TripPass?
Okay, so according to the Interpol, more than 1.7 billion searches for lost and stolen passports are conducted by officers around the world.
What?
That's a lot.
1.7 billion?
That's right. That's a lot. So
That's like a third of the world.
That's right. So your
looking for their passport.
Your personal information is just leaking everywhere in the world. So
Wow.
that is definitely a problem of the all of the country.
Yeah.
So we found that problem and we took that idea that we have to put this passport information safely on the mobile. So you have to keep this passport safely in a hotel.
Yeah.
And that's why our CEO developed our mobile passports solution. And so before I start about our TripPass, let me briefly simulate how to make mobile passport with our application.
Please.
Yeah. Okay, so this is our application TripPass. Where do I see?
Right here.
Okay, so this is our application TripPass. So when users first download the app, you have to register your physical passport inside in here. So you register. Let's do the register together. Accept the terms. And first, we read the information part of the passport. It's my real passport. Okay, so let's shoot the photo. Yes, that's done. And after we're reading e-passport chip, it is the original source passport information that can't be falsified. So yes, let's reading it. Let's complete it.
So quick.
Yes.
So quick.
So from that, we compare the information from this page and the e-passport chip, so we prevent the forgery of the information. And then after that, we do the biometric authentication to prevent theft use of your passport. Okay, so I did my face recognition over here. And then after that, the face recognition authenticated. Look like this. All of your passport information is authenticated. After that, you just set your ID, password, phone number, then that's all. Your mobile passport is created.
Wow. And that is a couple years ago, after COVID, this show required you to use the Clear system.
Oh.
I work in corporate AV. I have all my stuff on Clear because there are numerous conferences that I work that's the quickest, easiest way. It's got your vaccination record, all that kind of stuff.
That's right.
But it's clunky. It's weird. And putting stuff in takes way longer than that.
Oh.
That was quite literally about a 45-second
That's
process.
right, less than a minute.
That is pretty incredible. Now,
thank you. So, like this, after the registering, this is my real mobile passport. This QR is changed. It is one of QR code. It changed about a minute. So
wow.
Even though you take my QR code right through now, you can't use it because it will change in a minute. And then after that, because mobile passport let foreign tourists do the digital identification, we let foreign tourists do digital financial services for local. So that's why we got financial best innovation awards in financial technology, and also the innovation honorary awards at the privacy security technology. As I said, we let foreigners to use digital financial services with our application, like QR payments, transportation card on the mobile, and also mobile tax-free. You know, if you have ever done the tax-free services before?
Yes.
Yes.
I have a friend whose father used to run a couple of tax-free booths at Katy Mills Mall, and the process for somebody, the number of times I would just be hanging out with my buddy and people would come up and complain about the process.
That's right.
Like, I have to bring a receipt for every single item, and it's a process. And then you have to wait for a voucher card to come back that's got your amount on it. You aren't walking off with cash that day.
Exactly.
Pretty interesting. And you guys have incorporated that into here.
That's right. So as you said, the process is really cumbersome. You have to show your physical passport receipts, have visit the separate window. All cumbersome process is just gone with our mobile passport. With mobile passport, you can do the tax-free shopping with the tax discounted price on the site immediately. 10% discount in Korea, 25% even in Europe, because we conducted VAT.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
wow.
Really, I think, well, because it is really, you can reduce your cost, and it is really convenient. We called it as like travel finance auto platform, and we proudly said it is the must-use app when you're traveling to Korea.
It's pretty incredible, and I cannot wait to do. Now, you guys are, of course, fully accepted in South Korea.
That's right. We got license from government.
That is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What governments are you looking at next? Have you contacted UN and things like that?
For Korea, more than 6 million people going to Japan annually. So actually, Japan is our first target to expanding to overseas, but definitely USA, big market. We are targeting to expanding to USA further. So yes, please, looking forward to us.
Awesome. Now, where can people go to get Trip Pass? Do you have to visit a website? Is it available on all marketplaces?
Yes. So as you can see over here, I do both iPhone and Android. So you can see over at the Apple App Store of both iOS and Android, iPhone and Android. And also you can check trippass.net homepage. You can check all of our services, and there's also a download link over there. So yes, please check about it.
So right now, anybody traveling to or from South Korea can use Trip Pass.
Of course, all national people. All national, even African, European, USA, yes, all people.
Awesome. Awesome. That is really cool. Jihyun, thank you so much.
Okay, sorry. Before the end, if any partners that are looking for expanding to business at the Korea or like interest in digital identification or payment for foreigners, please feel free to contact us at trippass.net. And also we have booths at Eureka Park down there and it's our pavilion, so please visit us anytime.
Awesome. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much
Once
for
again,
your time.
amazing. I'm so glad that you guys filled out and came in on the show.
Thank you so much for your time.
100%. That is great. Oh, man. As somebody, once again, who traveled pretty extensively at a young age for a while across Europe, it was frightening to, I mean, like you slept with your hand on your back pocket to keep people from like taking your IDs, things like that. And to know that nowadays people are more prone to lose their wallet than they are to lose their phone.
I agree with you. Yeah.
You know, my phone is my livelihood, man. Like it's where I get business calls from. It's everything to me. So
it's attached to my hand.
Yeah, precisely. And even the idea that it's got a much like CES this year, where it was like, don't take a screenshot of this. Like this QR code's going to be deprecated like every minute or so. So there's no screenshots allowed of it. I even had a concert ticket like that recently where you could not take a screenshot of it. Every 30 seconds, that QR code changed.
Oh, really?
To make sure that nobody was scalping an image. Because think about it. Somebody could go onto Facebook and be like, hey, I've got a ticket to the show. Come take a picture of my phone, and you have the QR. And they could do that like 100 times. And now whoever walks in first gets the ticket, and the other 99 other people are out their money and have been hustled. So the idea that QR code changes every 30 seconds to a minute prevents that forgery from happening.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, Ticketmaster, things like that.
And
I'm
a screenshot girl, so that'll really mess me up.
Oh,
I guess
no.
You can put it in your wallet, though, right? Like your Apple Wallet or
No, because it changes. That won't be valid by the time you get to the door.
So how do you do it? You just got to pull up at the door.
You have to open up the email at the door, and it opens the thing and gives you a QR code.
Okay.
But yeah, it's pretty wild, and to know that they're leveraging that same technology to make sure that somebody doesn't just screenshot your phone and have your passport.
Yes, that's a really good security.
Yeah.
Although I think we need to fuzzy things out when we publish that because that was her real passport.
You know what's great? You can't use that QR code.
Yeah, but her picture, everything was on there.
Our next guest is here in the studio, One by One Music Inc. Let me see if I can get this correct on the first try. Akira Hatakeyama. They make relaxing music for dogs. The website is onebyOnemusic.com. This is interesting. I cannot wait to check this out as someone who makes relaxation and meditation music. This will be interesting. So, all right. I am very interested to hear about relaxing music for dogs. Akira, welcome to the show. How are you today?
So great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How's CES been going for you?
Very good opportunity for me because I'm kind of the seed stage startup, and we had a potential investor here, and also we got the media coverage, and also we got the customers too.
You know, man, that's the beautiful thing about CES is this is where seeds come to grow. So the fact that you made it here, good for you, my friend.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about One by One Music and how you came up with it.
Yeah, we offer the relaxing music for animals, especially for dogs. We conducted 2 years research with doctor, and we got the best information of the relaxing music. We compose original music, and then we test it by taking the saliva from dog, and then we analyze the cortisol, which is the stress hormone, and we validate the music.
Wow, you actively validated their cortisol levels to make sure that they were not stressed out.
Yeah,
I love that. That's my kind of tech right there. Especially as someone who makes binaural beat relaxation music.
Yeah,
this is pretty cool, man. Now, how did y'all come up with this concept?
Truly, I really love dog.
Okay.
And also my mother was a music teacher, so I played the piano a lot. And there is a problem of the dog mental health. For example, if the dog is alone at home, they feel stress, like child is alone at home.
Yeah.
And the stress sometimes causes a mental illness, which is called separation anxiety.
Yeah.
And this is caused from the stress. And human beings don't something to make relax while they are going out. So if the music, if human beings can use music, they can go out without the anxiety of the separation anxiety of their dog.
Yeah, and I know numerous friends like that where if they are not home after work, for their dog to see them, like it goes into a spell. It's wild, and it's really interesting because cats are totally different than dogs in that way.
Yeah.
Cats are like, did you feed me? I'm cool, man. They don't necessarily miss you in that way that dogs do.
Yeah.
You know, so that's really cool. And what has the response been like for you guys?
From dog, right?
Well, I mean from owners of dogs.
Okay. You know that we.
If you can find out what the dogs think, you got a whole different technology.
Yeah, we got many positive feedbacks from the dog owners. They use the music while they are going out, and also they are with dogs too. And while they are making dogs relaxing, the dog gets sleepy, and finally they go to sleep.
Wow. Now, are you using, I've just got to ask, are you using brain waves or specific frequencies to calm the dog down? Of course, I mean, dogs hear in a totally different range than we do, so you could use sounds that we wouldn't even be able to hear that the dog would be able to hear.
Yeah, definitely. We tested the key facts we mainly focused on includes the tempo, melody, instruments, and the health. And we found the best information and the best mix of that components. And we have developed the original artificial intelligence that automatically mix such kind of the components into one music. And we implemented it into the website, and we offer our music on the original website.
Wow, that is really cool. Now, just out of curiosity, what kind of music do dogs like? Is it hip hop? Is it like what kind of music have you found that metrically helps dogs the most?
Generally speaking, the low tempo music makes animals relax because the low tempo music is lower than the heart rate.
Yeah.
So the low tempo music is kind of our music, and also music sounds like classical music.
Okay.
Our team member who graduated from the art university in Tokyo, his major was the classical music, and
Okay.
he is very good at composing music, and he has the really talented skills that make artificial intelligence.
That is really awesome, man. Now, is this a subscription platform that people buy into? How do people get a hold of One by One Music? How do they use it?
We have the original website, onebyOnemusic.com, and we offer as a subscription model, and they can use only $7 per month to use our product.
That's nothing. When when you're talking about the health of your animal and the overall well-being of your animal, when you're talking about like, hey, I'm going to be gone for maybe 18 hours, something like that. Now you don't have to board your dog.
Yeah.
You know, which in and of itself can be a traumatic experience for an animal.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so that's really cool.
Yeah.
Man.
Also, I think the coolest point of our product is the social good. We offer completely free for the shelter or the people who saved from the shelter. So this is kind of the social good product.
That's awesome, man. So community shelters, things like anybody out there who is, you know, helping run a shelter, things like that, go check them out. That is really awesome. And once again, the fact of $7 a month, like that's as cheap as Spotify, something like that. So I mean, if you're enjoying Spotify, imagine how happy your dog can be. If your dog's already happy when you get home, it may be because they were really, really lonely all day.
Yeah.
You know? So that's why they're so happy to see you, and you could make them happier all day while you're gone. Yeah. That is really awesome, and because those are our companion animals. They're members of our family. It's like saying that, you know, I'm not going to make grandma happy. You know, like, why wouldn't you do something to help grandma? That doesn't make sense. So why wouldn't you do something to help your family dog who provides compassion, companionship, everything else? Akira, this is awesome.
Thank you so much.
so happy to hear this. Let everybody know where they can go to get their subscription to One by One Music.
Sorry, what?
Where can everybody go to get their subscription to One by One Music?
You can just search onebyOnemusic.com or the Reaction Music for Dogs, and then you can find our website and you can register in our website.
As somebody who makes brainwave relaxation music for human beings, this is awesome, man.
Yep.
Way to leverage some really cool technology to help animals.
Yep.
Thank you so much for coming on, Akira. I love talking about stuff like this. One by One Music, that is really cool, man. I know probably at least one handful of my friends have stressed out dogs.
Add me to that list.
Well,
I have a Chow Chow.
One in part.
That sweetest dog on the planet.
Yep.
Like, we did everything we could to socialize her as a puppy so she wouldn't be aggressive.
Yeah.
Okay, the downside to that is she's afraid of rain, wind, anything.
Thunder, fireworks.
So she'll just pee in the house or eat up the baseboards.
My friend Julie had, and I mean, this ain't no tiny dog. This is like a Marmaduke-sized dog that she has that chews furniture out of nervousness when they're gone for the day. Things that just freaks out with anxiety when they're gone. So Julie, if you're out there listening today, One by One Music, that is just really, really cool, man. And once again, $7 a month. That's
I'm gonna try
uber cheap.
If it could help our dogs, like, and before again, it was just the rain and the scary things for her. But after COVID, with us being home every day for years, now there is separation anxiety because we leave.
Now there's an expectation of you being
like, where
there.
are you?
Yeah, precisely. And that's, you know, once again, like, I'm pretty allergic to most dogs, so I don't have a dog. And I grew up in apartments my whole life, so it was one of those, like, I just always found that kind of mean to just keep a dog in an apartment all day while you're at school or whatever. Like, if you got a backyard for them to hop out in through a dog door, cool. But yeah, so it's really awesome to see that because it's a trouble point for a lot of animals, for a lot of dogs, that separation anxiety. Cats don't necessarily go through it.
No, theirs is different.
Yeah.
Theirs is if you're gone for long periods of time or
if they don't have...
They start to learn, wait a minute, that's a suitcase.
Yep. Yep.
They go get in it, or
Yeah.
and then when you get back, they're mad.
Yep. Yeah, no, my wife's cat sleeps on my suitcase whenever I'm getting ready to leave, stuff like that. Like
Yeah, they know.
as I'm packing, he'll go jump inside of it, stuff like that. And yeah, it's interesting though, because once again, I make brainwave music for human beings.
I need to listen to some of that.
Well, stop on by and check it out because
I will.
it's fun. It's fun. I love doing it. To know that somebody is out there doing this for animals, so cool, so awesome. We probably have about another 20, 25 minutes of coverage here. This has just zoomed by today.
Yeah.
So
this last part has. I'll say it's been
Yeah.
kind of a long day overall, but this last couple hours has just gone by in a blip.
What's some of the coolest stuff you've seen since you've been here?
I haven't seen a lot, I'll be honest. I've kind of been stuck here, but there was a program, what was the name of it? Like, not group, Goob, something like that?
Yes.
Was that you that
Goob.
interviewed that?
Yeah.
I talked to him downstairs before he came up a little, and he showed it to me. And for somebody who has, like, nieces and nephews that live far away, I would love to be able to read them a story.
Yeah.
And that was, like, a really cool way to do it.
It
to
really
stay connected
was.
so they don't forget me if I only visit once a year.
Yeah. And what I loved is like it put character parts on you from the character.
Yeah, I became Winnie the Pooh. I was in the 100-acre wood, Chris. Me.
It was pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
And once again to see that connectivity happening. So many things in this year have been focused on elderly.
Yeah.
And how to a lot of that was bridging the gap between grandparents and grandkids at a distance.
Exactly.
You know, being able to read them stories, things like that. And wicked cool to see people focusing on that because we here in the West, especially in America, have a totally different concept when it comes to our elderly. We're one of the only ones that actively have care homes. Most of the time they're taken into the family.
Right.
You know, and taken care of in most other cultures. So we deal with a lot of loneliness with our elderly people, which leads to huge, massive health issues.
Yeah.
You know, and to see things like that happening, to see people taking that into consideration with the technology that they're building to help, to use technology to build that human communication level.
Right.
Beyond the form of a like or dislike, you know, or a share, anything like that.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
It's really, really neat. And I'm trying to remember, I saw some other tech downstairs. Oh, it was the French company with the sociability robots that are used for hospitals, things like that, children's wards to go around and talk to kids, all that kind of stuff.
Were they up here too, or you
Oh,
just saw them downstairs?
no. I saw them downstairs in the French pavilion.
Are they the same ones from like a couple years ago at Showstoppers where, like, if you picked it up, it actually got warm?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, you wouldn't be able to pick this up. No, it was easily a 100-pound robot.
Oh, goodness.
Like it was like the size of a small
what
child.
makes it a companion? Does it do things for you?
Yeah, it's got facial expressions. It's got a little animated face on there that
it's not
talks with
creepy?
you. No. I mean,
Was it cute?
Very cute.
Okay.
Very cute. Creepily cute.
So it was on the line? Something.
Imagine an animated Furby on a ball.
Yeah. I might have to go down.
They were
take a look at it.
really neat.
Get some pictures.
Really neat. Yeah. I took a little bit of video and stuff like that. And to see stuff like that once again coming back year after year after year. I mean,
Right.
a prime example would be Benji Lock for you guys.
Yes.
You know, where you guys met him down in Eureka Park.
Right.
He had this guy was talking about a biometric lock for your home, and had a bamboo replica.
Yeah, it was just a prototype.
Yeah,
like basic
straight
beginning.
prototype.
And was like, I'm going to make this work. Yeah.
And that's what's really cool is this is where seeds come to grow. You know, where that idea of something can really come to life, where probably an aisle or two over from you is someone who could write the software that you need. Probably right upstairs from you is somebody who can build the circuit board that you right Right over here is a company that prototypes circuit boards.
Really?
Yeah, like 3 booths away. They're Gorilla Boards. They prototype circuit boards. You send them your
like
prototype.
Customizable. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Really cool, man. So when you're talking about development of this kind of technology.
In this day and age where, like, I'm on the board of a local nonprofit that's a Fab Lab. And when it has entrepreneurship classes.
Cool.
And there's, we have a small machine shop in the back, kids doing robotics at all different ages.
Yeah.
And we really want people to come in and innovate themselves.
Absolutely.
So they come up with an idea, but they don't know how to execute. Well, if they could get someone to make
build a board for
them.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about eliminating a lot of that barrier to entry. That's
absolutely,
really cool.
Absolutely. And just the idea of how do you get the idea together? How do you get the parts together? How do you
I wouldn't know the first thing how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you guys do, but
there was another company that was here. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday that was basically a warehouse wholesaler of parts.
Okay.
And the idea of because when you are building something like that is so specific, frequently it's a treasure hunt, trying to find the place to get the IC circuit. Trying to find the place to manufacture your chip. This guy's like, oh, no, I guarantee you that chip exists. Wow. Come on over. We got like 200 chip manufacturers that sell their product through us. So this is one of those shows that if you're set up in the right booth at the right place with the right remote control, the Amazon purchaser will come by and go, we need 10,000 of these with Amazon on it. Wow. Can you fill that order? Like, it's just amazing. It's amazing to see.
It's a magical place.
Yeah.
For tech.
Yeah, it is. It is really cool. It is really cool. And God, I guess I've been doing this show now 7 years almost, something like that.
Has
6
it
or
been
7.
That long? Yeah.
2019, I think, was my first one. So 6 years, 5 years, whatever that is now.
A good number of years.
But a good number of years. And, butting up against it for years before that with the show that I work in this building right after it. So I'd been on the show floor numerous times. I'd seen things. But to see it in the depth that I get to now, where I get to go to like Las Vegas Convention Center, where all the big reveals are done.
Yeah, I haven't been over there yet this year. I don't know if I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Yeah,
I'm really sad about that.
Yeah, there's some exciting stuff. There's an air taxi that's being tested, and you can take test flights in.
What?
All kinds of stuff. I know a couple years ago was the automated taxi that premiered.
Yeah.
And the automated bus made its premiere here at CES as well a few years ago. I don't think that ended well. I believe the bus ended up getting in an accident its first day. But it premiered.
Yes.
And it worked.
Yes.
And it went down the road. And that's pretty incredible. Until it hit another car. Which, a lot of the conferences that I worked over the last few years, not just AI, but insurance conferences. Boy, howdy, drones have been a topic.
I'm sure.
Huge topic. And especially automated vehicles. Like, who's at fault? Who's at fault when an automated Lyft and an automated Uber hit each other?
Well, in that particular case, they should just cancel each other out.
It's weird, though, because, like, we want all of this technology. We want these things. We want technology to march forward, but we don't always see the little cracks and craggles that are there that we don't really consider on the regular.
No, that's true. You don't necessarily realize all the pressure points and the things that can happen.
That's it. I mean, even the idea of insurance on drones. How do you handle it when somebody's show insurance and they're videotaping stuff and that drone falls on somebody's head? How's that handled? And those are things that come about too often after the technology has burgeoned and has hit the market.
We have drones in our Fab Lab, and luckily no one's been hit by one. But now you bring up a good. I don't know if we have express insurance for that, like something that expressly
there is
addresses
some
that.
really cool tech. I was over earlier while Todd Cochran was on air, and I was enjoying watching. I don't know if you got to watch the drone soccer league yet from South Korea.
No.
Oh, wicked cool.
I mean, I saw it when they were testing it. Building
they use these spongy geodesic domes around it. That's what y'all should be using over there.
We absolutely should.
Because it's awesome. If your drone falls out of the sky, it just bounces and rolls instead of hitting the propellers and snapping them off. And like it'll take you a good week or so to repair a drone after a crash like that. So
we got my husband David a drone a couple years ago for, I don't know, Christmas something, and we went outside, and it's supposed to be one of those ones. Because I'm really bad at flying things.
Oh, I'm horrible.
So they're like, oh, all you do is start this one and it go. So we're like, oh, we got him a good one. He turned it on and went straight into the wall of the house.
I'll do you one better. I got a drone. It was just this tiny little drone. I was like, if I'm going to move up to DJI or something at some point, let's
test it out.
Daddy's never been too good at the Gran Turismo or anything like that when it comes to driving. I am horrible at driving game. I could shoot people all day on a game. I cannot drive on a game to save my life. It's everywhere. Bam, bam. So I get this little drone. It's like $59. Nothing crazy. Take it with me to D.C. I'm hanging out in D.C. for a week, working a conference, and I'm in my room, had a couple drinks. I've got my window cracked because it's nice out. And I mean like cracked. It's one of those where, like, it's slatted windows, so, like, it can only open about 2.5 inches. Had a couple drinks, some cruising around the room, and all of a sudden, wham! It hits the wall, bounces off the ceiling, and out the window onto the roof.
Perfect angle. You could have done that if you tried.
Yeah, absolutely. So I ended up using my multi-tool and actually unscrewing the window.
Of course you did.
And climbing out on the roof of this hotel to get my drone. It was hilarious. But yeah, my literal first time flying a drone, just out the window. Pew!
Oh my goodness.
No, it wasn't, fortunately. But yeah, just it's really cool to see the automation with things when it comes to that. There was a company I was talking with downstairs, again from the South Korean contingent, that had full automation for their drones, using drones for delivery, things like that.
Okay.
And using all kinds of collision detection, air traffic control, things like that. Even the medical drone that we had on yesterday, that was really cool, that basically sits like a bird, perches on the side of a lab, in a hospital. This is already being used in Africa, things like that, where they need to get samples to a lab rapidly, and they don't have great refrigeration, things like that. This drone comes, sits on the side of the building, opens up, you put your sample in it, it takes off, and then glides over to the next building and perches like a bird.
Wow.
So, yeah, really cool. And the idea that, you can get samples to a lab faster. This is what I love about people innovating, is that
I know
they're using it in such awesome, beautiful ways. Our next guest is here. He is getting ready right now. Dava Patel, founder and CEO of Lotus. Lotus makes a wearable ring to control objects at home simply by pointing. No apps, no rewiring, no internet. So this is interesting. I am excited. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, it's here somewhere. I promise. There it is. There's the plug. There we go. Okay. Hey, all right. Fantastic. Oh, haha.
I pull that off your head?
It's all right. Human things happen. We're all human. There you go. Oh, okay. This is pretty cool. I'm all about wearables, especially things that are gesture controls. It's one of my favorite technologies. I have quite a few gesture control instruments, things like that. So this is cool. All right. Once again, Dhaval Patel, founder and CEO of Lotus, is our guest. Lotus makes a wearable ring to control objects at home simply by pointing. No apps, no rewiring, no internet. So, Dhaval, welcome to the show.
Pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about Lotus.
So, just like you said, it's a wearable ring that you wear on your pointer finger that controls objects at home just by pointing. And for the people on the camera, all I'm doing is using my thumb to push the one button, and I've just turned on the lights. Literally, all you do is point and click, and you can control different lights in your home. But the key is, unlike any smart home tech you see here, or unlike Alexa, there's no apps, no rewiring, and no internet. So this is completely offline without any rewiring.
No accounts,
nope.
Nothing like that, no
Nope.
security that you have to go through that could be hacked and somebody could turn on lights at your house.
That's exactly right. In fact, I challenge you to find any other smart home that lets you go from home to smart home in seconds, and that you can take with you wherever you go.
Well, I'm impressed with it. One of the first things I ever saw at a show was a person actively use a Wi-Fi router to hack into a Bluetooth light bulb.
Wow.
So the fact that this does the same thing as the Bluetooth light bulb, sans the internet connection, sans the router, no hacking able to be done, that's pretty incredible. What was the inspiration behind this device?
Yeah, it started with me. You can't tell because I'm sitting in a chair, but I was born with twisted knees.
Okay.
Both me and my brother. And over the years, I've been on and off crutches.
Okay.
Now, one night, a few years ago, I got into bed having left some hallway lights on. But I was too tired to get out of bed, hop onto my crutches, hobble 10 feet, turn off the light, hobble back 10 feet, and get back into bed. So I just slept with the lights on the entire night.
Wow.
And woke up in the morning thinking, well, if someone like me, I'm an engineer, I used to manage a division at Apple, I've worked at Lutron, the company that makes the wall switches, and I have 37 patents. If someone like me doesn't even have smart home technology or Alexa, who does? And what about all the other people who have a disability?
That's right. That's right. And not only that, but especially so much has been targeted toward elderly. This is awesome for elderly people to not have to fumble their way to a light switch across the room to get to the bathroom, something like that.
Exactly.
And also just the barrier of entry and setup, to not have to like, okay, let me download an app to this thing. Now let me make an account. Now let me plug this into the wall. Now let's make sure that they're talking and handshaking and everything else. What is the barrier of setup for this?
Let me show you. So step one, you put the ring on. There's a single button. By putting that on, you have eliminated the need to have a smart speaker in every room of your house, because the ring goes with you wherever you go. So that's step one, put on the ring.
Okay.
Step two, for any existing wall switch, and for the folks on camera, here I have a regular wall switch that is a rocker. We have magnets in the back. So you just bring it nearby, and literally it just attaches magnetically on top of your existing wall switch, which means there's no rewiring. Now you can also manually use it, just like a regular switch.
Sure.
And step three, you just point and click. That's it. Put on the ring, snap on the switch, point and click.
Cool.
That is
now,
literally it.
Do you have to wear 10 rings to control 10 items?
You do not.
Oh,
You
that's pretty cool.
You can do it if you want, and you can have superpowers, but you don't have to. No.
Okay.
The nice thing you'll notice is there is no pairing.
Yeah.
You know how you have to pair with Bluetooth speakers?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
There's
like,
no pairing. And so you can have many switches in one ring. You can have many rings in one switch.
So,
in fact, you can use it in your dad's home, and he can use it in your home. unlike current IoTs, where if I came to visit you, even if your home was a smart home, I can't use it because I need access to your smartphone.
Yeah.
But with this, it's literally no different than your dad coming to your home and turning on your television, literally, and vice versa.
That is cool. So is it, I don't want you to get too proprietary on how things work, things like that, because this is really cool technology. So is it proximity that controls which device is turning on? Is it the directional pointing at the device? What happens if my stereo that's being controlled is right here next to my light that's being controlled?
It's a great question. So we use infrared technology, the same tech that's in your TV remote.
Yeah.
It's no different, of course, under the hood. There's other specifics.
Sure.
But what that means is you can pick the object you're trying to turn on and off simply by pointing at it. And the range is usually anything outside of roughly 1 foot. Anything outside of that, you can just point and click. So as long as your objects are not within a foot of each other, you can just point and click at different things. So you can have a TV, a light, a coffee maker in the same room, and you can turn on different things just by pointing at them.
Any limitation on range? Let's say my mom has one at her house. Her room is 20 by 20. She comes to my house, and the room is 40 by 40.
Nope. We have guaranteed the range to at least be 30 feet.
Okay.
And in our tests, we have done it up to 36 feet.
Okay.
And then we actually ran out of room. We don't have homes that are bigger.
Okay.
So literally, as much as we could test, 36 feet, it still works, but we guarantee 30 feet.
So right up around Bluetooth range.
Yeah, exactly.
Right up around that. That is pretty awesome. And now, just out of curiosity, the construction here, I love it, especially the magnetic. Are there different modules made for standard switches?
Yes.
That go that click up and down.
Exactly. So as you can see here, the two most common switches, the one we're showing here is called the rocker switch. It sort of rocks back and forth. The other most popular switch in the United States is the toggle, the one you flip up and down. Our switch works with both. So we have a slightly different version. The front looks the same, but on the rear side, there's a slight variation.
Gotcha.
But same concept. You bring it nearby, magnets attach, and that's it.
That is too cool. Now, what is the barrier of entry? How many units come with a ring?
So we're thinking we're going to launch in a few months. We're accepting pre-orders now.
Great.
But we're thinking we will sell packs. So a pack will have 1 Lotus ring and 2 or 3 Lotus switch covers. And that pack would be $299, which is the same price as a single smart speaker today, Alexa Echo Show. So instead of a smart speaker, you end up with a smart home.
Yeah.
Because you can put one of each in every room, and you're done.
I see stage uses for this. I don't even see this in my home. I see this as a performer.
Oh, yeah? Tell me more. I'm curious.
Well, I would be using it to trigger stage lights and things like that during a performance. That's just me.
No, that's wonderful.
Yeah. I see so many different applications.
We actually had a surgeon come by a couple of hours ago asking us to want to use this in surgery. Because there are a lot of things that you want to do, but you only have 2 hands.
That's it. Absolutely. I mean, I would love to use it just to be able to point and turn my home studio on. So you're saying you're going to be launching here in a few months. What is your expected price point here in the United States? Do you know yet?
Right. So the expected price point was what I was describing earlier, which was 1 pack will be $299, which will come with 1 ring and 3 switch covers.
All right. Awesome. And where can people go for their pre-orders? Where can people go to find out more about Lotus?
Yeah, both to find out more or to do a pre-order, you can go to getlotus.com. That's G-E-T, Lotus, like the flower, .com.
Awesome. Duval, great technology, man. I love it. With a point of a finger, you have light.
Thank you.
It's great.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you.
Most definitely, man. Good luck at the show. I hope things go well. I hope you get tons of pre-orders.
Thank you so very much.
Absolutely. I will be going and pre-ordering mine.
I have to say it's been an interesting CES. I've never been on television before. We also just got interviewed by the Washington Post and Wired. So it's been an interesting experience, this included. It's been a good day.
This is fantastic, man. I am looking at one of these systems for my mother.
Thank you.
Who is mobility,
limited.
So
Thank you. Thank
absolutely.
you, sir. Pleasure talking to you.
Same here. Wow. That is really cool, man. And
that is amazing.
And I'm all about gesture control. I love gesture control. I think it is wicked cool. And my favorite thing about this is that there's not a whole lot of gestures. It's just a point. Like I just gotta AI-empowered gimbal down there, and there's probably about 5 gestures that you have to know to reset things, to frame things, all that kind of stuff. But to know that this is just a point, and whatever object you're pointing at, it goes, that's cool, man.
So one question that I have is, if I buy these for my mom's house, I buy a set for my house, if she comes over to my house with her ring, we don't have to, and we just got the yes.
Yeah. Too cool.
That's awesome.
Too
Thank
cool.
you.
No syncing required.
I need to look into these.
And once again, for elderly use, things like that where there's no setup required, there's no syncing of devices, there's no digital handshake that has to happen.
Like he says, it just works.
Yeah. You just plug
really
it in
cool.
and it goes. That is
And no
wicked,
matter how many
wicked
of them
cool.
I have.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Deval. GetLotus.com, everybody. Wicked cool
This
technology.
is good for me because I'm really lazy, and I wouldn't get up and turn that light off either. I'm just being honest.
Heck no.
But if I had this, I'd turn the light off.
Yeah. Well, and even think about it for kids.
Christmas tree lights.
Yeah. Like I said, I could see myself pointing all around stage, triggering all kinds of things, just, in the there are those who call me Tim fashion.
Pew.
Pew.
Pew, pew, pew.
Pew.
We can have it in our gaming complex in
Absolutely.
Tampa, and people won't even know how that happened.
Oh, you know what? You could use them with like a red light over somebody and be like, "You're out."
Yeah.
You're
oh
out.
my gosh. When their time runs up on the consoles instead of the PCs, we have no way to tell them right now.
That's
We
it.
could put a light up and
You're out. You're done.
I'm getting a little too excited.
Speaking of being done, I'm pretty sure that we're done.
It is 6 o'clock.
It is 6 p.m. That flew by.
It did.
Yeah.
We had a really great day today.
That was a fantastic day. I mean, Todd had some cool stuff up here. Scott had some great stuff. Don had awesome things this morning. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, as always, to the Tech Podcast Network coverage of CES 2024 here with Geek News Central and Plug Hits Live. I am Chris Jordan from the Curious Realm. I always love coming out here with these guys. They are a great group of folks, great crew of people, and nothing better than checking out awesome high-tech technology with your friends. So stay tuned tomorrow for continuing coverage from right here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, from the Tech Podcast Network, Geek News Central, and Plug Hits Live. Right here. We'll see you tomorrow at CES 2024, folks. Bye-bye.
The Tech Podcast Network CES 2024 coverage is executive produced by Michelle Mendez. Technical directors are Kurt Corliss and Adam Barker. Associate producers are Nancy Ertz, Clinton Millsap, Sergio Velasquez, and Terry Willingham. Voiceover by Aaron Hurst. Our hosts are Marlo Anderson, Don Bain, Todd Cochran, Scott Ertz, and Christopher Jordan. Studio and equipment are provided by Plug Hits Productions. This has been a Tech Podcast Network broadcast, copyright 2024.